The tale unfolds beneath a moonlit sky, cloaking the night in darkness. A young maiden with silvery locks flees through the forest, her tearful cries betraying her fear. Haunted by past scoldings and the sting of a slap across her face, she bears the burden of being an illegitimate child, scorned by others due to her mother's profession as a prostitute. Each day leaves its mark upon her wounded countenance. Yet, as she runs, the girl yearns to mend her pain, for she possesses the gift of restoration. A sudden noise startles her, causing her to halt and cast a glance behind. A mesmerizing sight awaits her gaze, a towering inferno, consuming the leaves in its wake. Drawn closer, she ponders the nature of this energy, perhaps a fiery essence. A resounding boom shakes the air, and as she turns her eyes toward it, a mighty dragon emerges before her, its body scorched and ravaged by flames. Fear eludes the young girl, replaced by a deep concern for the dragon's well-being. Moving closer, she meets the dragon's gaze as it rouses, its roars echoing through the air. Instead of fleeing, she ventures to inquire about the creature's wounds, offering her assistance. The dragon responds with an intense roar, seemingly displeased. Unfazed, she smiles and reassures the dragon that she can heal its wounds. With determination, she channels her healing power, mending the dragon's injuries with great effort. Astonished, the dragon observes the young girl's actions. Although the wounds were vast, her unwavering resolve triumphs, and the dragon's injuries are completely healed. Overwhelmed, the girl loses her balance and collapses to the ground. Turning his gaze upon his savior, the dragon rises, transforming into a man, a striking figure with red eyes, dark flowing hair, and adorned in dragon armor. As he gazes upon the unconscious young girl, he commends her fearlessness. Gradually, she opens her eyes, straining to hear the man's words as he carries her in his arms. A decade passes. The young girl has blossomed into a woman of 20. Unfortunately, the hair dye applied by the maids causes an irritating rash on her delicate skin. Sold off to an elderly king with a preference for blondes, her hair is forcibly transformed. She ponders the possibility of escaping 10 years ago, but her encounter with the dragon left her weakened. The maids forcefully apply makeup to conceal the rash on her face. Her stepmother ridicules her lack of beauty, concerned that the king will not be pleased with her appearance. However, her stepbrother assures his mother, revealing a substantial dowry he acquired from the Tayar's tomb. Shocked, his mother attempts to explain further, but their conversation is abruptly interrupted by the deafening roar like a thunder, accompanied by the cascade of rubble from the roof. Peering out the window, the girl catches sight of dragons attacking their stronghold. Knights storm the castle, responding to the king's command to engage in battle. The war commences, but the tide appears to favor the Tayar faction. As the king enters the fray, the girl remains at the window, transfixed by the sight of the Tayar slaying castle dwellers. In that moment, her gaze meets the eyes of the king. Overwhelmed with fear, she instinctively retreats into hiding. Unmasking himself, the king commands his knights to set the castle ablaze. And the truth is revealed: he is the very same dragon, the one the young girl had healed. The assault by the dragon tribe wreaks havoc upon the castle and its inhabitants. A castle knight informs the stepmother that the intent of the dragon tribe appears to be annihilation. Reacting swiftly, she commands her knight to surrender and raise the white flag. Seizing the chaos as an opportunity, the girl stealthily escapes, driven by her determination not to fail again. The castle's residents surrender, hoping for mercy from the king of Tayar. To their shock, he orders his tribe to slay them all and display their heads upon the castle gate. As the moment approaches for the stepmother and her son to face their fate, they tremble as the king draws near. The son pleads frantically for forgiveness, promising to return the stolen treasures. Yet the king remains unmoved, issuing the command for his people to kill and incinerate all the humans present. Gripped by immense fear, the stepmother desperately seeks an escape from the imminent death before her. Suddenly, she calls out to the king of Tayar, offering her precious daughter as proof of her beauty, claiming that King Brian himself has chosen her daughter as his lover. At her words, the Tayar's king turns his gaze, confirming the stepmother's assertion that her daughter is King Brian's beloved. Aware of the ongoing war between King Brian and the king of Tayar, the stepmother sees an opportunity and readily agrees, stating that King Brian desires her daughter. King Tayar inquires about the whereabouts of the mentioned daughter, only for the stepmother to realize that her daughter is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, the runaway girl descends the tower, freezing in her tracks as the sound of wings flapping reaches her ears. To her astonishment, the dragon arrives and takes her into its grasp, soaring above the gate adorned with the heads of the castle's knights. The dragon returns her to her stepmother's side, releasing its grip, causing the girl to tumble to the ground. Before her stands the king of Tayar, his gaze fixed upon her. He questions whether she is the girl the stepmother offered. Observing her, the king is struck by her mesmerizing eyes, evoking memories of the past, when a young girl aided him, possessing eyes identical to hers. He wonders if she is the same girl, though her hair color now differs, suggesting she may be someone else entirely. Extending his spear to tilt the girl's chin, the king poses a question. Will she become his bride, or will she and all the castle's inhabitants meet their demise at his hands? Overwhelmed by the fear of impending death, the girl reluctantly accepts the offer to become the bride of Tayar's king. To her astonishment, the king draws near, kneeling down before her and inquiring about her name. Nervously, she stammers that her name is Lucina. The king affirms that in the language of Brian, her name means moon, to which she nods in agreement. He remarks that her name befits her appearance. Introducing himself as Hakan, he leans in and whispers in her ear that he forgives her. Rising to his feet, Hakan proclaims the need for a priest to officiate their wedding ceremony. Turning his gaze towards a nearby priest, he commands him to lead the ceremony, as Hakkan and Lucina are to be wed immediately. This surprises both Lucina and her stepmother. Hakkan instructs the priest to inform King Brian about his marriage to Lucina once the ceremony is concluded, revealing that King Brian's intended bride has been taken away by Hakkan, the king of Tayar. Hakkan claims that a decade ago, King Brian had sent a dragon slayer to kill them, and now King Brian must pay the price. He intends to use Lucina as a catalyst to incite war between Brian and Tayar. The wedding ceremony between Hakkan and Lucina is on the verge of commencing, with the trembling priest leading the way. The atmosphere is tense and somber, prompting Hakkan to order his people to fetch some flowers. A beautiful bouquet is prepared, and Hakkan holds it out to Lucina, telling her to take it. Understanding the tradition of Brian, where the bride carries the flower bouquet, Lucina's hand trembles in fear as Hakkan places it in her grasp. Satisfied with Lucina holding the bouquet, Hakkan turns to the priest, signaling the start of the ceremony. And so, the ceremony begins. The nervous priest declares that it is time for the bride and groom to exchange a kiss as part of the wedding vow, and to conclude the ceremony. This announcement shocks Lucina. Hakkan wraps his arm around Lucina's waist, drawing closer to her, and she is taken aback by his proximity. Hakkan instructs her to close her eyes, as she will faint shortly afterward. Their lips draw nearer, and as Hakkan kisses her, Lucina tastes a mixture of blood and sweat on his lips, before suddenly losing consciousness. One of his knights playfully teases Hakkan, remarking that he only needed to kiss Lucina and not make her faint. This makes Hakkan wonder if his kiss is somehow lethal. Hakkan carries the unconscious Lucina and places her on his horse, declaring his forgiveness towards her family. He warns them that any attempt to harm Tayar's precious gem again will result in their castle being wiped off the map without a trace. With that, Tayar's tribe departs from the castle, leaving behind the chaos. With Tayar gone, the stepmother asserts that they must reclaim Lucina, shouting to her son that King Brian has promised a great fortune if they bring Lucina back to him. This revelation shocks the son, who questions how they can retrieve Lucina when they do not possess a single knight. The stepmother declares that they must hire mercenaries to aid them in their mission. Lucina awakens with a start, her surroundings unfamiliar as she gazes out of the window. She catches the attention of a knight from Tayar's tribe, who promptly informs Hakan of her awakening. Hakan halts and turns his head, confirming Lucina's consciousness. Anxious, Lucina swiftly closes the curtain. Hakan then instructs his people to prepare a meal and set up camp. Inside the carriage, Lucina still feels uneasy. But to her surprise, the carriage door suddenly opens. Hakan inquires about her well-being, expressing his surprise at her sudden fainting spell earlier. Trembling, Lucina assures him that she is fine. Hakan extends his hand, inviting Lucina to join him for a meal. However, she declines, insisting on staying inside the carriage. Yet, her stomach betrays her with a loud growl. Lucina feels embarrassed, but Hakan chuckles, stating that his wife is shy. He suggests they step outside as he plans to light a bonfire to keep her warm. The aroma of the food entices Lucina, and she reaches out for Hakan's hand, stepping out of the carriage. As they walk toward the camp, Tayar's knight leads them to a ready-made tent. Hakan thanks the knight and dismisses him, urging Lucina to sit inside the tent for a softer seating arrangement. Hakan removes his cloak and wraps it around Lucina, providing her with warmth. As she wears the cloak, Lucina feels the comforting embrace. Hakan offers her a meal, a tuna-stuffed bread that emanates a delightful scent. Unintentionally, Lucina inhales deeply, recalling how she only had dried or old bread in Baron Berg's house. Observing her, Hakan assures her that the bread is not poisoned. Gathering her composure, Lucina begins to eat. The taste of the bread astounds her. It is delicious beyond belief. Seeing her eat heartily, Hakan advises her to eat slowly to avoid any stomachache. He then offers her a glass of milk, assuring her that it is also safe to drink. As Lucina sips the milk, memories flood back of the days in the castle where she had to toil relentlessly for a meager breadcrumb. She can hardly fathom the fact that she can now enjoy such good food. Curious about Lucina's age, Hakan asks her while she still has her mouth full. Lucina responds by gesturing with her finger that she is 20 years old. Hakan's expression darkens slightly, realizing that Lucina is too young to have been King Brian's intended bride. He reminisces about the previous war when King Brian had sent a dragon slayer, which resulted in the loss of his beloved brother, the former king of Tayar. If circumstances had allowed, Hakan would have gone mad and slain King Brian, were it not for his own injuries at the time. He asks Lucina if she regrets not being King Brian's bride. But she shakes her head, confirming that she is better off where she is. Suddenly, Lucina inquires about Tayar, prompting Hakan to expect tears and pleas to return to her family. However, she remains remarkably composed. Breaking off another piece of bread, Hakan explains that the people of Brian perceive Tayar as a haven for monsters, but that perception is incorrect. With a smile, he offers another slice of bread to Lucina, informing her that she will discover the truth for herself. For some reason, Lucina would rather live with Hakan than in Berg. Lucina happily savors the bread, prompting Hakan to inform her that the food will only get better when they arrive in Tayar. Yet, Lucina insists that the current meal is already more than enough. This leads Hakan to realize that Lucina is different from other noble ladies. She possesses humility. He then suggests that Lucina rest after eating, as he needs to remove his armor. Hearing this, Lucina is taken aback. As Hakan begins to unfasten his clothes, Lucina turns around and covers her head, informing Hakan that she will wait outside. Hakan smiles in response, suddenly lifting her up and questioning why she should wait outside when they are husband and wife. Moreover, they will be sleeping together from now on. Lucina is shocked by Hakan's statement. Hakan proceeds to explain that, in Brian, the husband and wife share intimacy on their first night of marriage. Lucina blushes and becomes nervous upon hearing him mention intimacy. Lucina's sudden crying catches Hakan off guard, causing him to reassure her that he was only trying to confirm something. In Tayar, it is customary for couples to engage in intimacy before getting married when the woman is pregnant. Hearing this revelation, Lucina becomes even more shocked. Trying to calm her down, Hakan asks if being with him is better than being King Brian's bride. Still trembling, Lucina confesses that she is simply afraid. Understanding her fear, Hakan swiftly stands up, turns away, and assures her that he won't do anything to her. He suggests that Lucina should rest while he sleeps outside. Tayar's knight, Tehran, is surprised to find Hakan outside and questions why he left the bride alone. Hakan joins Tehran, explaining that he chose to sleep outside because forcing Lucina into anything after she was kidnapped could make her ill. He also warns Tehran to be careful with his words since Lucina is now his wife. Tehran finds it hard to believe, noting that Hakan has changed because of Lucina. Previously, Hakan was known for being cold-hearted, but now he even forgave the Berg people who stole Tayar's treasure. Hakan shares with Tehran that whenever he sees Lucina, he is reminded of his savior from before. He believes the girl must be somewhere near the Berg castle, and decided to spare the Berg people as a way to repay the girl who saved him. The following morning, Lucina wakes up to the sunlight filtering through the tent. Remembering she didn't wash her face before falling asleep, she decides to find water nearby to freshen up. As she washes her face, she notices her reflection in the water, realizing that her rash looks worse without the makeup covering it. However, she remembers Hakan's words and resolves not to heal herself, so that Hakan won't touch her. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind. It's a group of kidnappers sent by Baroness Berg, Lucina's stepmother. Lucina is terrified as she never wants to return to that place. They take her into the nearby forest, and soon it starts pouring rain. According to legend, the Puka elves bring rain when they are not offered peanuts. Drenched by the rain, Lucina feels cold. The kidnappers notice her trembling and, upon seeing the rash on her face, mistakenly believe she has a contagious disease, deciding to abandon her. However, before they can do so, an arrow pierces one of the kidnappers, knocking him down. It turns out that Tehran and Hakan have come to her rescue. Hakan sets Lucina free, his expression filled with concern as he inquires about her well-being. Despite seeing Hakan covered in blood, Lucina no longer feels afraid. In fact, his presence brings her a sense of comfort. Hakan drapes the cloak over Lucina and gently places his hand on her head. Realizing that she is running a fever, he expresses regret, feeling that he may have been slightly delayed, and apologizes to Lucina. Tenderly lifting her in his arms, Hakan assures her to hold on as they will soon emerge from the forest. Lucina experiences a sense of relief, grateful that she did not return to the Berg house, as her desire to be with Hakan permanently strengthens. While wiping her face, Lucina gazes at her reflection in the mug she holds, noticing that her rashes have worsened due to her fever, giving the impression of a genuine illness. Contemplating whether to heal her rash, a mysterious voice unexpectedly advises her against doing so. Startled, Lucina turns around and discovers a little elf standing beside her, introducing himself as Puka. Engaging in playful banter, Lucina teases Puka about being the small elf responsible for rain if peanuts are not offered. However, Puka swiftly warns Lucina against utilizing her healing power, emphasizing its rarity and the attention it could attract. Puka observes that Lucina has become more talkative and inquires about her previous reticence. Lucina confesses her nervousness when faced with many people, fearing their anger and potential harm if she were to speak her mind. She admits feeling more at ease conversing with non-humans. Just as they converse, Hakan's voice interrupts, asking permission to come inside. Recognizing the need to depart, Puka hastily bids farewell to Lucina. As Hakan enters the tent, he is shocked to see the rash on Lucina's face. Approaching her, he confirms her fever by touching her forehead and asks if she is feeling unwell. Hakan instructs Turan to summon the physician for assistance. Turan enters the tent to assess the situation, but quickly pulls Hakan away upon noticing the rash on Lucina's face. He informs Hakan that it could be smallpox. Panicking, Lucina tries to explain that it's not a disease, but rather a reaction to hair dye. However, Turan draws his sword and warns Lucina to keep her distance. Hakan intervenes, instructing Turan to lower his sword. He assures Turan that it's not smallpox and turns his attention back to Lucina, encouraging her to speak her mind. However, Lucina struggles to articulate her explanation clearly, nervously mentioning that it's a sulfur reaction from the hair dye, and that her fever is due to the rain. Turan fails to comprehend Lucina's explanation as she stammers through it. Feeling unheard, Lucina stops trying to explain. Turan suggests that they couldn't take Lucina to Tayar if she has a contagious disease. Lucina senses her life is in danger and contemplates using her healing spell to cure her rash, but she remembers Puka's earlier warning. While Lucina grapples with her decision, Hakan advises her to stay calm and speak slowly so he can understand. Turan cautions Hakan against getting closer to Lucina, but Hakan assures him that it's not smallpox, pointing out the different symptoms. Turning to Lucina, he gently encourages her to speak, assuring her that nobody will get angry with her. Determined to explain, Lucina puts in her best effort while Hakan attentively listens, ultimately reaching a conclusion. The rash on Lucina's face is a result of the hair dye, worsened by the rain-induced fever. Putting his sword away, Turan is convinced by Hakan's explanation. Hakan mentions that if Lucina truly had smallpox, he who kissed and hugged her would have also fallen ill. Lucina gazes at Hakan, feeling flattered that someone has taken her seriously for the first time. Hakan gently places Lucina inside the tent, and one of his knights informs him that the kidnapper was acting on Baroness Berg's orders. Enraged, Hakan vows to return to Berg Castle and punish them. Concerned for the innocent people who might suffer, Lucina grabs Hakan's arm and pleads with him. Hakan is puzzled by Lucina's unexpected worry for others over her own family. Realizing Hakan's confusion, Lucina kneels down and begs for forgiveness on behalf of her family, concealing her true identity as an illegitimate child. Hakan instructs her to rise, lifts her up, and playfully suggests that he can only forgive those who touch his wife if she offers something in return. Lucina promises to do whatever he desires. With a smile, Hakan reveals his request, a kiss from Lucina. Hesitant at first, Lucina summons her courage and kisses Hakan on the lips. As they part, Hakan feels overjoyed and embraces Lucina. He then instructs his knight to present the kidnapper's head to Baroness Berg as a warning against further encroachments on Tayar. As Lucina lies on the mat, Hakan sits beside her, ensuring her safety as promised. Lucina expresses her gratitude, but Hakan playfully teases her, suggesting that she can thank him by kissing him again. Surprised, Lucina reacts, but Hakan was merely teasing her, prompting him to tell her to rest while he watches over her from outside. Hearing Hakan humming, Lucina wonders what brings him such happiness. Lucina awakens to the sensation on her forehead and opens her eyes to find Hakan tending to her fever by her side. As they arrive in Tayar, Lucina is in awe of the breathtaking Tayar castle. The people in Bryan had held misconceptions about the Tayar tribe, believing them to be primitive cave dwellers who subsist on wild animals. Turan opens the carriage door, assisting Lucina as she alights from the carriage. As she takes her first steps, a scent overwhelms her, causing dizziness. Hakan notices and firmly holds her arm, inquiring about her well-being. He explains that it takes time for humans with a strong earth energy to adjust to the scent of Tayar with a strong fire energy. The people of Tayar warmly welcome the return of their king, and seeing Hakan accompanied by a stranger, they are curious about Lucina's identity. The priest of Tayar greets them and, upon sensing Lucina's earth energy, suggests the need for her purification. But as the priest approaches her, she trembles in fear and quickly hides behind Hakan. Hakan reassures her that the priest's intentions are welcoming, not harmful. As the priest sprinkles holy water on her head during the purification ritual, Lucina feels as if the water also soothes her rash. Once the purification is complete, Hakan and Lucina are welcomed inside. Upon entering the castle, a woman rushes to greet Hakan and leans on him, expressing her joy at his long-awaited return. The woman named Garrett questions if Lucina is the captive brought from Brian and shows her displeasure. However, Hakan introduces Lucina as his bride, whom he took from Berg. Garrett is taken aback by this revelation. Expressing her discontent with Hakan's statement, she points out the yellowish hue on Lucina's dress, assuming it to be a symptom of a disease. Lucina clarifies that it's merely the faded color of her hair dye. As Hakan observes Lucina's hair, he wonders if her true hair color is silver. Hakan then assures Garrett that there's no cause for concern, but Garrett counters, stating that her worry is not for Lucina, but for Hakan himself. With an intense gaze, Garrett implies that Lucina may not be capable of shouldering the same obligation as she has done. As Lucina inquires about the obligations Garrett mentioned, Hakan deflects the question and suggests that she change her dress. He then commands Garrett to provide Lucina with a maid. An attendant named Titi is tasked with accompanying Lucina to the palace. Overhearing Titi mention the late queen to Garrett, Lucina speculates that Garrett might have been the wife of Hakan's deceased brother from a decade ago. Introducing herself as Lucina's personal maid, Tayar clarifies that the room they are in is not the queen's palace, since Lucina has not yet borne a descendant of Tayar's king. Lucina comprehends that the obligation Garrett referred to is the expectation for her to give birth. While changing her clothes, Lucina recalls the purifying holy water from before, which not only faded her hair dye, but also healed her rash. Curious, she asks Titi if it is possible to obtain the holy water again. After Titi leaves the room, a small bird enters and begins to speak, transforming into the elf Puka. Delighted by Puka's return, Lucina expresses her comfort in Tayar compared to Berg. However, Puka raises concerns about Lucina having a child with Hakan. Lucina admits her worries, but quickly dismisses the thought, deciding to think about it later. Just then, Titi returns with permission to use the holy water. Meanwhile, Hakan removes his armor while Tayar informs him that the Dragon Knight has returned from Berg Castle and carried out Hakan's orders. Tayar questions Hakan's decision to forgive Berg and refrain from seeking revenge on the Brian King. Hakan affirms his stance, but he has one matter to confirm. He reveals that a girl saved him 10 years ago and ponders if she might still reside near Berg. Before decimating the people in Brian, Hakan intends to rescue the girl first. He instructs Tayar to locate the girl before crushing Brian and also to investigate whether Lucina is truly Baroness Berg's daughter. Once Hakan assigns Tayar his tasks, he declares his intention to cleanse himself in the hot springs and states that he does not require a servant. In the hot spring, Lucina immerses herself in the purifying holy water, marveling at how it restores her hair to its natural color and heals her rash. Suddenly, she hears footsteps approaching and turns around to find Hakan entering. Lucina hastily conceals herself, fearing that Hakan might discover her presence. Hakan detects a presence behind him and turns around to discover someone hiding. Annoyed, He questions the person's identity and asserts that he does not require a servant. Fearing Hakan finds her, Lucina decides to conceal herself beneath the water. As Hakan approaches, Lucina attempts to swim away, prompting Hakan's impatience. He reaches out and grasps Lucina's arm just as she stumbles, preventing her from falling. Enchanted by Lucina's true appearance, Hakan marvels at the beauty before him. Captivated by her mesmerizing eyes, he confirms if she is indeed Lucina. Hakan ponders whether Lucina is the girl who saved him 10 years ago. But suddenly Lucina trembles in fear and begs for forgiveness. Feeling confused, Hakan quickly dons his bathrobe and drapes one over Lucina, reassuring her that no one will harm her. He also assures her that she has done nothing wrong and that he had mistaken her for someone else. Gently touching Lucina's cheek, Hakan apologizes for frightening her. He then pulls her closer, advising her not to reveal her vulnerability to others, as she will eventually become the queen of the palace after giving birth to Hakan's child. Hakan contemplates whether Lucina is truly the same person who saved him, as the girl was incredibly brave. Judging by the girl's appearance before, she didn't appear to be a noble's daughter. And if Lucina is indeed the girl, she must have already healed her own rash. Uncomfortable with the close proximity, Lucina requests permission to leave. However, Hakan suddenly embraces her from behind, tenderly carrying her in his arms and offering to escort her. Confused, Lucina inquires about their destination. With a mischievous grin, Hakan assures her that they are heading to their room and playfully asks if she is still afraid of him. Feeling overwhelmed, Lucina's heart races, leaving her speechless. The servants aid Lucina in getting ready. Titi admires Lucina's hair, while other servants express concern about her slim figure and question her ability to endure the first night with Hakan. Titi offers support to Lucina, boosting her self-assurance. Contemplating the servants' remarks, Lucina wonders if Hakan will cause her harm on their initial night together. As Lucina enters the room, Hakan becomes mesmerized by Lucina's beauty. He praises her hair, causing Lucina to blush as she receives such a compliment for the first time. In a soft voice, Hakan whispers in her ear, inquiring whether she would faint if he kissed her. Lucina shakes her head, indicating that she will be able to handle it. Drawing closer, Hakan gently kisses Lucina's lips. Noticing her gaze on his body, Hakan explains the significance of his tattoo and reassures her not to flee. He then asks if she desires to spend the night with him. As Hakan lays Lucina on the bed, she recalls the words of the servants earlier, wondering if Hakan will harm her. The fear of being hurt by him terrifies and shakes Lucina. Sensing her fear, Hakan stops and turns away, assuring her that he is not angry. Suddenly, Hakan asks if she wants to return to Berg. Lucina states that she doesn't want to go back, as she is now Hakan's wife. Stammering, she declares that she will give birth to his child and become the queen of Tayar. Hearing her words, Hakan asks if she understands the significance of being Tayar's queen. Lucina appears perplexed, and Hakan explains that it means she must be prepared to sacrifice her life for him and Tayar. Lucina is left speechless, contemplating the weight of those words. Hakan stands up, dons his robe, and states that he won't sleep with her until she is ready for it. He tells Lucina to rest and leaves her alone in the room. As Lucina and Titi pass by, they overhear the servants gossiping about Lucina being left alone in the room and Hakan not visiting her afterwards. The servants mention rumors of Hakan's impending marriage to Garrett, suggesting that Hakan has had feelings for Garrett since childhood. Lucina looks surprised upon hearing this revelation. While sitting alone in her room, Lucina contemplates the rumors she overheard, underestimating herself and comparing herself to Garrett. She wonders if Hakan, being attracted to a beautiful girl like Garrett, could never be interested in someone as pitiful as her. Suddenly, Titi barges in and informs Lucina that Hakan has returned to the palace. They set off to greet Hakan, but on their way, Garrett calls out to them from behind. Garrett remarks that she almost didn't recognize Lucina with her true appearance, and mocks Lucina, stating that Hakan must have been annoyed and left because Lucina speaks like a fool. Garrett grabs Lucina's arm, commenting on her skinny physique, and warning her that she will surely die if she sleeps with Hakan. Confused, Lucina asks Garrett to explain. Garrett reveals that Tayar's palace is the graveyard of women, and it's rare for a woman to survive after receiving the dragon's energy. She advises Lucina to leave if she wants to live. Suddenly, Hakan approaches from behind, noticing Garrett talking with Lucina. Garrett informs Hakan that she was just giving advice to Lucina and questions Hakan's choice of bride, warning that weak people like Lucina will only die in vain. Hakan thanks Garrett for her advice, but asserts that choosing his bride is his own concern. He calls Lucina to come with him. During their walk, Hakan explains to Lucina that he was busy and couldn't visit her. He asks if there's anything bothering her or if she has any questions for him. Lucina has many questions, but doesn't know where to start. Nervously, she asks about being the queen and its relation to her life. Hakan wonders if Lucina is still scared by his previous words. He clarifies that being the dragon's bride means she must be willing to risk her life, saying that from Lucina's perspective, Hakan may appear similar to King Brian. Lucina grabs Hakan's arm and claims that he is different, explaining that he is the one who listens to her. Hakan questions why no one listened to her, despite being the only daughter of Baron Berg. Lucina admits that it's because she speaks like a fool. Hakan touches her hair and remarks that the people of Berg are strange. He kisses her hair and tells her that if he had a beautiful daughter like her, he would cherish her and listen to whatever she says. Suddenly, a guard informs Hakan that Adar is missing, prompting Hakan to apologize to Lucina and says he must go now. While seeing Hakan's off, Lucina is still flattered by the compliment Hakan gave her earlier, causing her to blush. Studying her reflection in the mirror, Lucina is overwhelmed by Hakan's compliment on her beauty, experiencing it for the first time in her life. Suddenly, she remembers Garrett's words about not being able to survive after receiving the dragon's energy, and Hakan's explanation about the risks involved in becoming a mate of the dragon race. Still uncertain about the meaning behind those words, Lucina turns to Titi and asks her to explain what receiving the dragon's energy entails. Tayar hesitates at first, unsure if she should reveal this information to Lucina since Hakan hasn't informed her yet. Eventually, she clarifies that it means becoming pregnant and giving birth to a healthy child for the dragon race. Lucina inquires if she will die after giving birth, to which Titi reluctantly responds that it's common because it's not an easy task to give birth to a strong child of the dragon race. Lucina wonders if Garrett believed she would immediately die due to her slender physique. Titi further elaborates that whoever gives birth to the king's child becomes a queen since it's a challenging endeavor. Garrett herself was once a lowly maid from a humble background, but became a queen after giving birth to the late king's child. Lucina realizes that all she needs to do is have a baby, and her background won't matter anymore. Meanwhile, Hakan pays a visit to his mother, Adar, who's lying on her bed. Hakan assumes that Adar sought him out because he had been away at war, and she was concerned about losing her remaining son. Adar, Hakan's mother, once a revered queen, celebrated for giving birth to 2 sons of the dragon race and receiving the blessings of the fire god, has since succumbed to madness. Consumed by grief over the loss of her beloved son, the late king and Hakan's brother, 10 years ago, she has refused to accept reality and give him a proper burial. Adar fears that his body will be taken away, and thus, her son has been preserved in a sacred cave, where she believes he will awaken and open his eyes. Hakan returns to the main palace, where Tayar questions why he didn't go to Lucina's place. Hakan replies that he's not in the mood at the moment, causing Tayar to raise his voice and urge Hakkan to consider Garrett instead if he has no interest in Lucina. Tayar expresses concern about the bloodline of the guardian dragon coming to an end if Hakkan doesn't have a child. Hakkan asserts that he has already chosen his mate. However, Tayar elaborates, explaining that due to the difficulty of conceiving a child of the dragon race, the late king spent his life with numerous women until he finally had a child with Garrett. Tayar advises Hakkan to follow the same path. Hakkan, infuriated by Tayar's suggestion, raises his voice and confronts Tayar, accusing him of suggesting that Hakkan should witness countless women's deaths, stating fiercely that he could never do such a thing. Tayar questions why Hakkan doesn't consider remarrying Garrett, emphasizing that she has already given birth to a child of the dragon race, making her chances of success the second time around quite high. As Tayar speaks, Hakkan's mind drifts back to his childhood memories when his brother showed him how much he loved Garrett. Hakkan expresses his dislike for Garrett and lets out a sigh, pondering why the dragon race must take so many women's lives to conceive a child. Tayar explains that the dragon race serves as guardians, keeping Tayar in peace by instilling fear in the Brian people with their fiery nature. Tayar reminds Hakkan of his duty as the king and urges him to go to Lucina. However, Hakkan worries about Lucina's well-being, recalling her as his savior every time he sees her. Meanwhile, Titi bursts into Lucina's room, informing her that Hakkan is on his way to see her. Surprised by the news, Lucina watches as Hakkan enters the room with a flushed face, carrying 2 glasses and a bottle of wine, and asks if she is still awake. Approaching Lucina, Hakkan compliments her beauty and asks if she felt sad when he didn't visit. Seeing Lucina blush, Hakkan suddenly kisses her. As they share the kiss, Lucina feels a warm sensation and nervously asks for more, which prompts Hakkan to inquire if she is no longer afraid of him. Lucina, wrapping her arms around Hakkan's neck, kisses him in response. While they continue kissing, Hakkan carries Lucina to the bed and places her there. Seeking reassurance, Hakkan asks if Lucina is now prepared to risk her life for him and Tayar. As Lucina ponders her response, she abruptly asks Hakkan if she is pretty. Drawing closer to Lucina, Hakkan assures her that she is indeed beautiful. However, the rumors about Hakkan and Garrett suddenly flood Lucina's mind, and she asks Hakkan if he also has feelings for Garrett. Confused by her question, Hakkan wonders what she means, emphasizing that he is with Lucina now. Lucina, feeling nervous, continues to mention Garrett and her doubts about Hakkan's feelings. Annoyed by the topic, Hakkan warns Lucina that he will leave if she keeps bringing up Garrett. Believing that Hakkan didn't deny it, Lucina expresses her belief that Garrett is prettier than her. This statement infuriates Hakkan, who angrily questions if Lucina truly wants him to go. Disappointed, Hakkan leaves Lucina, stating that she should simply tell him if she doesn't want to be his bride, instead of provoking his anger. Lucina is left unable to properly articulate her thoughts, feeling bewildered by the situation. Days later, Garrett's servants inform her that Hakkan has not visited Lucina's room since their last encounter. Assuming that Lucina must be frightened of Hakkan, Garrett feels a sense of arrogance, believing that Hakkan will soon lose interest in Lucina because he dislikes cowardly women. Encouraged by her loyal servants, who are aware of Hakkan's admiration for Garrett since childhood, but acknowledges that he suppressed his feelings due to his brother, Garrett confidently asserts her position. Reflecting on her past encounters with Hakkan, particularly the times she caught him stealing glances at her, only for him to blush and shy away when she looked back, Garrett is convinced that Hakkan will eventually come to her and choose her as his mate. She firmly declares that she will not allow anyone but herself to be with Hakkan. Feeling remorseful about her previous interactions with Hakkan, Lucina regrets not expressing her true feelings, and instead provoking his anger. Realizing that she needs to change her approach, Lucina turns to Titi for assistance, seeking guidance on how to rectify the situation. Titi is taken aback by Lucina's request to help her improve her speech. Surprised but willing to assist, Titi suggests practicing with her to enhance Lucina's speaking skills. Emphasizing the importance of avoiding stammering while talking, Tai opens up about her own background to create a comfortable environment for Lucina to communicate. However, their practice is interrupted when a servant knocks on the door, informing Lucina that Garrett has summoned her. Inside the Queen's palace, Titi encourages Lucina to apply their practice techniques. Garrett explains that she called Lucina to present her with a suit for an upcoming royal event. The suit happens to be black, which traditionally symbolizes mourning in Brian. Lucina is curious if the symbolism differs in Tayar, but then confirmed by Titi's question to Garrett about the suit's resemblance to a funeral outfit. Garrett clarifies that she personally selected the suit for Lucina because she noticed Lucina's avoidance of the king of Tayar and her longing for her homeland. By gifting her the suit, Garrett intends for Lucina to convey to the king her desire to leave Tayar soon. Additionally, Garrett expresses her pity for Lucina and insists that she accept this gesture of honesty. Titi can't help but worry about Lucina wearing the black suit, concerned that it may create a misunderstanding for Hakan, making him think that Lucina blames him for the deaths in Berg. Lucina herself is anxious, fearing that Hakan will interpret her attire as a desire to return to Berg. However, their conversation is interrupted by a voice calling out to Lucina. It's Adar, whose identity remains unknown to both Lucina and Titi, as they are both new to the palace. Adar notices Lucina wearing the black suit and assumes she is mourning someone. Lucina clarifies that she is wearing it for the royal party. In return for helping fix the suit, Adar requests food. Meanwhile, Garrett and her servant are informed of Adar's arrival and entry into the palace. Believing that Adar will visit Lucina, Garrett insists on escorting her back and instructs the servants not to inform the king. After satisfying her hunger, Adar begins working on fixing the suit. Lucina and Titi express their concern as they watch Adar cut the fabric. However, Adar reassures them to trust her, promising that she will make Lucina stand out in the suit. Garrett observes them from the partially open door and then departs. Lucina feels a sense of embarrassment as she covers herself with a cloth. Titi tries to remove the cloth, remarking that the suit looks much better now. As the cloth falls away, Lucina's beauty is revealed, and the suit fits her perfectly. The royal party has commenced. Hakan inquires about Lucina from his guard, but suddenly Garrett intervenes, suggesting that Lucina might feel uncomfortable around Hakan, and may be avoiding him due to her fear. Sensing Hakan's displeasure, Garrett offers to perform a dance for him. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Lucina and Titi are denied entry to the party. The guard informs them that Lucina cannot enter because she is not wearing the suit from the late queen. Titi explains that it is the same suit with a slight modification. Following Garrett's instructions, the guard blocks their entry and forcefully pushes Titi, causing both Titi and Lucina to fall to the ground. The guard believes that he doesn't need to treat Lucina kindly, assuming Hakkan mistreats her as well. Suddenly, a bird, Puka, flies nearby. Noticing the bird, Lucina hopes for assistance from Puka, while Hakan, with a flushed face from drinking wine, watches Garrett's dance performance in front of him. He reminisces about his childhood with his brother, Rakan, when he idolized Rakan, who was a great knight that unified Tayar's tribes to form a single kingdom and earned the title of the king. Rakan was loved and respected by all, and Hakan admired everything that belonged to Rakan: his weapons, his wife, and even the throne. Hakan imagined himself in Rakan's position, possessing everything Rakan had. He believes it is his karma for his ambitious desires, as Rakan died protecting him. Even in his dying moments, Rakan expressed his desire to see Garrett. After the loss of the king, Hakan was forced to produce an heir, and Tayar suggested Garrett as his mate. However, as Hakan was about to sleep with Garrett, he remembered Raken's love for Garrett and told her she didn't have to do it since her love belonged to Hakan. Garrett surprised Hakan by embracing him from behind and confessing her love for Hakan as a man, stating that Raken was her love as a king. Shocked by her words, Hakan was assured by Garrett that she wanted to become queen again. These memories leave Hakan feeling dizzy. Suddenly, he catches a glimpse of silver hair. It's Lucina, captivating with her stunning appearance, standing before Hakan. Flustered by Lucina's presence, Hakan believes she is an angel descending from the moon, and seeing her causes his dizziness to vanish instantly. Previously, Puka had cleverly distracted the guard, allowing Lucina and Titi to sneak into the party unnoticed. Summoning her bravery and recalling her training with Titi, Lucina approaches Hakan gracefully and greets him. Taken aback, Hakan wonders if the girl before him is truly the same Lucina he once knew. Collecting himself, Hakan remarks that Lucina seems to be late. However, before Lucina can explain, Titi comes to her aid, explaining to Hakan that they encountered a problem earlier. This prompts Hakan to approach Lucina closely, inspecting her arm and noticing a bruise. Concerned, he asks Titi what happened to Lucina, and Titi explains that the guard prevented them from entering due to Lucina not wearing the given attire. Outraged, Hakan demands an explanation, and Titi mentions the late queen, causing Garrett to react with shock. Without hesitation, Garrett slaps the guard, asserting that the suit she gave Lucina is the correct one, and feigns care for Lucina's well-being. Garrett then apologizes to Hakan, clarifying the misunderstanding and offering to handle the guard. However, Hakan insists that Garrett need not intervene and commands Tayar to give him his sword. Approaching the guard, Hakan unsheathes his sword, declaring that the guard had the audacity to harm his wife and disrespect the king of Tayar, tarnishing the kingdom's name. He proclaims that such crimes must be paid for with the guard's life. Witnessing this, Lucina assures Hakan that she is unharmed. As Hakan drapes his cape around Lucina, he assures her that within the castle, nobody can touch her except for him. Drawing Lucina closer, Hakan explains that anyone who disrespects her also disrespects the king, and disloyalty will result in their lives being forfeit. Terrified, the guard kneels and pleads for forgiveness, begging Garrett to intervene. Reluctantly, Garrett asks Hakan if executing the guard during the party is truly necessary. Hakan responds coldly, questioning whether it was Garrett's order to prevent Lucina from attending the party. Taken aback, Garrett realizes that she had mistakenly assumed Hakan had lost interest in Lucina. Now, she contemplates how to adapt to the current circumstances. Maintaining a smile, Garrett claims that she would never do such a thing to Hakan's chosen woman. She accuses the guard of arrogance, asserting that he mistakenly interpreted her orders, and encourages Hakan to proceed with the punishment. Hakan then instructs Lucina to close her eyes and ears, urging her to stay back as he carries out the execution. He orders another guard to dispose of the body in the Valley of Fire. Turning to Lucina, Hakan carries her and proclaims that the party is over, as he intends to take Lucina with him, instructing others not to interfere. As Hakan carries Lucina, who still has her ears covered and eyes closed, he instructs her to open her eyes and ears. Curious, Hakan asks if Lucina was scared, to which she admits she was, but expresses her gratitude for his actions. Flattered, Hakan apologizes to Lucina for raising his voice during their previous encounter. He explains that he had intended to apologize earlier, but didn't know how to express himself, leading to the delay. He also apologizes for not keeping his promise to visit her frequently. In reality, Hakan was apprehensive about visiting Lucina and apologizing because he feared that revealing the possibility of her death after spending the night with him would make her resent him and long to return to Berg. He dreaded the thought of losing her forever, causing him to postpone the visit. Suddenly, Lucina interrupts, apologizing for talking foolishly and annoying Hakkan. She explains that she wanted to see Hakkan and apologize, but her fear of making the same mistake held her back. Gently placing her down, Hakkan reassures Lucina that he doesn't want to scare her, and if she feels scared, he will take her back to her palace. He tells her not to worry about making him angry and encourages her to do as she pleases. Hearing this, Lucina grasps Hakkan's clothes, expressing her desire to be with him. However, she admits that she's unsure if she's mentally prepared to die for him yet. She eagerly wants to learn everything about Hakkan first, as it will help her determine her readiness to make that sacrifice. Lucina's words leave Hakkan stunned, but he laughs and gently caresses her face. He agrees with her sentiments, acknowledging the need to truly understand each other before making such commitments. They then proceed to Hakkan's room. Once inside, Hakkan compliments Lucina's beauty, confessing that his eyes were solely fixed on her when she entered the party. Drawing closer to her ear, he requests that she never wears the suit again, as he dislikes others seeing her in it. Hakkan's face draws nearer to hers, and as Hakkan gently wraps his arm around Lucina's waist, she flinches, causing Hakkan to inquire if his touch bothers her. Lucina quickly clarifies that it's not that she dislikes it, but that she simply wishes to talk with him today. Seeing her response, Hakkan laughs and assures her that he understands. He then retrieves glasses and a bottle of Tayar's wine, pouring it into each glass. Hakkan invites Lucina to sit and asks what she would like to know about him. Lucina hesitates, but remains determined, having practiced with Titi. She swiftly drinks the wine and asks Hakkan's current age. While pouring another glass for Lucina, Hakkan responds that according to human age, he is now 29. Lucina recalls Titi's advice on getting closer to someone by sharing likes and dislikes, so she inquires about Hakkan's likes. Hakkan playfully teases her, stating that he likes Lucina. Lucina clarifies that she meant his hobbies or preferred food. Finishing her drink once more, Hakkan remarks that Lucina must be fond of wine and pours her another glass. As Lucina drinks, she marvels at the delicate taste and different color of Tayar's wine, finding it relaxing. Moving closer to Lucina, Hakkan expresses his interest in getting to know her better and suggests playing a game. As Hakkan pours the wine into Lucina's glass, he proposes a game where they can choose to answer a question or take a sip of wine if they prefer not to answer. It's Hakkan's turn to ask the first question, and he inquires about the specific type of man Lucina likes, whether it's someone intelligent, physically fit, wealthy, or sweet and romantic. Lucina contemplates his question, realizing that all the qualities she likes are already present in Hakkan. However, feeling a bit embarrassed to admit it directly to him, she opts to drink the wine instead of answering. Now it's Lucina's turn, and she poses the same question to Hakkan, asking him about the kind of woman he prefers. Hakkan responds by saying he admires a woman who isn't afraid of him and loves him for who he truly is, rather than just seeing him as a king. Hakkan then declares that it's his turn to ask a question. He wonders if Lucina is genuinely skilled at conversation, or if her quietness stems from being in an unfamiliar environment. Lucina reveals that she has been practicing with Titi to improve her communication skills, because she wants to be able to share everything with Hakkan without sounding foolish. Hakkan commends her determination and affectionately pats her head, expressing his admiration for her efforts to change what she feels she cannot do through practice. He muses that perhaps Lucina was once a brave girl, but became shy and frightened due to past traumas. Reflecting on their past conversation, Hakkan suddenly inquires if Lucina was physically abused by her family during her childhood, and subsequently ran away from the castle. Lucina finds it difficult to answer, fearing that if she reveals the truth, Hakkan might develop contempt for her. Sensing that it is now her turn to ask a question, She informs Hakan that his query is invalid since it's her chance to ask. Hakan chuckles and apologizes for the confusion. Lucina proceeds to ask what Hakan thinks of her. Hakan responds by expressing his fondness for her, stating that the more he gets to know her, the more his affection grows. He assures her that he has no intention of hurting her, emphasizing his desire to make Lucina his queen and spend the rest of his life by her side. Drawing his face closer to hers, Hakan confesses his wish to be with her every night and inquires about Lucina's feelings. After some hesitation, Lucina admits that she is indeed afraid, but doesn't harbor any hatred towards him. She explains that her reservations stem from feeling embarrassed as Hakan possesses such a striking figure, and she worries that he might treat other women the same way. She implores him to only have eyes for her. Flattered by Lucina's words, Hakan blushes and takes hold of her hand. As he draws his face nearer, he kisses her. Holding her in his arms, Hakan asks her to promise that she won't engage in similar actions with other men. While contemplating whether to disclose the truth to Lucina, Hakan ultimately decides to reveal the secret of the Tayar's tribe, specifically about the guardian dragon who possesses the most potent fire energy. He explains that women from other tribes cannot withstand this energy, resulting in numerous deaths during pregnancies or childbirth, with some even perishing during intimacy. Initially, Hakan had no intention of sharing this truth, as he planned to eliminate all the people from Berg. However, as his feelings for Lucina grew, he became afraid that if she discovered the truth, she would flee from him. Acknowledging his cowardice in concealing the truth, Hakan apologizes to her, assuring her that he won't harm her and would even return her to Berg if she desires. But as Hakan is about to inquire if she is willing to take the risk and potentially sacrifice herself for him, he realizes that Lucina has been snoring all along. Calling her name, he confirms that she has been fast asleep throughout his revelation. Tenderly placing Lucina on the bed, Hakan covers her with a blanket and kisses her forehead. The following day, Garrett's servants inform her that Lucina and Hakan spent the entire night together in Hakan's bedroom, and it is speculated that they engaged in intimacy, marking the first time a woman has ever stayed overnight in Hakan's room. Upon hearing this news, Garrett expresses her displeasure. As the sun's rays burst into the room, Lucina finds herself in the midst of a dream, where a large apple awaits her bite. Just as she opens her mouth, she abruptly awakens, startled to see Hakan sleeping beside her. A throbbing headache overwhelms her, and she recalls the events of the previous night when she engaged in conversation and shared wine with Hakan. Observing Hakan's peaceful slumber, she cautiously slips out of the bed and makes her way to the door. Outside the room, Titi and Taran anxiously await, concerned about Lucina's well-being. To their surprise, Lucina emerges from the door, remarking that she feels as if she's on the verge of death. Titi and Taran rush to her side, eagerly inquiring about her condition. Lucina implores Titi not to shout, explaining that her head is pounding with pain. Worried, Titi asks if Lucina is injured, to which Lucina replies that it feels like being stabbed and that she's having difficulty walking. Taran, unable to believe that Hakan could leave Lucina unable to walk properly, expresses his disbelief. Meanwhile, Titi asks if this has happened multiple times before. Confused by the question, Lucina assumes Titi is referring to the wine she consumed and admits to having done it 3 or 4 times. Upon hearing this, Taran and Titi burst into tears of joy, relieved that Lucina has survived despite engaging in intimate moments multiple times. Still feeling dizzy and unable to speak much, Lucina requests some water. Titi guides Lucina while Taran calls out to Titi, urging her to take care of Lucina as she carries the seed of the Tayar lineage. In his room, Hakan finds himself humming joyfully. Taran enters, assuming that Hakan has had a delightful night that has left him glowing with happiness. Intrigued by Taran's remark, Hakan playfully asks if he is handsome, recalling Lucina's words from the previous night when she had complimented his look. Turan is left speechless, witnessing Hakan's confident assertion that among all the dragons, he possesses the most captivating physique. Seeking clarification, Turan asks if Lucina had indeed made such comments to Hakan, to which Hakan bashfully nods, confessing that Lucina was simply amazing during their time together. Hakan declares that Lucina was as stunning as the moon goddess herself and as courageous as a valiant knight. Misinterpreting Hakan's words, Turan congratulates him and enthusiastically suggests that they now need to patiently await Lucina's pregnancy. Hakan, caught off guard by Turan's early arrival, curiously questions the reason for his presence. Turan proceeds to deliver the information Hakan had requested, disclosing the existence of 2 additional women in Berg with striking silver eyes and hair, apart from Lucina. Sadly, one of them had succumbed to illness, while the other, an orphan, had been taken to the temple in Brian. Turan speculates that the latter might be Hakan's savior and have been whisked away due to the revelation of her unique powers. Hakan's mind races as he confirms that Lucina is just similar to the girl who saved him. Turan goes on to reveal a startling truth. Baroness Berg is not Lucina's biological mother. Although Lucina is indeed Baron Berg's daughter, her birth mother was a renowned prostitute, whose exquisite beauty had captivated King Brian. However, the whereabouts of Lucina's biological mother remain unknown. Turan further explains that Lucina was subjected to harsh treatment from an early age, enduring countless wounds on her face. Astonishingly, it appears that Lucina was treated even worse than a mere servant. Upon hearing the shocking revelation, Hakan's heart fills with sadness. Finally understanding why Lucina always appears fearful. Empathizing with her pain, Hakan implores Turan to maintain the utmost secrecy regarding this revelation, emphasizing that he himself will pretend to be unaware of it as well. Although such matters may not hold much significance in Tayar, where the priority lies in Lucina's ability to bear the dragon race, Hakan takes into account Lucina's emotions and fears the disgrace she would face if her background were exposed. He vows to shield her from further suffering and devotes himself to her happiness. Turan, sensing Hakan's concern, offers an apology for his audacity and raises another pressing matter. The officials are inquiring about the proper burial of the late king alongside their ancestors in Mezarlik. Additionally, they claim that Adar has insulted the deceased king, and this situation could spell trouble for Adar. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Hakan turns away, but not before Turan informs him that Lucina is currently at the hot spring. Turan suggests that Hakan join her there, as it could be a chance for relaxation and a further conversation with Lucina. Blushing with a hint of shyness, Hakan agrees, realizing he still has more to discuss with her. Entering the hot spring, Hakan scans the surroundings, searching for Lucina's presence. Hakan discovers Lucina with Titty, who is gently brushing her hair. Startled by Hakan's presence, Lucina happily greets him. Apologizing for falling asleep abruptly the previous night, Lucina rushes towards Hakan, and he assures her with a smile that it's all right, as he enjoyed watching her peaceful slumber. Noticing Lucina's damp hair, Hakan offers to help her dry it. Titty promptly hands him a towel and informs them that she will wait outside. Hakan takes a seat and invites Lucina to join him. Confused as the only chair is occupied, Lucina hesitates until Hakan kindly offers his lap. Nervously, Lucina sits on Hakan's lap as he dries her hair with the towel. Curious about her well-being after getting drunk the previous night, Hakan inquires, and Lucina explains that she feels better after immersing herself in the hot spring. Tenderly tilting Lucina's chin, Hakan shares his experience with Tayar's wine, noting its sweet taste but also the subsequent morning headache. Drawing her closer to his chest, Hakan compares the wine to Lucina, confessing that even though he saw her all night, the moment she disappeared from his sight, he already missed her, making him crave her presence throughout the day. Overwhelmed by Hakkan's words, Lucina impulsively kisses him and confesses her reciprocated feelings. Wondering if Lucina's suffering in Berg led her to easily give her heart to someone who took her to an unfamiliar place, Hakkan resolves to make Lucina endure more. He then invites her to his room later that night, as he has something important to share with her. Hakkan and Lucina stroll back from the hot spring together. Spotting Tayar, Hakkan admires Titty's efforts in helping Lucina regain her ability to speak, and rewards her with a golden coin as a token of appreciation. Titty is taken aback and expresses her gratitude to Hakkan. Hakkan then informs Titty that he and Lucina will be having dinner together in his room tonight, hoping to make it a regular occurrence. Tenderly kissing Lucina's hand, Hakkan bids her farewell and looks forward to seeing her later. Meanwhile, in the Queen's palace, Garrett's servants relay the news of Hakkan inviting Lucina for nightly dinners in his chamber. They also inform Garrett that the officials have decided to bury the late king in Mezalik, indicating that Garrett will be moving out of the palace soon. Pondering the prospect of letting Lucina take over her position without resistance, Garrett surprises her servants by ordering them to summon Gile immediately. A man with long hair bows respectfully before Garrett, addressing her as the late queen. Another beautiful man, called as Gile, has been summoned by Garrett for an unknown purpose. Within her palace, Garrett and Gile engage in a crucial deliberation. Compelled to seek Gile's aid, she elucidates the dire circumstances. The priests have determined a date for Hakan's body transfer to Mezarlik, igniting uncertainty about her own position in the queen's domain should Hakan depart. Gile visibly displays discomfort with the notion. Expanding upon the situation, Garrett unveils the tragic fate that befell Hakan and their children at the hands of the Dragon Slayer. She expresses profound concern that Hakan's potential offspring with Lucina could spell her utter downfall. Resorting to blackmail, she paints a grim picture for Gile, implying the likeness of his sister's descent into a fate akin to the old Adar. Gile hesitates in responding, but ultimately proposes that his sister consider accepting the condition, mindful of their humble origins and the subsequent opulence they have enjoyed since their ascent from poverty to the palace. Enraged by the suggestion, Garrett's fury reaches its peak as she hurls the cup at Gile, venting her anger towards him. The mere thought that her own brother would propose retreat is inconceivable to her. Approaching Gile, Garrett gently touches his chin, evoking memories of their impoverished past and Gile's reliance solely on his physical attractiveness, plagued by illness. She reminds him of her tireless efforts to care for him, even going so far as to purchase books he desired to read, ensuring he had no regrets in life. Asserting that she undertook these actions so he would not perish with remorse, she questions why he refuses to repay her now. Reminding him of his previous pledge to repay her kindness, recalling his words that he would do anything to assist her, Garrett expresses her belief in Gile's promises. She credits him for eliminating her competitors, allowing her to ascend to the throne. Gripping Gile's hair, she demands to know why he has betrayed her at this crucial juncture. Raising her voice, she questions why he no longer supports her as he once did, given that his abilities have played a significant role in securing her position. As Gile attempts to explain his reasons, he is plagued by coughs and tremors. Concerned by his coughing, Garrett inquires if his heart condition has worsened. Gile reveals that his heart ailment exacerbates each time he utilizes black magic, as it is a side effect of his powers. However, Garrett asserts that his heart was already ailing long before that, accusing Gile of using his illness as an excuse to avoid meeting her ever since she became queen. She laments that even now, on the brink of losing her position, Gile still employs that justification to evade helping her. She persistently blackmails Gile, recounting the hardships of their shared childhood, and insinuating that he prioritizes himself over her. Suppressing his pain, Gile beseeches her to indicate how he can aid her. With a smirk adorning her face, Garrett turns to Gile. In Tarkin's room, a sumptuous feast awaits on the table. Engrossed in his own thoughts, Tarkin practices conversing with himself, contemplating how to approach Lucina, and requests that she bear his child. Frustration engulfs him as his efforts seem in vain. Unexpectedly, Lucina materializes before him, catching him off guard. Her captivating presence leaves Tarkin blushing with delight at her long-awaited arrival. He graciously invites Lucina to take a seat, anxiously inquiring if the food pleases her palate. Seemingly out of nowhere, Lucina embraces Hakan, entwining her arms around his neck and planting a gentle kiss on his lips. After their tender exchange, Lucina confesses that she missed him. Hakan playfully teases her, noting that they had already met earlier in the day, prompting Lucina to clarify that it is now nighttime. Impressed by Lucina's eloquent expression of her feelings, Hakan jests whether she had rehearsed those words as well. With a soft gaze, Hakan reveals that there is something he needs to disclose to her, piquing Lucina's curiosity. However, their conversation is abruptly interrupted by the forceful swing of the door as a frantic guard rushes in, informing Hakan of a pressing issue. Catching his breath, the guard relays the news that Adar has once again descended into madness. Startled by this sudden revelation, Hakan and Lucina are taken aback, seeking further details. As the guard explains Adar's disruptive behavior, insisting on retaining Raken's lifeless body, Hakan rises from his seat, prepared to depart. He apologizes to Lucina, explaining that he must leave immediately, assuring her they will continue their conversation later. Left in a state of confusion, Lucina wonders what is happening right now. As Lucina makes her way back to her chamber, a sense of unease overtakes her. Tiddy, following closely behind, attempts to reassure her. Noticing a figure passing by nearby, Tiddy speculates if it could be Gile. This prompts Lucina to halt and inquire about Gile's identity. Tiddy explains that Gile is Garrett's younger brother, renowned among the ladies for his extraordinary beauty, surpassing even that of the late queen. Tiddy expresses concern, wondering if something has happened to Gile, while Gile, gasping for breath, suddenly succumbs to pain and collapses. Witnessing this shocking sight, both Titi and Lucina are taken aback. Lucina quickly rushes to Gile's side, realizing that his heart has ceased beating. She realizes the urgent need to heal Gile, fearing the consequences if her abilities were to be discovered by others. Struggling with her decision, Lucina resolves to assist Gile. Instructing Titi to seek help, she promises to stay by Gile's side. Lucina carefully surveys her surroundings, ensuring there is no one nearby. Without delay, she places her hand on Gile's body, channeling her healing abilities. As Lucina tends to the unconscious Gile, she observes that his illness has reached an advanced stage, wondering if it will require multiple healing sessions. Throughout the process, Gile experiences intense sensations, as if his heart is being tightly squeezed, perceiving it as a penance for fulfilling his sister's desires. However, a sudden influx of moonlight engulfs his heart, seemingly washing away his sins. Startled, Gile opens his eyes in disbelief. Lucina, barely visible to him, inquires if he is awake. Overwhelmed, Gile wonders if Lucina possesses saintly powers. Gile sits up, realizes the absence of pain and questions what has transpired, as he believed his heart had stopped beating and anticipated his impending demise. Turning to Lucina, he asks if she was the one who healed him. Lucina, taken aback by his inquiry, swiftly devises an explanation, stating that she merely found him unconscious on the ground. Gile contemplates the severity of his illness, which had proven resistant to various medications, yet Lucina effortlessly cured him, leaving him astounded. Suddenly, Gile tightly grasps Lucina's hand, urgently questioning if she possesses healing powers. Lucina is rendered speechless, her mind racing with concern that her secret ability has been uncovered. Gillet assumes that Lucina hails from Brian, a land known for its individuals endowed with holy powers capable of reviving the dead. Clutching Lucina's shoulders, he insists on knowing if she employed such powers on him. Sensing the danger of the situation, Lucina cautiously retreats, freeing herself from Gillet's grip. She denies his assumptions, asserting that she merely stayed by his side, waiting for someone else to provide assistance. Expressing genuine worry for his well-being, she dismisses any notion of possessing extraordinary abilities. Gillet, however, remains convinced that only the holy powers of Brian's priests could have healed his illness so effortlessly. Puzzled by this revelation, as he was unaware that Hakkan's betrothed possessed such powers, Gillet begins to suspect that Lucina is concealing her true abilities. He probes further, questioning why she would waste her extraordinary gift, suggesting that she could lead a life of freedom anywhere in the world, far from the constraints of being the dragon's mate. He then implores Lucina to escape with him, extending a helping hand in her endeavor. His thoughts drift toward a wicked desire for a life, devoid of suffering, envisioning it alongside Lucina. He reassures her, urging Lucina to flee with him and promising to assist her in their shared pursuit of liberation. Nevertheless, Lucina resolutely declares her desire to remain by Hakkan's side, driven by her determination to become the queen. Unyielding, Gillet persists in his efforts, warning Lucina about the peril she would face by carrying a guardian dragon's child. He raises his voice in excruciating pain that would engulf her entire being. Perplexed, Lucina seeks clarification, urging Gillet to explain the meaning behind his words. Pausing briefly, Gillet's expression transforms into a sly smirk as he probes Lucina, insinuating that Hakkan has been concealing the truth from her all along. In another wing of the palace, Adar brandishes an arrow, threatening to kill anyone who dares to approach Raken's lifeless body. The guards tremble in fear, recognizing the black arrow as the very weapon that claimed the dragon's life, the same arrow that now symbolizes Raken's demise. Despite her trembling state, Adar adamantly insists that Raken is merely slumbering, convinced that he will awaken once more. Rushing to his mother's side, Hakkan calls out to her, desperately attempting to pacify her escalating emotions. He pleads with Adar to let go of her attachment to Raken. However, Adar's fury intensifies abruptly, accusing Hakkan of being the one responsible for Raken's death. Hakkan is stunned, devastated to hear such accusations from his own mother. As he sinks into despair, the other guards frantically attempt to reason with Adar, reminding her that Raken fell victim to the Dragonslayer's attack. Yet, still consumed by rage, Adar lunges closer, proclaiming that it was Hakkan's actions that led to Raken's demise, and expressing her desire for him to perish as well. As Lucina's mind races with doubts about Hakkan's honesty, Gillet provides further explanation. He reveals that women who become mates to guardian dragons experience excruciating pain and often meet a tragic end, with only a fortunate few surviving by sheer luck. When these women become pregnant, the majority of them suffer from deadly agony that ultimately claims their lives. Gillet also speculates that Hakkan brought Lucina, a woman from Brian, as his bride to prevent causing harm and death among his own people in Tayar. Accusing Hakkan of concealing the truth, Gillet suggests that Hakkan's intentions were to avoid complicating the situation. Lucina's disappointment deepens upon hearing these revelations from Gillet, who reassures her that she should not misinterpret Hakkan's intentions and actions towards her. The situation escalates as Adar plunges the black arrow into Hakkan's chest, intensifying the tension. Alongside the guards restraining Adar to prevent further harm, one of them calls for a priest to prepare holy water for Hakkan, expressing concern for his well-being. Despite the pain he endures, Hakkan remains stunned by his mother's actions, as she continues to demand his death. Reflecting on his childhood, Hakan recalls a time when Adar, his mother, urged him to emulate his brother Hakan, believing it would bring her solace. Adar affectionately patted Hakan's head, but when Hakan confidently declared that Hakan could replace him in battle, Adar admonished him for speaking such words to a child. Adar conveyed that Hakan and Hakan were not the same, emphasizing Hakan's role as the great king who unified Tayar. The young Hakan heard those words and experienced a mixture of sadness. In the present, the priest tends to Hakan's wound, reassured that it is not severe. Hakan then rises to his feet and departs, requesting to be alone and instructing that no one follow him. Meanwhile, tears stream down Lucina's face as she contemplates the words spoken by Garrett. With a determined effort, she wipes away her tears and gathers her courage, resolving to confront Hakan directly. However, Garrett remains skeptical, doubting that Hakan will reveal the truth, considering he was the one who took Lucina away from Brian. Undeterred, Lucina firmly asserts that she cannot place her trust in Garrett, someone she has only met once, and there is a possibility that he is attempting to deceive her. With that, she turns away from Garrett and walks away, leaving him behind. As Hakan walks alone towards his chamber, he suddenly pauses upon hearing Lucina call out his name. Lucina, gasping for breath, informs Hakan that she has something to ask him. However, her attention is quickly drawn to the scar on Hakan's chest, and she expresses her concern for his well-being. Avoiding eye contact, Hakan turns his face away and informs Lucina that he is not in a state to talk at the moment. Tenderly, he places his hand on Lucina's shoulder and advises her to leave and save their conversation for later. Refusing to back down, Lucina firmly grasps Hakan's arm and urges him to wait, insisting on tending to his wound. But as her hand approaches Hakan's injury, he intercepts it, firmly telling Lucina to stop. He states with determination that he doesn't wish to speak right now. However, Lucina remains resolute, unwilling to let him go. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Hakan commands Lucina to leave. Startled and rendered speechless, Lucina watches as Hakan walks away, leaving her behind. Feeling a sense of sadness and disappointment, Lucina sits outside, seeking solace with Titi by her side. Titi attempts to reassure Lucina, advising her not to worry excessively about Hakan. However, Lucina expresses her desire to be alone and requests that Titi leave her be. Titi feels a pang of sadness, but assures Lucina that she can be called upon any time if needed. Left alone, Lucina contemplates the jumble of thoughts swirling within her mind. Suddenly, she hears someone inquire if she has considered their suggestion. It's Garrett, ascending the stairs and approaching Lucina. Judging by her expression, Garrett assumes that Lucina and Hakan haven't had a proper conversation. Garrett takes a seat beside Lucina and questions why she has concealed her ability until now. However, Lucina keeps her face hidden, persistently denying possessing such abilities. Letting out a sigh, Garrett surmises that Lucina hides her power out of fear that people like him, burdened by pain, would seek her out and disturb her. Accusing Lucina of not recognizing the magnitude of her own power, Garrett reveals that her ability would spare her from the perils of bearing Hakan's child. Hearing Hakan's name mentioned without honorifics by Garrett, Lucina displays her displeasure. This prompts Garrett to question whether Lucina is still in love with a man who has lied to her and used her. Lucina asserts that she remains uncertain about her feelings. Garrett probes further, asking what made Lucina fall in love with Hakan, to which Lucina becomes even more disenchanted by the line of questioning. Nonetheless, she responds by mentioning Hakan's attentiveness to her story from the beginning to the end, his trust in her, and his compliments on her beauty. Underestimating the depth of her emotions, Garrett asserts that he can also do the things Hakan did for her. Drawing closer to Lucina, he claims that it's not difficult to replicate, and that he would be willing to do those things for her if that's what she desires. Blushing, Garrett praises Lucina, calling her beautiful and adorable. He shares that the first time he laid eyes on her, he thought she was a goddess who had come to save him. Extending his hand, Gile declares his intention to protect her and proposes an escape together. Inside his chamber, Hakan seeks solace by consuming the Tayar's wine. The servant is on the verge of informing him about Garrett, but before she can finish, Hakan erupts in anger, commanding her to prevent anyone from entering. Unexpectedly, Turin materializes, inquiring if he may enter the room. Composing himself, Hakan inquires about Turin's intentions. Turin reveals that he learned from the priest that Hakan abandoned the treatment prematurely and is now drinking despite the unhealed wound. However, Hakan appears irritated, asserting that a mere scratch wouldn't kill a dragon. In response, Turin alters his expression, expressing concern and emphasizing that the black arrow could prove far more detrimental if left untreated, capable of slaying even a guardian dragon. Raising his voice, Hakan demands to know what he should do, insinuating that Turin desires Hakan to incarcerate his own mother. Surprisingly, Turin agrees and proposes an alternative to imprisonment, suggesting that Adar be banished to the Valley of Fire. He cites Adar's previous proclamation of killing the last guardian dragon, which implies she desires Hakan's demise. Turin further divulges that he received news of Adar's impending exile to the Valley of Fire. Avoiding eye contact, he explains that Adar has spent a whole decade insulting the late king's body and recently threatened the current king's life, prompting the elders to take action. Enraged, Hakan hurls the bottle, shattering it into fragments. Fuming, he proclaims that Adar is his mother and dismisses Turin's words as nonsensical. Turin maintains a calm tone, emphasizing that Adar can no longer fulfill her duties as the king's mother. Expressing his remorse, he implores Hakan not to shield Adar any longer and to make a rational decision. In response, Hakan's sword finds its way to Turin's face, poised menacingly. Unsheathing the blade, Hakan commands Turin to depart or face certain death. Turin swiftly bows, signaling his intention to leave Hakan undisturbed. The news further fuels Hakan's fury, blending sorrow and rage over his mother's plight. He unleashes his anger upon nearby objects, causing them to shatter and scatter in disarray. Suddenly, his chest wound reacts, but Hakan disregards it, consumed by profound sadness. He ponders how his mother would find solace if it were him, not his brother, who perished at the hands of the dragon slayer. Tears stream down his face as the pain becomes unbearable, and Hakan collapses onto the ground, unable to contain his anguish any longer. In the meantime, Gile attempts to persuade Lucina to escape from that place with him, but he receives no response except for Lucina's bewildered expression. She finds it peculiar that despite hearing compliments from Gile, they fail to elicit any emotional reaction or happiness within her. However, when she hears similar words from Hakan, it seems to ignite a passionate response in her. Suddenly, Lucina rises abruptly and informs Gile that she intends to visit Hakkan. Despite Gile's negative remarks about Hakan, stating that he is no better for not telling her the truth, Lucina averts her gaze and expresses concern for Hakan's well-being, acknowledging the pain he must be experiencing. Without hesitation, she leaves Gile behind. In Adar's chamber, Adar remains consumed by rage, seemingly having lost her sanity. She continues to shout, accusing Hakan of killing Rakan, claiming she witnessed it herself when Hakan released an arrow towards Rakan. However, her aggression subsides as she notices her cherished doll falling to the ground. It appears that Adar regains her composure, her expression softening as she gazes at the fallen doll. She realizes that her previous accusations were unfounded, as she firmly believes that Hakan would never harm Rakan. Clutching the doll in her arms, Adar comprehends that Hakan had been doing everything in his power to assist his brother in the war, and that Rakan sacrificed his life to protect Hakan, fulfilling his promise to Adar. Memories of the past flood Adar's mind, recalling when Hakan playfully teased her, stating that she couldn't bear to see Hakkan suffer even a little, but she could endure the pain if it was Hakan who got hurt. Adar explained at that time that as the king, Hakan had a duty to safeguard Tayar, so she could endure the tears. However, if anything unfortunate were to befall her beloved Hakkan, she couldn't even fathom it. In response, Hakan offered his mother reassuring smiles, pledging to protect Hakkan with unwavering dedication. He also assured her that their cherished Hakkan would live a life of freedom, liberated from the burdens of kingship. Now, firmly grounded in the present, Adar has fully regained her senses, acknowledging the unjust actions she directed towards Hakkan in her state of mindlessness. Expressing her profound regret, she shouts that her previous behavior was a result of her temporary insanity and declares her desire to apologize to Hakkan. She pleads with the guards stationed outside her door to grant her permission to meet Hakkan. However, the guards remain unresponsive, not even flinching at her plea. Amidst the remnants of the black magic ritual, Garrett praises Gillet for his accomplishments. Garrett takes delight in receiving the news of Adar's descent into madness and her subsequent attack on Hakkan. Meanwhile, Gillet busies himself with tidying up his book of black magic rituals, recognizing Hakkan's long-standing vulnerability when it comes to his mother. Garrett believes that this turmoil will deter Hakkan from moving Hakan's body to Mezar-like. With a hint of hesitation, Gillet shares the news he heard about Adar potentially being sent to the Valley of Fire, expressing his concern that such a fate would surely lead to her demise. However, having witnessed many individuals lose their sanity and depart from the palace due to Gillet's black magic, Garrett questions why he would be bothered by yet another impending death. With her malicious thoughts at work, Garrett contemplates that even in the midst of this significant incident, Hakkan would not send his mother to jail, but rather return her to her rightful place. She begins to devise her own schemes, foreseeing personal benefits arising from the situation. As Hakkan teeters on the edge of death, he experiences vivid hallucinations of the moment he was wounded by the Dragon Slayer. Helpless and unable to move, he longed for assistance until suddenly, the young Lucina appeared. In the present, Lucina finds herself inside Hakkan's room and discovers him lying on the ground. Gently caressing his head, she senses the intense heat emanating from his body. Lucina's expression turns sorrowful as she contemplates whether she can trust Hakkan and stand by his side. Though still uncertain, she feels a pang of sadness in her heart upon witnessing Hakkan's suffering. Memories of encountering the wounded dragon resurface, evoking a profound understanding of the pain he must be enduring. Determined, Lucina employs her healing abilities to mend Hakkan's wounds, driven by her desire to alleviate his pain. Suddenly, Hakkan awakens, finding himself alone in the room. He takes a moment to collect his thoughts, feeling a lingering sensation as if he had been immersed in a vivid dream. The recollection of his previous injury feels strikingly real. Astounded, he examines his fully healed wound, consumed by wonder and questioning how such a miraculous recovery could have occurred. Turan and the priest are en route to check on Hakkan. To their astonishment, they encounter Hakkan halfway, appearing completely fine despite being badly injured the previous day. Turan inquires about Hakkan's well-being, intentionally bringing the priest along to assess Hakkan's condition initially. However, upon seeing Hakkan fully recovered, Turan is overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Hakkan questions the priest if he visited his chamber to heal him the previous night. The priest denies having visited Hakkan since their last encounter in the holy cave, leaving Hakkan perplexed. Seeking clarification, Hakkan turns to Turan and asks if he used the holy water to tend to his wound. Turan expresses further confusion, stating that he did not engage in such an act. As Hakkan tries to make sense of the situation, he wonders how his wound from the black arrow could heal in just half a day, especially considering it had worsened due to his berserk behavior. Nevertheless, Tehran interrupts Hakan's contemplation, relieved that the wound wasn't as deep as they initially thought. The priest adds that Hakan's role as a guardian dragon might have expedited the healing process. Hakan directs his attention to his guard and inquires if anyone visited his chamber the previous night. The guard informs Hakkan that Lucina had paid him a visit, expressing her desire to observe Hakan while he slept. Shocked by this revelation, Hakan realizes that the events of last night were not a dream. He then asks the guard where Lucina is. Meanwhile, outside Adar's chamber, the guards exchange concerned glances, wondering why it's unusually silent inside. They speculate that something might have happened to Adar, considering she had been sobbing throughout the entire night. Concerned for her well-being, they make the decision to investigate the room. However, much to their astonishment, they discover an empty chamber with the window wide open before them. Their anger builds up, realizing that Adar has fled. In Lucina's chamber, Titi becomes concerned as she observes Lucina's gloomy demeanor. Attempting to uplift her spirits, Titi presents her with a book detailing the history of Tayar and its dragons. Handing the book to Lucina, Titi suggests that it would be beneficial for Lucina to familiarize herself with the subject, considering her future role as the Queen of Tayar. However, Lucina's primary focus is to ascertain the veracity of Gile's words. As she flips through the pages, Lucina grows perplexed, realizing that the book contains only written text without any illustrations. Lucina explains that she is unable to read the words, as her stepmother, Baroness Berg, never taught her literacy skills. Lucina's ability to speak is solely a result of her own diligent self-learning. Turning to Titi, Lucina inquires if she can read and requests Titi to read the book aloud for her. Observing the script in the book, Titi explains that Tayar possesses various types of writing systems, and the book employs an ancient dragon script that even Titi cannot decipher. Suddenly, out of nowhere, they hear a voice calling out for Hoki, which is Hakkan's nickname given by Adar. As the door swings open, Adar enters Lucina's chamber, surprising both Lucina and Titi. Concerned about Adar's appearance, Lucina and Titi approach her, inquiring about her well-being. Clutching the doll tightly, Adar appears bewildered and mentions that she is searching for Hoki. Unaware of Adar's true identity, Lucina and Titi inquire if she is referring to her son. Noticing the book that Titi had placed on the nearby table, Adar suddenly grabs it, proudly declaring that she is the author of the book. Lucina seeks confirmation that Adar indeed wrote the book, to which Adar confidently affirms. She reveals that she wrote it to read to her sons. Lucina feels a sense of relief, having found someone who can read and write in the ancient dragon language. Adar then takes a pen and begins writing in the book, informing Lucina that she will teach her. While making his way to Lucina's chamber, Hakan walks with a confused expression, lost in deep contemplation. He ponders the possibility of Lucina being the same little girl who healed him 10 years ago. However, he wonders why Lucina never used her healing power to cure her own skin rash, if she truly possesses such abilities. Nevertheless, his mind continues to race, considering the possibility that Lucina may be hiding her powers from others. Arriving in front of Lucina's chamber door, Hakan still questions whether Lucina is truly the young girl who saved him. To his astonishment, he hears Adar's voice emanating from inside the chamber. Observing Adar teaching Lucina the ancient dragon script with the same care she would teach her own children, Lucina attentively absorbs every detail. Hakan watches from a distance, witnessing Adar's radiant smile, which stirs up a mix of emotions within his heart. It has been 10 long years since he last saw Adar smile so warmly. Lucina informs Adar that her name is Lucina, not Hoki, as she had previously referred to herself as Hoki. Adar appears confused, prompting Lucina to remind her that she was initially searching for her son, Hoki. This revelation leaves Adar looking perplexed, as if she has forgotten everything that transpired earlier. Suddenly, they are startled by the sound of Hakkan's voice, inquiring about their activities. Surprised by Hakkan's unexpected presence, Lucina calls out to him from her location. Hakkan wonders why Adar is here instead of being in her own room. Adar remains silent, gazing at Hakkan. Lucina rises to her feet and explains to Hakkan that she was learning how to read and write with Adi. Lucina knows Adar as Adi. Upon hearing Lucina refer to Adar as Ati, Hakkan becomes puzzled. Lucina then clarifies that Adi was the one who had helped her in the past, asking Hakkan if he knows Adi. Observing Hakkan's formal language and respectful demeanor towards Adi, Lucina wonders if Adi holds a high position. As Lucina and Hakkan converse, Adar continues to appear perplexed. Suddenly, it dawns on her that the person before her is Hakan. Adar calls out to Hakkan, tears welling up in her eyes as she remembers that she was indeed searching for Hakkan. Adar regains her composure, tears streaming down her face as she expresses deep regret for her previous actions. Witnessing this scene from her vantage point, Lucina is filled with confusion. Within the confines of the Queen's palace, Garrett descends the stairs leading to a hidden chamber, deep in contemplation over the report relayed by her servant. The servant diligently followed Garrett's instructions, ensuring the window in Adar's quarters remained open, allowing Adar to escape. Additionally, the servant witnessed Adar making her way towards Lucina's palace, and later observed King Hakkan also heading in that direction. Seeking guidance from Garrett, the servant inquires about the next course of action. Upon entering the room, Garrett directs her attention to Gile, posing the question of his readiness. Gile, seated on the ground amidst the preparations for the black magic ritual, trembles hesitantly but confirms that he is ready. Despite his trepidation concerning his sister, Gile attempts to express his opinion to Garrett. He voices his concern that Adar has already lost her sanity, warning that subjecting her to further black magic will permanently sever her ties to reality. However, Garrett forcefully nudges Gile's head, firmly stating that Adar opposes her union with Hakkan and has made attempts to oust her from the Queen's palace. Garrett insists that Adar must never regain her sanity, threatening that failure to comply will result in her demise. After being forcefully pushed by Garrett, Gile stumbles and falls to the ground. Under the weight of Garrett's threats, Gile reluctantly begins casting the black magic spell, carefully pouring the liquid into the water-filled plate that he had prepared. As the liquid settles, the reflection on the water surface reveals Adar, Hakkan, and Lucina. Suddenly, a vision floods Adar's mind, depicting Lucina aiming a black arrow at a young Hakkan. Consumed by rage, Adar raises her hand, clutching the pen tightly, and launches an attack on the speechless Lucina. Witnessing the escalating situation before him, Hakkan swiftly intervenes, restraining Adar and prying the pen from her grasp, tossing it aside. However, as Hakkan turns his attention to Lucina, he is struck with shock when he sees her covering one of her eyes in disbelief. Opening her hand, a scar etches across her face. Hakkan seethes with anger, witnessing the harm inflicted upon his beloved. Meanwhile, Adar, still lost in her deranged state, shouts accusations, blaming Lucina for the deaths of her son, and expressing her twisted desire to kill her. Hakkan, rendered speechless, holds the trembling Lucina tightly in his arms, his heart shattered by Adar's actions. He calls out for the guards, urgently requesting their assistance, while cradling Lucina protectively. Devastated by Adar's actions, Hakkan believes that now Adar also seeks to harm his beloved. He reconciles with the fact that if Adar vented her anger on him, he could bear it, as he already carries guilt for his brother's death. As the guards restrain Adar, tears streaming down Hakkan's face, he commands them to take her to the Valley of Fire. With unwavering resolve, he declares that anyone who harms the king or his spouse will face severe punishment. The guards obediently escort the weakened Adar away, her strength depleted. Continuing to cradle Lucina in his arms, Hakan instructs Titi to summon the priest. Avoiding direct eye contact, Hakan feels a profound sense of guilt that Lucina has been hurt, blaming himself for not properly dealing with the criminal. Hakan promises that such an incident will never happen again. In the armory, Tayar enters, expressing disbelief as he confirms with Hakan if Adar is truly going to be sent to the Valley of Fire. Tayar's expression reveals his shock. Hakan, with a stoic expression, states that the elders should find solace in knowing that the one who threatened the last guardian dragon will soon be eradicated. Before Tayar can argue further, Hakan forcefully slices through a straw man, declaring that anyone who attempts to harm the king and his spouse will be cast into the Valley of Fire, emphasizing that this is how Tayar's law functions. Tayar continues to try and change Hakan's mind, raising concerns about the potential guilt Lucina may feel if she discovers that the king's mother is being punished because of her. Hakan firmly asserts that no one within the palace should utter a word about it. He proclaims that everything regarding Adar will be erased from their discussions, forbidding any mention of her, and warns that severe punishments await those who violate this decree. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Gile walks alone, occasionally coughing, questioning if he had lost consciousness after employing black magic. Noticing the presence of servants nearby, Gile inquires if anything significant occurred while he was absent. The servant hesitates, citing the king's orders not to discuss the matter. Perplexed, Gile presses for clarification regarding the prohibition on discussion. However, the servants quickly flee, seeking permission to leave. Observing their hurried retreat, Gile wonders what is happening and speculates if Hakan has been harmed once again. Suddenly, Lucina emerges and grasps Gile's clothing, leaving him taken aback. With resolute eyes, Lucina declares that she has something to ask him. Lucina directly confronts Gile, seeking his knowledge about the woman whom Hakan intends to send to the Valley of Fire. Having previously inquired with Titi, who was also unaware of the details, Lucina believes Gile might have the information she seeks. However, still plagued by coughs, Gile asks for clarification regarding what she means by the Valley of Fire. Suddenly, a shocking realization grips him, causing Gile to urgently grasp Lucina's shoulder, desperately seeking confirmation if Hakan intends to send Adar to the Valley of Fire. Lucina, now confused, questions who Adar is. She explains that Hakan issued an order to send someone named Addy to the Valley of Fire, prompting Lucina to inquire about Addy's true identity. Taken aback by the revelation, Gile struggles to comprehend the gravity of the situation, finding it hard to believe that, because of his actions, Hakan would condemn Adar to a death sentence. Witnessing Gile's speechless state, Lucina insists on learning the truth, even though she understands that Hakan has forbidden any discussion of the matter within the palace. Trembling, Gile stammers, attempting to provide an answer to Lucina's question. However, before he can complete his response, someone calls out for Lucina. It is Hakan, and his expression is filled with fury upon seeing his beloved in the presence of another man. Both Lucina and Gile are taken aback by Hakan's sudden appearance. With an intense glare, Hakan demands to know what Gile is doing with his spouse. Panicking, Gile quickly withdraws his hand from Lucina's shoulder, desperately trying to explain himself. However, Hakan moves swiftly, walking faster than Gile's words can catch up. Without hesitation, Hakan seizes Gile by the collar, expressing his outrage at Gile daring to touch his spouse's body and threatening him with death. Sensing the need to prevent further misunderstandings, Lucina interjects, stating that it is not what it appears to be, and that Hakan has misunderstood the situation. However, Hakan, still seething with anger, demands to know what nonsense Gile has been telling Lucina. Stepping in, Lucina intervenes, raising her voice and urging Hakan to listen to her. Gillet coughs once Hakan releases his grip on his collar. Lucina then turns her gaze to Gillet, instructing him to leave as she needs to have a private conversation with Hakkan. Gillet bows respectfully, requesting permission to depart. Once Gillet departs, leaving them alone, Lucina summons her courage and directly questions Hakan about the nonsense he had asked Gillet earlier, regarding the possibility of death for sleeping with the guardian dragon. Hakan's expression reveals his shock at her words. Lucina continues, questioning him about the reason he took her away, implying that it was to replace a woman from Tayar. Trembling, Lucina expresses her disappointment that Hakan chose to keep this information hidden from her. She asks him if he concealed the truth in order to prevent her from running away once she discovered it. Hakan hesitates in his response, explaining that he never intended to hide the truth from her, and that he had wanted to tell her for a long time. However, unable to contain her tears any longer, Lucina turns away from Hakan. Despite his attempts to reach out to her, she evades his touch and declares that she doesn't want to talk to him at the moment. With tears streaming down her face, Lucina departs, leaving Hakan to confront his own profound regret etched across his features. Throughout his life, Hakan has grown accustomed to women fleeing from him, paying no heed to their pursuit, until ultimately they resign themselves to giving up on him. However, he finds himself questioning why he feels such profound pain when Lucina rejects him. He acknowledges that Lucina is the first person to offer him a genuine smile, someone who has become incredibly close to him. She resembles the very dream he had held on to since childhood, rekindling his hope in life. In that moment, Hakan comes to a realization he is falling in love with Lucina. While strolling alone, seeking solace for her pain, Lucina is suddenly greeted by a whisper. Gillet emerges from behind a pillar, signaling Lucina to remain silent. Approaching him cautiously, Lucina inquires about Gillet's well-being. Playfully, Gillet teases her, suggesting that she could heal him, but he quickly reassures her that he is only joking, fearing that Hakan would swiftly put an end to his life if he witnessed such an act. Regaining his seriousness, Gillet informs Lucina that their primary concern should be saving Adar. Lucina is taken aback upon learning from Gillet that Adar is Hakan's mother and is destined for the Valley of Fire. Gillet further explains that due to Adar being the mother of the guardian dragon, they cannot cast her into the flames, but rather imprison her there. Considering Adar's old age and weakened state, it is unlikely she will survive for long in such conditions. Lucina queries how they can assist Adar, prompting Gillet to reveal that he knows a way to access the location. Urging Lucina, he convinces her that if she lends her aid, they can rescue Adar together. In Lucina's palace, Puka, taking the form of a bird, is astounded to hear Lucina's desire to enter the Valley of Fire. Shifting into an elf, Puka expresses disbelief, remarking that Lucina must have lost her senses. However, Lucina maintains her unwavering belief in herself, expressing gratitude for Puka's presence in that moment. Locking eyes with determination, she earnestly asks for Puka's assistance. Standing before the front gate of the Valley of Fire, guards keep a watchful eye on its entrance. Lucina, concealed behind the bushes alongside Puka, searches for a way to infiltrate the Forbidden Realm. Clutching the key provided by Gillet, which unlocks Adar's prison door, Lucina patiently awaits the opportune moment to make her move. Earlier, Gillet had explained his plan to incapacitate the guards, using his magic while confined to his chamber. Undeterred by the risks, Lucina summoned her courage to venture into the treacherous depths of the Valley of Fire. However, Puka, consumed by worry, expresses concern for Lucina's decision to expose herself to immense danger. Lucina explains that she cannot bear the thought of Adar perishing, despite Puka's persistent pleas for her to retreat. Lucina's unwavering determination shines through as she clarifies that her motivations extend beyond saving Adar alone. Perplexed, Puka inquires about the true reason behind Lucina's resolute actions. Lucina remains silent, her thoughts consumed by the memory of Hakan's pained expression when he passed judgment on Adar. While still disappointed in Hakan for concealing the truth about her role as the dragon's bride, Lucina is driven by a deeper purpose. Enticing Puka with a pouch brimming with nuts, Lucina proposes a deal. If Puka aids her, he can enjoy these delectable treats every day. Unable to resist the temptation, Puka eagerly accepts the pouch, insisting that Lucina keeps her promise. With an awareness of the timing, Lucina knows that Gile will cast a sleeping spell on the guards at this specific moment. As the spell takes effect, the guards suddenly succumb to slumber, providing Lucina with the perfect opportunity to stealthily enter through the gate. Accompanied by Puka, who has transformed into a bird, Lucina ascends the stairs, determined to locate Adar's place of imprisonment. As she surveys the array of cage-like prisons, Lucina quickens her pace. The heat from the Valley of Fire causes beads of sweat to trickle down her face. Suddenly, Puka uses his feet to tug at Lucina's hair, attempting to convey a warning. It becomes apparent that a towering guardian of the Valley of Fire is present, fast asleep, clutching a bat. Realizing the urgency, Lucina instructs Puka to hasten their progress before the guardian awakens. Stealthily maneuvering past the slumbering giant guard, Lucina meticulously searches for Adar's prison. When she finally locates it, she dashes towards Adar's confinement, driven by the desire to set her free. The prison is designed like a cage, meant for one person, and there sits Adar, utterly defenseless, tightly embracing her doll. Without wasting another moment, Lucina promptly unlocks the prison door using the key Gilai had entrusted to her, freeing Adar from her confines, aided by Puka. Placing her hand on Adar's forehead, Lucina assesses her condition, noting that Adar has fainted and is battling a high fever. Moving swiftly, Lucina carries Adar on her back, with Puka lending support in pulling Adar along. Once they have distanced themselves from the scorching heat of the valley, and the air becomes less oppressive than within the prison, Lucina gently places Adar down and endeavors to awaken her. Turning to Puka, Lucina requests his assistance in giving Adar the water she had brought, as she intends to utilize her healing powers to help Adar recover. As previously explained by Gile, Adar's punishment entailed being confined in the Valley of Fire for a single day. If Adar could survive, she would emerge from the ordeal alive. With Lucina's healing powers, Gile held firm belief in Adar's ability to endure. Lucina begins casting her restorative magic on Adar, wondering why she has not yet awakened. However, their focus is abruptly interrupted when Puka reacts to the thunderous roar of the enormous guard approaching from behind. Lucina turns to find the giant guard standing there, seething with anger. Recalling Gile's earlier warning, Lucina remembers that the guard awakening signifies Gile's loss of consciousness. During that time, Gile had also provided her with a pouch of salt to be thrown into the guard's eyes as a last resort. Consumed by fury, the giant guard launches an attack on Lucina, but just in the nick of time, Puka employs his magic, casting a spell to release the restraining woodbine that had bound the giant guard. While Lucina frantically tries to retrieve the pouch of salt from her pocket, her exhaustion becomes overwhelming, leaving her feeling dizzy and disoriented. Regrettably, the giant guard manages to break free from the woodbine, striking Lucina and Puka with a forceful blow, causing the salt to scatter before they could employ it. Trembling and still reeling from the depletion of her powers, Lucina feels utterly helpless as she watches the giant guard's hand approach, poised to capture her. However, as she opens her eyes, she witnesses Hakkan stepping in, intercepting the guard's attack with his bare hand. A look of fierce determination fills Hakan's face as he retaliates, leaving Lucina relieved, but perplexed as to why Hakan has appeared in this perilous moment. Hakan arrives just in the nick of time, and with his commanding authority, he directs the massive guard to return to its post. Complying with his master's instruction, the guard pivots and descends the staircase. Shifting his attention to Lucina, Hakan's expression evolves from anger to a mixture of concern and worry. He demands an explanation from Lucina about her presence there, underlining the audacity of her risking her life to aid a criminal. Despite struggling to discern Hakan clearly due to her condition, Lucina attempts to convey that Adar's demise would result in irreversible consequences, burdening Hakan with profound remorse. Regrettably, she is unable to conclude her explanation, her strength giving way, causing her to collapse. However, Hakan reacts swiftly, managing to catch her before she hits the ground. All of a sudden, Adar's awareness sharpens, and she perceives Hakan as Hakan. Expressing her immense relief that Hakan has finally arrived. Approaching Hakan, Adar reaches out and touches his arm, remarking that she has been anticipating his arrival. Mistaking Hakan for Hakan, she then presents him with the doll she called Hoki. Adar urges Hakan to take Hoki and swiftly depart the location. Despite his bewilderment, Adar's urgency compels Hakan to act. She presses Hoki into his hands, stressing the increasing heat and danger within the Valley of Fire. Adar references Hakan's vow to always protect Hoki as a priority. At the sight of the doll in his grasp, a flood of memories rushes over Hakan. He reminisces about his youth when Adar personally crafted the doll for him, and they named it Hoki. During that time, young Hakan was brimming with joy, tightly embraced by Adar, who affectionately shared that Hoki was his nickname, even before his birth. Hakan trembles, his emotions entwined in a complex web. Adar, however, persists, urging him to depart swiftly, reassuring him that she can manage on her own. This way, he can lead Hoki and Lucina out of the perilous situation. She emphasizes that any harm befalling Hoki would render her incapable of carrying on. A plea for Hakan to safeguard his younger brother at any cost. Gazing at the Hoki doll in his grasp, Hakan acknowledges the fulfillment of the promise Hakan had made, and his tears begin to flow uncontrollably. Gradually regaining her composure, Adar recognizes that the person before her is indeed Hakan. Her words stumble out in an apology, confessing that her mind had become unhinged, preventing her from recognizing even her own son. Observing this poignant moment from a distance, Puka's anxiety gives way to relief, knowing that everyone is now safe. Meanwhile, within the Queen's palace, Garrett appears visibly displeased upon learning that Adar has been freed from the Valley of Fire. A servant relays the information that once Adar has made a complete recovery, she will take up residence in the Queen's palace. This news serves to further exacerbate Garrett's distress. As Lucina remains resting on her bed, Hakan remains steadfastly by her side, expressing gratitude for her actions that have shielded him from the depths of regret. The mere thought of Adar's potential demise due to his actions weighs heavily on Hakan's mind. He earnestly implores Lucina not to endanger her own life again, revealing that living without her would be akin to enduring a living hell. However, Lucina counters that she cannot heed that request. Despite her inner turmoil towards Hakan, she finds the sight of him suffering to be more agonizing. She boldly asserts her willingness to do anything, even if it entails sacrificing herself, in order to safeguard Hakan. With conviction, she announces her intention to bear Hakan's child as a testament to her commitment. Hakan is taken aback by the suddenness of Lucina's declaration. Lucina then openly expressed her profound love for Hakan, to the extent that she would willingly lay down her life for him. It was this very conviction that fortified her decision. Acting without a moment's doubt, she draws closer to Hakan and places a kiss on his lips. This action leaves him stunned, as Lucina persists in her embrace, prompting Hakan to suddenly attempt to halt her. He questions whether she genuinely comprehends the gravity of her declaration. In response, Lucina asserts her complete understanding of the matter, noting that the risk of maternal mortality during childbirth is a common concern. Given her healing abilities, she believes herself to be better equipped for the challenge compared to other women. With audacious resolve, she pushes Hakan onto the bed, rendering him momentarily speechless. Seating herself atop Hakan, Lucina's touch is gentle and affectionate. However, a change comes over Hakan, and he interrupts her advances. He rises and holds Lucina's arms, expressing that this is not a decision to rush into impulsively. He conveys that while Lucina might be prepared to confront the prospect of death, he is utterly unprepared to lose her. Even recalling the moment he found her in the Valley of Fire, the mere thought of her absence drives him to the brink of despair. Holding Lucina close, he implores her to prioritize her health and safety, his embrace an earnest plea. In the moment, Lucina contemplates whether to reveal her ability to Hakan, given that Gile is already privy to it. Despite her efforts to empathize with Hakan's concerns, she reiterates the necessity of a descendant from the guardian dragon's lineage. She also expresses her reluctance to have another woman bear Hakan's child. In response, Hakan proposes that Lucina undergo a comprehensive health assessment to ensure her well-being. He expresses concern due to her fainting episode the previous day, and his reluctance to risk losing her again. Reflecting on this, Lucina finds herself wondering about her own condition. Despite possessing healing abilities, she recognizes her lack of knowledge about her own physical state. Given her recent experience of fainting after employing her powers to heal Adar, she considers the possibility that her body might not be as robust as she presumed. Upon considering this, Hakan summons the priest to examine Lucina's condition. The priest's assessment concludes that Lucina's weakness stems from inadequate nutrition and speculates that her childhood eating habits might have contributed. Lucina's concern becomes palpable, prompting Hakan to firmly grasp her shoulder and query whether an improvement in her eating habits could alleviate her condition. The priest, however, explains that he must analyze Lucina's energy to provide an accurate response. This analysis is necessary due to disparities between the Brian and Tayar people. Seeking permission to depart, the priest commits to informing Hakan as soon as he obtains the results of his examination. Nervously, Lucina calls out to Hakan, her voice trembling with anxiety. She admits her desire to share something with him and begins to speak hesitantly. The truth she reveals is that she is an illegitimate child, her true mother being a renowned prostitute in Brian, not Baroness Berg as previously claimed. She confides her fear that Hakan might call off their marriage upon learning this secret. She acknowledges her prior deception and offers a heartfelt apology. In response, Hakan tenderly lifts Lucina into his arms, assuring her that he will never abandon her unless she chooses to push him away. He expresses remorse for not disclosing the potential risks associated with birthing a child from the dragon tribe sooner, explaining that he was apprehensive about disappointing her. Drawing his face closer to Lucina's, he pleads for her forgiveness and promises a future of openness and honesty between them. Their kiss serves as the solemn seal of their renewed vows and commitments. Upon awakening, Adar's memory retraces the recent events, including the illusions that played out in her mind. it dawns on her that these experiences were likely the result of dark magic. In a state of urgency, she implores the guard to summon Hakkan without delay, emphasizing her need to urgently alert him. Hakkan explains to Lucina that his mother loved Lakan more than she loved him. He then blames himself for Lakan's death. However, deep down, Hakkan understands that his mother suffers from immense guilt because Lakan died while protecting him, as their mother had requested. Eventually, Hakkan smiles and expresses his gratitude to Lucina for saving his mother. He believes that without Lucina's intervention, he would have lived in deep remorse. Suddenly, Lucina feels embarrassed and asks Hakkan to let her down. Hakkan reasons that due to her weakened body, as the priest had mentioned earlier, Lucina shouldn't push herself. Despite this, Lucina gives her best effort and mentions that it's all right, even if they're just walking, as she hasn't taken a single step today. Out of nowhere, a guard arrives with a radiant smile, informing Hakkan that Adar has regained consciousness. As a result, they make their way to Adar's chamber. Upon seeing Adar asleep, Hakkan's expression becomes one of confusion. Unexpectedly, a sound from behind calls out to him, catching him off guard. It is Garrett, bearing a tray of medicines. She informs Hakkan that Adar fell asleep just moments ago. Curious about his mother's condition, Hakkan inquires with Garrett, while Lucina draws nearer to Adar's bedside. Garrett explains that it might take some time for Adar to make a full recovery. She also expresses her desire to take Adar to the Queen's palace and care for her there. In response, Lucina offers to look after Adar in her own palace. However, Garrett appears perturbed, explaining that it's a tradition for the Queen Mother to be attended to by the late Queen. She questions Lucina's knowledge of Tayar's laws, which she seems to lack despite having lived there for some time. Hakkan steps in to address Garrett's query, suggesting that Lucina can gradually learn about Tayar, and that it's never too late. Annoyed, Hakkan asserts that Garrett should show respect towards Lucina, as Lucina will be the one bearing Hakkan's child. Despite her frustration, Garrett manages to force a smile, acknowledging that she understands. Turning his gentle gaze towards Lucina, Hakkan assures her that he will provide her with a book about Tayar's culture and laws, and encourages her to ask any questions she might have. However, Lucina hesitates to respond due to her inability to read. While Hakkan carries Lucina, guiding her back, she confides in him about her inability to read. Hakkan reassures her, explaining that the book is not written in Tayar's language. However, their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of a guard, who informs Hakkan about a tribal meeting. Hakkan requests permission to leave and gently sets Lucina down. As Hakkan departs, Lucina's gaze shifts downward. Unexpectedly, a voice emerges from behind, inquiring about Lucina's troubled expression. It's Gile who approaches her. While seated, Lucina inquires about Gile's well-being. Amidst a bout of coughing, Gile manages to assure her that he's all right. He also expresses concern for Lucina regarding her fainting episode the previous day. Lucina explains that she is feeling better now, attributing her fainting to an excessive use of her healing power. Gile appears puzzled, as he had only recently learned about the side effects of such a divine power, like Lucina's. Lucina herself is further perplexed, as she doesn't view her ability as a divine power. She recounts how, as a child, she discovered this ability after getting hurt. Whenever she wished to be relieved of pain, she would find herself healed. Lucina goes on to confide in Gile that she has kept this power a secret from others out of fear that they might exploit her. However, She holds on to the hope that by revealing her healing power to Hakan, he will provide her with protection. Gile acknowledges the genuine protection Hakan would offer Lucina. However, as he envisions a scenario where Lucina gives birth to Hakan's child and ascends to the throne, while Gile is coerced into practicing dark magic by Garrett, he believes that keeping Lucina's healing power a secret, especially from Hakkan, would be wise. He advises Lucina not to place too much trust in Hakan, leaving her perplexed. He raises the question of what might happen if Hakkan were to choose between Lucina and the interests of Tayar. Gile assumes that for the sake of Tayar, Hakkan might disregard Lucina's importance. Nonetheless, Lucina recalls Hakan's prior assurances, which reinforce her faith in him. Gile, however, continues his attempt to manipulate Lucina's thoughts, suggesting that Hakkan might exploit her healing power. Lucina, viewing this as a positive aspect, remains undeterred, much to Gile's annoyance. He finds it hard to believe that Lucina is deeply in love with Hakkan. Gile wonders whether, had he been the first to meet Lucina rather than Hakkan, she might have fallen in love with him. As he indulges in this thought, Gile's face flushes red and his heartbeat quickens. Still, he persists in advising Lucina to keep her healing power a secret. Shifting the conversation, Gile inquires about the expression Lucina had earlier. She confides in him that Hakkan plans to provide her with a book about Tayar, but she is unable to read. Lucina also shares her fear of admitting the truth, concerned that people might ridicule her. Recognizing an opening, Gile proposes to teach Lucina how to read. In Lucina's palace, Satiti is overcome with excitement upon learning that Lucina will be studying reading and writing under Gile's guidance. The prospect of having someone as brilliant as Gile as her teacher feels almost unbelievable to her. Lucina wears a puzzled expression, prompting Titi to elaborate further on Gile's accomplishments. She mentions how he managed to master the national language by the age of 6, and by the time he turned 15, had achieved fluency in various scripts and languages from different kingdoms. Titi emphasizes that there's no one else as intelligent as Gile, and she admits to feeling envious of Lucina's opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lucina asks if Titi also desires to learn. Titi explains that, due to family responsibilities, she hasn't had the chance to pursue learning. Nevertheless, Lucina persistently asks if Titi would like to learn alongside her, as she had already requested Gile to teach Titi as well. This revelation surprises Titi, but Lucina's smile reassures her that learning together could be more enjoyable than going alone. Titi's delight knows no bounds as she states her strong desire for this, expressing that serving Lucina is the most fulfilling thing she has ever done. She also extends her heartfelt gratitude to Lucina. Lucina experiences a sense of happiness seeing Titi's enthusiastic response. Deep in thought while walking, Gile recalls the moment when Lucina expressed her eagerness to learn alongside him. Reflecting on it causes Gile to blush. For him, teaching reading and writing comes effortlessly. He also entertains the idea that by growing closer to Lucina, he might eventually have a chance to escape with her. Upon reaching the front door, Gile comes to a sudden halt. He is taken aback by the sight of Garrett welcoming him there, Adar resting on a bed nearby. Garrett proceeds to signal the servants to exit the room, leaving only the two of them. Gile stammers, questioning the reason for Adar's presence. With confidence, Annette explains that the Queen Mother is to be attended to as per the tradition of the late Queen's service. Although Garrett's statement is valid, Gile raises a point of curiosity, asking why Garrett has chosen to adhere to this tradition after a decade has passed. Garrett's demeanor turns serious as she informs Gile that Adar has regained her senses. She explains that Adar spoke of the black magic that had caused chaos within the palace and insisted on summoning Hakkan. Garrett realizes that the illusions created by Gile's black magic will gradually fade from people's memories. For those unaware of their situation, it might appear as if they had lost their minds and then fled. However, Adar's case is different. She managed to endure for the past decade without succumbing to this illusion. Garrett speculates that Adar possesses some level of resistance, allowing her to recall the actual events. This revelation fills Gile with fear, but Garrett offers reassurance by revealing her plan. She possesses a sedative that, when consumed, induces a deep sleep and clarifies the mind. She intends to administer this sedative to Adar through her food consistently. She subsequently resolves to cease employing black magic on Adar, opting instead to direct her efforts towards Lucina. Upon hearing this, Gile promptly declines the proposal. However, Garrett probes his rationale, prompting Gile to swiftly concoct a reason. He expresses concern that he's uncertain about the effects of his black magic on the people of Brian. He worries about the possibility of Lucina recalling the illusions he's crafted and then disclosing them to Hakkan, a scenario he deems unsafe for them. Garrett takes Gile's explanation into consideration, which brings a sense of relief to Gile. Consequently, Garrett asserts that she must brainstorm an alternative approach. Following the tribal meeting, Hakan wears a concerned expression. Tehran inquires if something is amiss, prompting Hakkan to voice his anxiety about his mother's well-being in the Queen's palace. Tehran explains that his initial concern had been Adar's insistence on remaining with Laken's body, but she ultimately complied with Garrett's guidance without any trouble. Learning this, Hakkan feels a sense of relief. Tehran goes on to share that Adar appears to be in better condition now, and he speculates that her previous mental distress might have been due to living in close proximity to Laken's remains. Hakkan then informs Tehran that the tribal meeting has decided to relocate Laken's body to Mizarlik, following the birth of the guardian dragon. Tehran teases Hakkan, remarking that this means Hakkan should spend more time visiting Lucina's palace. Despite this, Hakkan's confidence in Lucina's well-being remains, leading him to consider waiting until he receives the results of Lucina's health assessment before making any hasty decisions. Abruptly, their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of the priest, who carries news that he needs to share with Hakkan regarding Lucina. This information catches Hakkan off guard. Meanwhile, Gile is reviewing the assessment papers of Lucina and Titi. He praises Titi for her exceptional results, while acknowledging that Lucina still has much more to learn. Titi attempts to reassure Lucina, reminding her that this is her first experience with reading and writing. However, a sudden gust of wind sweeps through, causing the papers to scatter into the air. Lucina feels something enter her eye and attempts to rub it out. Gile intervenes swiftly, preventing her and offering to assist by blowing away the debris from her eye. From a distance, Hakkan observes Gile's close proximity to Lucina, igniting a surge of anger within him. Burning with anger, Hakkan demands to know what Gile and Lucina are up to. Startled by Hakkan's voice, Lucina and Gile turn toward him in shock. Hakkan, still seething with rage, approaches them menacingly. Lucina and Gile are gripped by fear as they remember the last time Hakkan was furious with Gile and had grabbed his collar. Determined to avoid a repeat of that situation, Lucina anxiously tries to explain what happened, but her words come out incoherent. Fortunately, Titi steps in as a translator, clarifying that there was dust in Lucina's eyes, and Gile had helped her remove it. Despite her struggles to explain, Lucina also stresses that there is nothing romantic between her and Gile. Desperate to make Hakkan understand, Lucina grabs his robe and pulls herself closer, declaring her love for Hakan and pleading with him not to misunderstand the situation. Hearing her explanations clearly, Hakan finally relaxes and says he comprehends the situation. He initially thought Lucina couldn't understand Tayar's language, but now realizes she can't read at all. Hakan appreciates Lucina's effort to learn and commends her for finding a good teacher in Gile. Turning to Gile, Hakan requests that he teach Lucina and Titi to the best of his abilities, to which Gile agrees, estimating it will take 1 month. In a somewhat teasing tone, Hakan mentions Gile's lack of battlefield prowess but praises his intelligence, placing his trust in Gile as a teacher. As they shake hands, Hakan's demeanor turns serious as he warns Gile that he won't tolerate any inappropriate behavior towards Lucina. Releasing Gile's swollen hand, Hakan suggests wrapping up the lesson as evening approaches. He then carries Lucina and announces his intention to take her back to her palace. They leave Gile behind as they depart. On his way back, Gile can't help but feel a tinge of jealousy that Lucina chose Hakan over him. When he returns home, he is taken aback to find Garrett there. Meanwhile, Hakan informs Lucina of the results of her health assessment. He explains that she is simply lacking in nutrition and is weak, but should recover quickly. Lucina wonders if her healing power has contributed to her swift recovery. Hakan continues to elaborate, mentioning that her endurance and quick recovery will help her withstand the fire energy from him. However, he expresses concern for her well-being. Lucina reflects that despite her healing ability, her body may not be completely healthy. Hakan tells her that the priest will prepare a remedy to restore her energy, and they will monitor her progress. He explains that in 2 months' time, his period of prosperity is expected to begin, and he, too, will need to take the remedy to control his fire energy. Confused, Lucina asks about the period of prosperity, and Hakan explains that it's the time when the dragon race has the highest chance of having descendants, due to the increased aura of fire. He gently touches Lucina's face and advises her to assess her health after 2 months to proceed to the next step. As Hakan prepares to leave, Lucina suddenly grabs his robe and asks if they can sleep together. Hakan blushes deeply at the request. Lucina clarifies that she doesn't want to sleep alone for the next 2 months, and simply wishes to have him by her side at night. She emphasizes that it's just about sleeping together. Reluctantly, Hakan agrees. And they find themselves on Hakan's bed, with Lucina overjoyed to have him close. However, Hakan can't help but feel frustrated. Lucina then timidly requests if she can hold Hakan's hand while they sleep, and, blushing, asks if they can share a kiss, emphasizing that it will be just a kiss. Before Hakan can respond, Lucina leans in closer and Hakan struggles to control his desire. And so, they share a passionate kiss. But suddenly, Hakan, overwhelmed by desire, pins Lucina down. He gently strokes her hair, but quickly regains his composure. Stepping back, he acknowledges that what they did was wrong. Maintaining a safe distance, Hakan suggests that they should sleep in separate rooms, his face blushing. He insists it's the best course of action for them at the moment. Hakan also mentions that kissing is prohibited during the next 2 months. Lucina can't help but ask why, to which Hakan explains that he won't be able to control himself if they continue to kiss. Lucina, still hopeful, suggests they could at least hold hands, but Hakan firmly states that they should not sleep in the same room. Disheartened, Lucina questions if, for the next 2 months, they will simply stare at each other, to which Hakan reluctantly confirms, saying it's the only way to ensure their safety. Hearing this, Lucina can't hold back her tears and asks Hakan why he decided this now, after they had held hands and kissed, which he seemed to accept. Frustrated, Hakan suggests that Lucina tie his hands if she wants. He hands her a band and instructs her to tie his hands so she can do as she pleases. However, Lucina finishes tying Hakkan's hands. Hakkan then tells her that she can do whatever she wishes. Slowly, she draws her face closer to Hakkan's, as if she's about to kiss him. Meanwhile, in Gillay's room, Garrett, who has been waiting for him, urges Gillay to use black magic on Hakkan. Garrett argues that despite Hakkan being a dragon and a great king, he is also a Tayar and thus susceptible to black magic. Gillay tries to remind her of the dangers of using black magic on a king and the risk of discovery. However, Garrett views the period of prosperity as their opportunity, as it signifies an increase in violence. She suggests that if Hakkan's spouse were to disappear in an unfortunate accident, the elders would advise him to remarry her. Garrett insists that Gillay perform the black magic, with the target being to make Hakkan accidentally kill Lucina. Though Gillay is trembling and refuses, Garrett promises him that it will be the last time, and afterward he can live as he pleases. Reluctantly, Gillay begins to prepare the ritual for the black magic. Back in Hakkan's room, Lucina continues to kiss him, noticing his rapidly beating heart. Lucina decides to stop, but Hakkan suddenly declares that he can't hold back any longer. In an instant, he frees himself from the band on her hands and pins Lucina down on the bed, leaving her bewildered. With his face all flushed, Hakkan gazes at Lucina, struggling to contain himself. But he regains his composure and, pulling away from Lucina, realizes that things shouldn't go any further. He swiftly turns around and shouts to his guards to fetch the unbreakable chain used for the guardian dragon. Lucina can't help but burst into laughter, surprising Hakkan, who can't believe she's still able to find humor in such a precarious situation. In Gillay's chamber, he reluctantly readies himself for the black magic ritual, his thoughts occupied with the secret plan. Garrett notices his hesitance and inquires about his intentions. Gillay is reluctant to resort to black magic when Hakkan is with Lucina, fearing it could endanger her, so he contemplates an alternative approach to ensure Lucina's safety. He then explains that if he were to simulate a heart attack and faint, the magic would be dispelled. By repeating this act, Hakkan would become as alert as a deer. Garrett remains puzzled, asking what the purpose of this plan is. Rising to his feet, Gillay declares that he will modify the magic equipment and retrieves a bundle of candles. He explains that these candles are crafted from his own blood, and if he uses them, the magic's effect will persist, even if he loses consciousness due to a heart attack. Garrett questions why he didn't suggest this earlier. Gillay leans in closer and whispers something to her, prompting a pleased reaction from Garrett after hearing Gillay's explanation. The following day, Lucina engages in a conversation with Puka, reflecting on the previous night when she used a chain to ensure Hakkan slept peacefully. This revelation prompts Puka to burst into laughter. Puka then broaches the topic of whether Hakkan and Lucina will indeed abstain from intimacy for 2 months, reminding Lucina of her desire to bear Hakkan's child. Lucina explains that Hakkan advised her to strengthen her body first because, despite her healing powers, she still lacks physical strength. Hearing this explanation, Puka offers his perspective, suggesting that it might be the earth energy within her body that weakens her. In a counterintuitive twist, having a child with Hakkan might actually restore her energy. Lucina still struggles to fully grasp what Puka is trying to convey. Puka adds that a child imbued with the energy of fire could potentially stabilize her energy, and even if there were issues with nutrition, as long as she ate enough, there should be no problem. Lucina's comprehension dawns, and she suddenly becomes excited at the prospect, leaving Puka visibly shocked by her reaction. Seeking reassurance, Lucina inquires about the potential dangers of carrying a dragon's child. Puka clarifies that while it may pose risks for the average person, it should be perfectly safe for her. He goes on to explain that during pregnancy, she won't be able to utilize her healing powers, as they will automatically be directed toward protecting her from the fire energy emanating from the child in her womb. Puka then raises a critical question. Even if she loses her ability to heal, is she still willing to have a child with Hakkan? Lucina follows up by asking if her healing powers will return once the child is born. Puka confidently responds with a resounding yes. Lucina can't help but exclaim why Puka didn't share this information with her earlier, despite never explicitly asking him about it. Lucina excitedly departs from her room, eager to share the news with Hakkan that she no longer needs to rely on pills and waiting, as her healing powers now ensure a safe pregnancy, alleviating Hakan's concerns. Inside Hakan's chamber, the servants deliver the remedy from the priest as planned. Noticing that the servant has brought something else along, Hakkan inquires about it. The servant explains that Tayar suggested decorating the room, given Lucina's frequent visits, so she brought scented candles and flowers. Hakkan responds with a smile, even acknowledging that Tayar's ideas can prove useful at times. With that settled, Hakkan proceeds to take his remedy, while another servant arranges the flowers and candles neatly on the table. As he sips the potion designed to suppress his fire energy, Hakkan reflects on how he should find today a bit more bearable than yesterday. Once the servants depart, Hakkan gazes at the flowers, taking in their fragrance, and wonders if Lucina will appreciate the thoughtful gesture. Lucina arrives at Hakkan's chamber, and the guards promptly inform Hakkan of her presence. As Lucina steps into Hakkan's chamber, her face lights up with joy. She approaches Hakkan, eager to share her news. However, Hakkan stands there with an unusual expression, and suddenly, he roughly seizes Lucina's hand, causing her pain. This prompts Lucina to call out his name in bewilderment. Without uttering a word, Hakkan then pulls Lucina closer and firmly grasps her waist. As Hakkan withdraws his hand from Lucina, he gazes at the shattered accessories on his hand. An unusual sensation coursing through him. His expression wrestles with inner turmoil as he grapples with what's happening to him. Lucina becomes alarmed by Hakkan's abrupt response, her fear evident in her expression. Observing Lucina's reaction, Hakkan is caught off guard and quickly apologizes, explaining that he's not feeling well today, and suggests that she should retire to her palace for the night. Unbeknownst to him, the black magic from Gillay's candle is taking its toll. Even Hakkan himself struggles to comprehend why he acted so harshly toward Lucina, leading him to ponder whether the fire energy within him is intensifying, despite it being 2 months early. Returning to her palace, Lucina finds herself in her chamber, lying in her bed, and contemplates the recent unsettling encounter with Hakkan. She's puzzled by Hakkan's uncharacteristic behavior, which left her feeling frightened. Unable to sleep due to her lingering thoughts, Titi suggests that she try immersing herself in holy water to find some solace and ease her restlessness. Lucina decides to follow Titi's advice and ventures to the holy water. After immersing herself in the calming waters, Lucina emerges, feeling rejuvenated. She even playfully showcases her swimming skills to Titi. On the other side of the holy water, Hakkan arrives with the hope that submerging himself in it might help calm his inner turmoil. However, he pauses upon hearing Lucina's voice echoing nearby. Turning in the direction of the sound, he's greeted by the sight of Lucina wearing a radiant smile while Titi assists her in drying her hair. The image captivates Hakkan, and he can't help but be entranced by the beauty of Lucina's joyful expression. Yet, his demeanor suddenly shifts, influenced by the black magic being cast by Gillay from a distant location. While casting the magic spell, Gillay provides an explanation of his black magic's workings. He clarifies that his black magic can only conjure illusions as long as he maintains the incantation. When he loses consciousness, those under its influence will snap out of it. Gillay further elucidates that by combining the spell with the candle, the affected person will perceive illusions whenever they sense someone's love. Initially, These illusions are brief and easily overcome, but over time, they grow more potent and challenging to distinguish from reality. At the moment, Hakkan is ensnared in an illusion featuring Lucina and Gile, which stokes the fires of his anger. In a burst of rage, he approaches Lucina menacingly. Lucina is taken aback by Hakkan's sudden presence, but as their eyes meet, something within Hakkan snaps him back to reality. He comes to a sudden halt, visibly shocked. Lucina, trembling with concern, asks if Hakkan is all right or if he's been hurt. Even Titi hides herself behind a pillar, sensing the tension. Hakkan attempts to explain that he thought Lucina had fallen, prompting his hasty arrival. Seeing something amiss with Hakkan, Lucina presses further, inquiring about his well-being. Hakkan, however, avoids her gaze and claims that he's merely a little exhausted, assuring her that the holy water will help him recover. Recalling that she has something important to share with Hakkan, Lucina attempts to broach the subject. However, Hakkan abruptly turns his back to her, remarking that it's late and instructing her to retire for the night. He then directs Titi to escort Lucina back to her palace, leaving her perplexed by his sudden behavior. Even Hakkan himself is left feeling unsettled, as he continues to experience inexplicable anger in Lucina's presence. He begins to wonder if he's losing his sanity. Meanwhile, Gile, still immersed in his black magic, elaborates on the lasting effects of the spell. He explains that the emotions it generates will persist even after the illusion has dissipated, gradually nurturing negative sentiments within Hakkan towards Lucina. Gile asserts that there's no need to physically harm Lucina, as Hakkan will naturally distance himself from her. Gile believes that this approach won't harm Lucina physically, but will gradually erode her relationship with Hakkan. He speculates that Lucina will eventually grow disillusioned and leave the palace, seeking him out to depart together. Seeking answers and troubled by his own behavior, Hakkan decides to consult with the priest, sharing his concerns about the strange changes he's experiencing. The following day, Lucina and Titi are engrossed in their lessons with Gile as their teacher. However, Lucina appears to be lost in thought, her mind drifting away. Gile repeatedly calls her name, and when she finally snaps back to reality, she's taken aback. Concerned, Gile instructs Titi to retrieve another book from the library and seizes the opportunity to speak with Lucina privately. He inquires about what's been bothering her, expressing his worry and asking if something has transpired between Lucina and Hakkan. Lucina's eyes well up with tears as she struggles to hold back her emotions. Observing her distress, Gile asks if Hakkan has been angry with her, or if he has mistreated her in any way. Lucina, with a sorrowful expression, reassures Gile that it's not the case. Instead, she reveals that Hakkan has been consistently in a foul mood lately. Gile experiences a wave of relief that Hakkan hasn't physically harmed Lucina. However, he attempts to empathize with Lucina by suggesting that Hakkan's behavior can be erratic, akin to that of a child. Lucina, however, becomes defensive, fiercely protecting her beloved's honor. She asserts that Hakkan's recent mood swings are a result of the approaching period of prosperity, during which he doesn't feel an optimal condition, affecting his temperament. Gile then proposes that Lucina take a break from seeing Hakkan for a while. Lucina hesitates, concerned about missing him. Gile pauses for a moment, and then suggests that she write a letter to Hakkan as an alternative means of communication, allowing them to stay in touch without meeting face to face. Lucina's face instantly brightens with enthusiasm at the prospect of writing a letter to Hakkan. Upon completing the letter, Lucina requests Gile's assistance in reviewing it. However, as Gile reads the letter, he appears somewhat taken aback. He carefully rolls up the letter and assures Lucina that it's perfectly fine, offering praise for her effort and telling her that she's done an excellent job. Lucina is elated to hear his words, particularly when Gile adds that Hakkan will appreciate it. She holds hope that Hakan will be pleased when he receives her letter. In Hakan's chamber, the priest arrives to assess his condition. He reassures Hakan that his instability is merely a result of the approaching period of prosperity and poses no life-threatening danger. Still, Hakan seeks further clarification, prompting the priest to elaborate. He explains that as the flame's intensity grows stronger, it becomes increasingly challenging to control one's emotions, particularly when harboring special feelings for someone. This is a common experience for everyone. Hakan acknowledges the priest's explanation and grants him permission to depart. As the priest exits Hakan's chamber, a servant enters, bearing a letter from Lucina. Hakan accepts the letter with curiosity, wondering about its contents. The servant inquires whether she should light a candle. He grants permission for the candle to be lit. As Hakan begins to peruse Lucina's letter, he becomes perplexed by the jumbled words and phrases she has penned, finding the writing somewhat amusing. He even shares a laugh at her unconventional style. However, as he continues to read, the insidious effects of the black magic emanating from the candle start to take hold, further distorting the words on the page and transforming the once loving letter into one filled with hatred. With each passing moment, the illusions envelop Hakan more tightly, making it increasingly difficult to resist. Finally, unable to contain his growing agitation, Hakan lets out a loud, exasperated shout to quell the turmoil within. This sudden outburst prompts the guards stationed outside his chamber to rush in, expressing concern for Hakan's well-being. Trembling and visibly distressed, Hakan discovers that the letter has been torn to shreds, leaving him bewildered upon returning to reality. Upon seeing the letter in tatters on the floor, the guard wonders if there was something awry with the letter. Hakan then picks up the torn pieces of paper, pondering why he had reacted so strongly in anger. The news of Hakan's anger upon receiving Lucina's letter quickly circulates among the servants, leading them to assume that Lucina has penned something that has ignited Hakan's fury. Titi, who happens to be nearby and overhears the gossip, is taken aback by the revelation, particularly because she is aware that Lucina had sought Gille's assistance in composing the letter. A day later, Titi rushes toward Gille, her expression angry and agitated. Gille inquires about the reason for her urgency, noting that it's not yet time for their study session. Titi insists that he speak with her before Lucina arrives, so Gille leads her to a secluded spot and asks her to explain what has transpired. Still carrying an air of frustration, Titi confronts Gille, demanding to know what he did. Gille is momentarily stunned, his mind racing with thoughts about whether Titi has discovered his use of black magic. However, Titi continues, revealing that Hakan became angry while reading the letter from Lucina. Hearing this, Gille breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that the issue pertains to the letter itself. Titi questions why Gille didn't inform Lucina when she wrote something unconventional, and he explains that while there were indeed some spelling mistakes, the content of the letter was entirely sound. Gille further elaborates that he believed Hakan would be deeply moved by receiving such a heartfelt letter, imperfections and all, and thus saw no need to make corrections. Titi then speculates whether Hakan's anger stemmed from Lucina's lack of writing skills, while Gille wonders if his black magic might have influenced the letter in some way. To their surprise, Lucina suddenly emerges from behind, wearing a sorrowful expression as she addresses them, revealing that Hakan became angry when reading her letter. In a state of panic, Titi questions why Lucina ventured there alone, to which Lucina explains that she couldn't locate Titi, prompting her to come looking for them. Her countenance grows even more despondent as she speculates on why Hakan might have become upset over her subpar writing skills. Titi promptly reassures Lucina, insisting that her assessment is mistaken and emphasizing that Hakan is not the type to react that way. Gille joins Titi in comforting Lucina, offering his agreement with Titi's words. In that moment, Lucina begins to believe that there might be a misunderstanding, as she places her trust in Hakkan. Gilai, however, ponders the reason behind his agreement. Given that his ultimate goal is to sow doubt between Lucina and Hakkan, hoping that Lucina will turn to him instead. He wonders if it's because he genuinely doesn't want to see Lucina hurt. Out of the blue, Lucina announces her intention to speak with Hakkan. Gilai is suddenly filled with worry, expressing concerns about whether it's a good idea given Hakkan's perpetually foul mood of late. Lucina, however, remains resolute, asserting that she's determined to talk to him because she has something important to convey. Titi lends her support to Lucina's decision, encouraging her to engage with Hakkan and clear up any misunderstandings between them. Just as Lucina is about to depart, Gilai unexpectedly seizes her hand, preventing her from leaving. Lucina turns to him, puzzled by his actions. In a nervous tone, Gilai reminds Lucina that they have their study session scheduled for today. Lucina hesitates for a moment, torn between her desire to speak with Hakkan and her commitment to her studies. Titi steps in to reassure Lucina, promising to tutor her after her conversation with Hakkan and urging her not to worry. Gilai, feeling helpless, understands that there's little more he can do to dissuade Lucina. Lucina expresses her gratitude to Titi and then rushes off to Hakkan's palace. Watching her depart, Gilai begins to contemplate the need to follow her. In his chamber, Hakkan finds himself pondering recent events. Despite the looming period of prosperity, he's been feeling unlike himself lately. He recalls losing his temper, but the reason behind it eludes him. Frustrated and seeking answers, Hakkan decides to discontinue his remedy, suspecting it might be the cause, yet the problem persists. His frustration grows as he grapples with the mystery. Suddenly, a memory sparks in his mind, the servant who had delivered the candle. Hakkan jumps to his feet and begins to pace as he tries to piece together the puzzle. He remembers reading Lucina's letter with the candle nearby and starts to wonder if there's something amiss with it. Just as he steps out of his chamber, he encounters Lucina rushing toward him. Surprised, Hakkan inquires about her presence. Lucina then reveals that she has something important to share with him. Quickly scanning their surroundings, she leans closer to Hakkan and suggests that they move inside. Lucina believes it's best to keep her healing ability a secret from anyone else. Hakkan, sensing the urgency, agrees to follow Lucina. Now in Hakkan's chamber, they sit together near the table with the scented candle still lit. Hakkan then tells Lucina to speak her mind, and she nervously begins to voice her concerns. She mentions her worry about Hakkan's recent bad mood and his need to take the remedy due to the impending period of prosperity. Gathering her courage, Lucina makes a heartfelt plea for Hakkan to cease taking the remedy, revealing her own healing ability and assuring him that there's no need for concern. However, Hakkan's response leaves Lucina bewildered. He remains silent, but something appears to be stirring in his mind upon hearing about Lucina's healing ability. Observing Hakkan's expression, Lucina hesitantly inquires why he appears that way. Unfortunately, Hakkan's thoughts are ensnared by the dark magic manipulated by Garrett through Gilai. All he can discern now is Lucina apparently confiding in Gilai. Hakkan's frustration mounts, and he accuses Lucina of treachery and deception. Lucina, upon hearing this, is both perplexed and fearful. While attempting to calm Hakkan, her words falter, but her efforts yield no success. The dark magic further exacerbates Hakkan's anger, and he now envisions Lucina alongside Gilai. With an abrupt movement, Hakkan rises, teetering on the brink of attacking Lucina. Outside Hakkan's chamber, Gilai appears concerned as he approaches. However, Lucina's scream suddenly startles Gilai and the guards. Gilai rushes into Hakkan's chamber to find Lucina lying on the ground. He promptly instructs a guard to summon assistance. Turning to Lucina, he inquires about her well-being. Lucina appears terrified and conveys to Gilai her concerns about Hakkan's unusual behavior. Gilai, on the other hand, explains that Hakkan's aggressive tendencies can surface during periods of prosperity and advises Lucina to keep her distance. Nevertheless, Lucina worries that Hakan may pose a threat to others, and expresses a desire to use her healing powers to aid him. Gilai, however, holds a different perspective, believing it's too risky for Lucina to use her powers in Hakan's current state, despite their potential effectiveness. Out of the blue, Hakan, still ensnared by the dark magic's influence, erupts in rage and seizes Gilai by the collar. Fearing for the safety of others, Lucina utilizes her restorative abilities while attempting to bring Hakan back to his senses. She persists in channeling her healing powers toward Hakan, gradually guiding him back to a state of bewildered clarity. Lucina finally perceives that Hakan is regaining his composure, which provides her with relief. However, having expended a significant amount of energy, she succumbs to unconsciousness due to her depleted power. A worried expression crosses Hakan's face as he ponders what transpired and contemplates Lucina's role in helping him. The servant and the priest eventually arrive, but one of the attendants raises suspicions. Hakan notifies the priest of his intention to accompany Lucina to her room and instructs the priest to attend to Gilai instead. After Hakan and Lucina have exited the room, the dubious servant discreetly dispatches a message using a carrier pigeon. Subsequently, the priest delivers his findings to Hakan, confirming the presence of dark magic within the candles. Hakan also inquires about Lucina's well-being, prompting the priest to inform him that Lucina has sustained a bruise. Overwhelmed by guilt, Hakan makes his way to Lucina's chamber to assess her condition. Inside, Tidi apprises him that Lucina remains unconscious, but offers reassurance, suggesting that Lucina would likely be deeply comforted by his presence when she regains consciousness. Observing Lucina still lying motionless on the bed, Hakan is overwhelmed with guilt, comprehending the role he played while under the dark magic's influence, leading to Lucina's harm. Hakan earnestly implores Lucina to awaken, his heart heavy with the desire to offer her a heartfelt apology. However, a sudden commotion erupts as the guards rush into the chamber in a state of panic, urgently conveying to Hakan that the dragon's hatching fortress is under attack. Earlier, inside Garrett's palace, her servant arrived with a report stating that Hakan had found the candle and disposed of it. The servant expressed concern about the risk of exposure, but Garrett remained composed and put forth a plan. Garrett suggested that they should devise a strategy to ensure Hakan's temporary absence from the palace, enabling them to frame Lucina for the incident. Hurriedly making his way to the fortress, Hakan's anger burns fiercely. He hasn't had a chance to tend to Lucina, but the sudden attack by the Dragon Slayers demands his immediate attention. The last time the castle's defenses were breached was a decade ago, resulting in significant damage and the loss of Hakan's own brother in that conflict. Hakan is resolute in his determination to confront and defeat the Dragon Slayers, seeking revenge for the tragic events of the past. Upon their arrival, Hakan inquires about the situation from the guard, who reports that there have been no major attacks except for the breach of the barrier. Hakan is taken aback by this revelation, initially thinking the situation was urgent. However, he begins to contemplate whether the attack was deliberately orchestrated to lure him there. With a sense of caution, Hakan orders his troops to return to the palace, firmly believing that they've fallen into a trap meant to draw him out. As they prepare to depart, the Dragon Slayer who had been involved in the previous attack suddenly appears. Battle ensues, but unfortunately, Hakan is struck by a black arrow wielded by the Dragon Slayer leader. Inside the palace, Lucina awakens and anxiously inquires about Hakan's whereabouts from Tidi. Tidi explains that Hakan had been with Lucina when she was unconscious, but he had to rush to defend the castle during an attack. Upon hearing this, Lucina hurries out of her room to search for Hakan. Taran and the others arrive on horseback, their expressions somber. Lucina approaches Taran and queries him about Hakan's condition. Taran informs her that Hakan sustained serious injuries and that he's on his way to see Hakan. Learning of Hakan's peril, Lucina's worry becomes evident. She then informs Tayar that she intends to visit Hakkan, stating that she can heal Hakan. Tayar consents to escort Lucina to see Hakkan. However, another guard interjects, emphasizing the need for permission to enter, even for Lucina. Tayar counters, asserting that Lucina will soon become Tayar's official queen, and no one else is more qualified to assess Hakkan's health. With this, Lucina rides alongside Tayar to the location where Hakkan is convalescing, a significant cave protected by dragons, one of Tayar's many sacred sites. Tayar elucidates that this place holds the utmost sanctity, serving as the birthplace of all previous Tayar kings. As Lucina readies herself to enter the cave, Tayar offers a word of caution, emphasizing the absence of light within. Lucina inquires if Tayar will accompany her, but he explains that he cannot enter voluntarily. Lucina takes a moment to contemplate the situation, noting Tayar's faith in her, even if he cannot enter the cave himself. Expressing her gratitude, Lucina thanks Tayar before proceeding into the cave. Unbeknownst to her, Tayar forgets to convey that Hakkan is in his true form, hoping that Lucina won't be taken aback. With unwavering determination to heal Hakkan, Lucina steps into the dark cave. As she delves deeper, she senses a warmth that strikes her as oddly familiar. This energy draws her in, and she decides to follow it, believing it may lead her to Hakkan. However, as she reaches the source of the warmth, she is surprised to find not Hakkan, but a wounded dragon. Lucina cautiously approaches, recognizing the dragon from her childhood. The dragon opens its eyes upon her approach, and without hesitation, Lucina inquires if the dragon remembers their encounter from 10 years ago. She also asks if the dragon is the guardian of the cave. The dragon Hakkan, in his true form, is puzzled by Lucina's statement that they had met a decade ago. Lucina then discloses her purpose in seeking her husband. However, upon noticing the dragon's injury, Lucina extends her hand, offering to heal it. At that moment, Hakkan finally recognizes Lucina as the girl who had healed him a decade ago. Unable to believe that he hadn't realized her identity, despite her constant presence by his side, the dragon turns to reveal its wound to Lucina. And without hesitation, she employs her healing abilities to mend the dragon's injury. Suddenly, the dragon undergoes a transformation, shifting into Hakkan's human form. Lucina, baffled by the sudden disappearance of the dragon and the emergence of Hakkan, searches around in perplexity. Without delay, Hakkan embraces Lucina, expressing his gratitude for her salvation, just as she had done for him 10 years earlier. Lucina seeks confirmation, asking if the dragon was indeed Hakkan. Hakkan affirms this, acknowledging that Lucina has saved his life on 2 occasions. He carries a heavy burden of remorse for his actions under the dark magic's influence, and the harm he had intended to cause Lucina. As Lucina comprehends the circumstances that led to Hakkan's past actions, she finds relief, understanding that it wasn't his true will. Acknowledging the dragon as Hakkan, Lucina begins to feel a sense of relaxation. With a cheerful disposition, she reassures Hakkan that she is all right. Recognizing that being under the spell is not something he could control, she notes the synchronicity in their connection, stating that healing Hakkan again, much like 10 years ago, seems like fate intertwining their lives. Lucina expresses her happiness in being the one to save Hakkan once more. Lucina reiterates her special gift, explaining that her healing abilities will ensure a safe childbirth for their child, relieving Hakkan of any further worry or suffering on her behalf. Overjoyed, Hakkan expresses his happiness with a passionate kiss on Lucina's lips. After a while of waiting outside, Tayar spots Hakkan carrying Lucina, and both appear to be in perfect health. Tayar's face lights up with joy as he comprehends that Lucina possesses healing abilities. Hakkan, still holding Lucina, instructs Tayar to prepare his room as soon as they return to the palace. Confused by Hakkan's request, Tayar seeks clarification. Hakan, gazing at Lucina, elaborates on their plans to engage in something they were unable to do before. Initially puzzled, Lucina's face flushes with embarrassment as she grasps the meaning behind Hakan's words. In Lucina's chamber, Titty is surprised to discover that Lucina and Hakan never had their first night together. Lucina confides that she was intoxicated during that time. Lucina proceeds to alleviate Titi's concerns, assuring her that she won't die even if she bypasses her first night. Feeling reassured, Titi now becomes enthusiastic about transforming Lucina into the most resplendent lady in the entire palace. After completing the preparations, Lucina is now prepared to make her way to Hakan's chamber. Lucina proceeds to enter Hakan's chamber, finding him already there, seated on his bed, waiting for her. As she approaches Hakan, her nerves are palpable. He pulls her closer, seating her on his lap, and playfully inquires if she's feeling shy. Hakan expresses his concern about potentially hurting Lucina, but she reassures him once more, reminding him of her healing ability. This reassurance prompts Hakan to burst into laughter as he teases Lucina. Hakan gently places Lucina on his bed and draws his face nearer to hers, bestowing a soft kiss on her lips. As their lips part, Lucina inquires about Hakan's ability to have children even when he's not in his period of prosperity. Between kisses, Hakan assures her that he can, explaining that the period of prosperity merely heightens the chances of conceiving. Hakan once more asks Lucina if she's comfortable proceeding further. With a radiant smile, Lucina affirms her readiness. With their mutual agreement, Hakan continues their first night together. The next morning, when Tayar and Titi see Hakan carrying Lucina out of the chamber, they are filled with joy, particularly upon learning that Lucina is in good health. Tayar inquires about Hakan's destination, and Hakan explains that they are heading to the hot springs, considering that Lucina's body must be weary. Hearing Hakan's teasing words, Lucina's face turns crimson with embarrassment. Shyly, Lucina tells Hakan that he should be the one saying that, which elicits laughter from those around. As Tayar watches Hakan depart with Lucina, he experiences a sense of relief, knowing that Lucina is by Hakan's side. He is particularly heartened by the sight of Hakan's smile, a sight he had never witnessed before. The news of Hakan and Lucina's first night quickly reaches Garrett's ears, and her displeasure is evident. Learning that Lucina is perfectly fine after that night only serves to intensify Garrett's anger, and she harbors a sinister wish for Lucina's demise. To carry out her malevolent intentions, Garrett devises a plan to use black magic on Hakan once more. She dismisses her servants, instructing them to leave so she can contemplate her next steps. After they depart from Garrett's palace, one of the servants discreetly sends a message via a carrier pigeon. Deep within the forest, the message reaches the intended recipient, a member of the Dragon Slayers. Upon reading the message, the Dragon Slayer removes her helmet, revealing her face as that of a woman with silver eyes and long blonde hair. She acknowledges that it won't be long before her plan can come to fruition. In Lucina's palace, Hakan divulges the details about the dark candle, explaining how it had caused him to behave strangely due to an unusual spell within. He queries Lucina about her familiarity with such objects, as he had never encountered anything similar in Tayar before. Lucina, concerned by the revelation, admits that she has never come across the practice of casting spells on candles in Brian either. Observing her worry, Hakan provides reassurance, informing her that the person responsible for bringing the candle has been apprehended, though they have yet to identify the creator. While Hakan contemplates the potential involvement of Garrett, he acknowledges the difficulty in accusing her, given her apparent incapability of wielding dark magic. Hakan elucidates to Lucina that, based on the priest's insights, the use of dark magic can have severe consequences, such as the destruction of a person's soul and adverse effects on their entire body. As a result, he intends to investigate individuals who have exhibited sudden changes in their physical well-being. He advises Lucina to take some time to rest and not dwell on these concerns. After absorbing Hakkan's explanation, Lucina contemplates whether Gile might be unwell due to his use of dark magic, though she sincerely hopes that is not the case. All Lucina knows is that Gile has endured chest pain since childhood and has always taken care of her, leading her to doubt that he would intentionally cause harm. In Gile's residence, Garrett attempts to intimidate him into using dark magic once more. However, Gile stands firm, declaring that he refuses to employ dark magic any longer. He mentions that Hakan has already taken Lucina, and this situation could also put Garrett in danger. It becomes apparent that Garrett is aware of Gile's concerns for Lucina's safety. Although Garrett is visibly displeased, she recognizes that she cannot coerce Gile any further and allows him to leave. As Garrett departs, Gile is left pondering Garrett's true intentions. A week later, with Hakan gently cradling her in his arms, Lucina observes a scar on Hakan's face. He offers reassurance, mentioning that it will heal quickly. Lucina, wanting to help, offers to use her healing abilities. However, a sudden recollection of what Puka had told her surfaces. She won't be able to utilize her healing powers during her pregnancy because her body requires them to protect her from the fiery energy of the child. Inside their chamber, the priest has been summoned to examine Lucina. He exuberantly congratulates her on the news of her pregnancy with the dragon's child. Upon hearing this, Lucina is filled with happiness at the prospect of bearing Hakan's child. The priest advises her to exercise additional caution with her body, emphasizing that even the slightest oversight could lead to severe complications. Hakan tenderly embraces Lucina, overwhelmed with joy that she's now carrying his child. With a gentle look in his eyes, he asks Lucina what she desires, perhaps expecting her to request gold or jewels. However, Lucina surprises him with a different wish. In the garden, Hakan is taken aback by Lucina's simple request for fruits. Lucina's rationale is that she believes if she asks for anything more extravagant, Hakan would provide her with mountains of it, so she's content with just fruit. Hakan tenderly expresses his love for Lucina by feeding her the fruits. Unbeknownst to them, Puka is discreetly observing from a nearby tree. Upon her return to her chamber, Puka can hardly believe what he witnessed, Hakan's sudden change in behavior. Lucina, however, insists that Hakan has always been exceptionally kind. Puka, ever cautious, reminds Lucina that she must exercise care since neither she nor Hakan can heal from serious injuries now. Nonetheless, Lucina's primary concern is Hakan's safety in battle. Puka suggests seeking help from someone with abilities similar to Lucina's. This idea resonates with Lucina, and she surprises Puka by declaring her agreement. She believes that enlisting the Cameron's assistance might not only ensure her own safety, but also Hakan's and the safety of Tayar as a whole. Lucina approaches Hakan to discuss her plan, but Hakan initially expresses his disagreement. He explains that Tayar has been branded as barbaric by neighboring kingdoms and believes they are unlikely to extend assistance. However, Lucina remains steadfast in her determination to try, and eventually, Hakan concedes, though he can't guarantee the outcome. He agrees to send a letter to the Cameron. Lucina is overjoyed that Hakan is willing to consider her suggestion. Lucina sets about composing the letter with Hakan's guidance. He playfully teases her, remarking that her writing skills have improved considerably since before. Lucina counters by accusing Hakan of implying that she used to be terrible at writing. Not wanting to upset Lucina, Hakan assures her that it's not what he meant. As Lucina concentrates on writing the letter, she is seated on Hakan's lap. He leans in closer, observing how beautiful she appears when she's focused. Showering Lucina with kisses, Hakan suggests they complete the letter and spend some quality time together. Lucina, however, remains resolute in her task of finishing the letter. Hakan has no choice but to comply, patiently waiting until she completes it. Out of the blue, Hakan broaches the topic of their unborn child, asking Lucina if she has a preference for a boy or a girl. After a moment of reflection, Lucina turns the question back to Hakan, who expresses a wish for a girl. He elaborates, explaining that a dragon's daughter is considered exceedingly precious, as they are a rare occurrence, and they are expected to bear healthy offspring of their kind. Upon hearing this explanation, Lucina affirms that, for her, the gender of the child doesn't matter. Her primary concern is their well-being. Hakan chuckles in agreement with her sentiments, also underscoring that once Lucina gives birth, she will rightfully become the queen of Tayar. As they engage in conversation, a guard stationed outside the chamber interrupts, informing Hakan that Garrett is requesting permission to speak with him. Hakan promptly conveys his response, instructing the guard to tell her to leave. However, Lucina assures him that it's okay, assuming that Garrett must have something important to discuss. Reluctant, but influenced by Lucina's concern, Hakan consents to Garrett's entrance. Given the late hour, Garrett apologizes for her untimely visit. Noticing Lucina's presence, Garrett attempts to be polite and inquires whether she is interrupting. Lucina, puzzled by Garrett's sudden change in attitude towards her, responds that she is not disturbed. Hakan then urges Garrett to divulge her intentions. However, Garrett insists that what she has to share is for the king's ears only, and requests Lucina to leave. Hakan, undeterred, asserts that Lucina should remain, as she is Tayar's future queen, and there should be nothing she cannot know or hear. With that, Garrett reveals that one of the servants who provided the dark candle to Hakan had frequent contact with Gile, suggesting that Gile was the one behind the candle. Upon hearing this revelation, Lucina turns pale, unable to believe that Gile is the true culprit behind the use of dark magic. The next day, Garrett leads Hakan and Turan to the basement, explaining that she noticed Gile frequented this place and it raised suspicions. She further mentions that she was never able to ascertain the contents of this location. Upon their arrival, they find the door locked, and Turan uses his axe to break it open. Garrett is confident that even if she betrays Gile, he won't be able to betray her in return. Upon entering the room, they discover an array of tools related to dark magic. Hakan is astonished that he was unaware of the existence of such a place. However, he remains suspicious of Garrett's motives in exposing this. Consequently, Hakan decides to apprehend Gile immediately. With Gile now imprisoned, Hakan and Turan pay him a visit for questioning. Turan discreetly suggests to Hakan the possibility that Garrett might have betrayed her own brother to avoid punishment. While Hakan entertains the same thought, they lack concrete evidence to accuse her. Hence, they proceed with the interrogation of Gile, hoping he will divulge the truth. However, despite subjecting Gile to torture, he remains silent and does not implicate Garrett in any way. Hakan and Turan find this hard to believe, particularly Hakan, who is convinced of Garrett's involvement. While walking, Turan inquires about the meeting concerning Laken's remains, and Hakan explains that it was decided to expedite the process of placing Laken's body in Mezerlik. Typically, this is done after the new guardian dragon is born, but Hakan believes it's best to address the matter before he becomes too preoccupied. Hakan then conveys to Turan that he needs to inform Lucina about all the details. Hakan begins to worry, pondering whether Lucina will be shocked upon learning that her teacher is the culprit. Furthermore, he is concerned about not being with her during such trying times, fearing that it might only intensify Lucina's distress. Hakan pays a visit to Lucina, and she warmly welcomes him, mentioning that she's been practicing her writing with Titi. However, Hakan's demeanor suddenly darkens as he delivers the distressing news about Gile. Lucina's expression turns sad, finding it hard to believe that Gile truly intended to harm her and Hakan, despite her previous trust in him. In an attempt to console Lucina, Hakan wraps his arms around her in a comforting hug. But there's more news to deliver, and Hakan hesitates before sharing it. Lucina notices his expression and prompts him to reveal what's troubling him. With a heavy heart, Hakan informs her that he needs to leave the palace temporarily, even though he wishes to stay by her side and protect her. He explains that he has to oversee the transfer of Laken to Mezarek, a process that will take approximately 1 week. To ease Hakan's worry, Lucina smiles and assures him that she will be just fine during the week without him. A few days later, the day of departure to Mezarek arrives. Hakan, accompanied by his guards, is prepared to leave and is on the verge of bidding farewell to Lucina. He draws nearer, gently caresses Lucina's face, and plants a kiss on her lips. However, Turan reminds him that they need to depart immediately. Though Hakan is filled with concern, he has no option but to leave. Unbeknownst to Hakan, Garrett, aware of his absence, is ready to set her plan in motion to frame Lucina. A few days after Hakan's departure, Lucina, confined to her chamber, grows increasingly bored and impatient, longing for Hakan's return. Titi notices Lucina's restlessness and believes that staying isolated in her room is making her more despondent. To lift Lucina's spirits, Titi suggests they go outside for a walk together. Initially hesitant, Lucina eventually agrees. And as they leave her room, someone takes the opportunity to enter it. While they are enjoying a walk in the fresh air, a guard suddenly approaches them, urging Lucina to accompany him and grabbing her arm. Lucina is taken aback by the sudden and forceful encounter. Titi intervenes, pushing the guard away and inquiring about the situation. The guard explains that they discovered a suspicious object in Lucina's room and insists on inspecting it with her. Lucina is left confused and frightened by this unexpected turn of events, insisting that she doesn't understand what's happening and that no one has entered her room in the past few days. Titi firmly supports Lucina, asserting that it must be a misunderstanding. However, the guard remains indifferent, forcibly pulling Lucina's hand and insisting that she goes with him. Titi attempts to shield Lucina, but the guard pushes her to the ground and continues to press Lucina to accompany him. The guard forcibly ushers Lucina inside the room, where Garrett awaits with a devious expression on her face. She casually mentions that the guard discovered something unusual in Lucina's room. The guard proceeds to present Lucina with the item, and it is revealed to be a dark candle. Confused, Lucina questions the presence of the candle, but Garrett seizes this opportunity to accuse her. Lucina attempts to defend herself, explaining that she has no knowledge of the candle. However, Garrett counters her with evidence, claiming that the temple's examination confirmed the candle contained some form of magic. Garrett coldly asserts that, in accordance with the law, until Hakan returns, Lucina must remain confined to her room. This news terrifies Lucina, causing her to tremble with fear. Meanwhile, in Mezarek, after placing Laken's body there, Hakan pays his last respects to Laken, vowing to bring the murderer to justice. He instructs them to proceed with the procedure immediately and to return as soon as they are finished. Hakan can't help but express his concern about leaving Lucina alone, fearing that something might happen to her in his absence. Back in the palace, Lucina is consumed by depression following the recent events. She is so lost in her thoughts that she doesn't even notice Puka's presence as he comes to visit her. Puka watches her from the window, clearly concerned about her well-being. Suddenly, 2 masked men approach Lucina's room from the outside. Sensing a dangerous situation, Puka decides to take flight and find Hakan. The window in Lucina's room shatters, and the assassins make their way inside to abduct her. Lucina desperately tries to call for help, but her cries go unanswered. Garrett, who orchestrated this scheme, smirks with satisfaction as she believes that Lucina has been taken away by the assassins and will soon meet her demise, making it nearly impossible to find her body. The assailants forcefully take Lucina on horseback, covering her mouth and binding her hands. Puka watches in growing concern. However, a sudden downpour prompts them to seek shelter in a nearby cave. Realizing the opportunity to escape, Lucina gathers her courage and makes a run for it. Unfortunately, she trips and falls, injuring herself and causing her to bleed, which only heightens her fear. As the assassins prepare to carry out their deadly intentions, a group of knights arrives and quickly eliminates them. Lucina wonders if Hakan has come to her rescue. However, as the knight draws near and removes his helmet, Lucina is taken aback when she recognizes him as her stepbrother from Berg. In the Tayar palace, Hakan has returned earlier than expected. As he walks through the palace, he encounters a concerned guard who seems troubled by Hakan's arrival. On his way to visit Lucina, he crosses paths with Titi and inquires about any recent developments during his absence. Titi explains that Garrett has accused Lucina of using dark magic and subsequently confined her to her room. Upon hearing this, Hakan's anger flares, finding it hard to believe that anyone would give credence to Garrett's claims. He swiftly makes his way to Lucina's chamber, and as he opens the door, he is met with the shocking sight of an empty room with shattered windows. Prior to this, Lucina's stepbrother had encountered an unknown wizard who presented him with a solution to his ongoing predicament. His life had taken a turn for the worse after the last attack by Tayar, and the wizard assured him that the king's anger would soon subside if he brought Lucina to him. This is why he is now saving Lucina from the assassins with the wizard's assistance. The wizard conducts a quick examination of Lucina's unborn child, and they receive the reassuring news that the baby is in good health. Lucina's stepbrother expresses his relief upon hearing this, though it leaves Lucina puzzled as to why he is so concerned about her child's well-being. As Lucina's stepbrother instructs his knights to take her with them, she adamantly refuses, insisting on returning to Tayar. His patience wears thin, and he berates her for enjoying a life of happiness in Tayar, while he and his mother have been living in poverty. He raises his hand to strike her, but their confrontation is interrupted by a resounding roar from above. In a surprising turn of events, Hakan, in his dragon form, appears flying overhead. As he spots Lucina on the ground, he descends rapidly. Lucina's stepbrother is left bewildered, as his knowledge indicated that Hakan was away for some time, and he also realizes that the wizard has already fled the scene. Hakan, consumed by rage and having returned to his human form, unleashes his fury upon the knights, instructing Lucina to close her eyes for her safety. When he confronts Lucina's stepbrother, who trembles in fear, Hakan angrily accuses him of attempting to kidnap his wife once again. Lucina's stepbrother desperately tries to explain that there is a misunderstanding, but Hakan pays no heed and swiftly eliminates him on the spot. Lucina, in tears and trembling, implores Hakan to stop. He rushes to her side, expressing his deep concern for her after witnessing her distress. Lucina, exhausted, requests that Hakan take her back to the palace, as she is emotionally drained. The following day, back in the palace, Lucina is resting and receives a checkup from the priest, who reassures Hakan that the baby in her womb is healthy. He advises Hakan to get some rest, as he has gone without sleep for several days. However, Hakan declines the suggestion, determined to resolve the matter at hand and make sure that those who dared to frame his wife face justice. The day of reckoning for Garrett finally arrives. With her hands bound, she awaits her judgment. Hakan, as the king of Tayar, charges Garrett as the mastermind behind the dark magic conspiracy. Upon hearing this, Garrett attempts to evade responsibility, claiming ignorance. However, Hakan remains resolute and orders the guards to bring Gilai before them. Gilai begins to confess everything. He admits to practicing black magic at his sister's behest for a prolonged period, even as he suffered from the adverse effects of dark magic. Despite Gilai's testimony, Garrett still clings to denial, insisting that it's all a falsehood. Unmoved by her protests, Hakan reveals that Garrett's own maids have provided incriminating statements, Garrett, now pallid and terrified, faces her sentencing. Hakan, taking into account her use of dark magic to harm Tayar's queen and king, strips her of her former queen consort title and sentences her to death. However, Gillet pleads with Hakan to consider his sister's punishment, acknowledging his own complicity in her actions and her dedicated service to Tayar. Other attendees also join in, beseeching Hakan to reconsider. In light of these pleas, Hakan revises Garrett's sentence. Instead of death, he orders her to be imprisoned in the southern palace, marked as a reminder of her crime. Gillet, too, faces consequences, but because he fully confessed his actions, Hakan decrees that he shall bear a visible mark on his body and endure hard labor as his punishment. A few days later, in Lucina's chamber, her somber mood persists due to the news about Gillet. Recognizing her distress, Hakan attempts to lift her spirits with some heartening news. He reveals that, during a meeting, it was decided that Lucina would be appointed as the temporary queen. The notion that she would become queen, even if only temporarily, overwhelms Lucina with disbelief. However, there's a catch. She can assume the role of queen after the wedding ceremony. Hakan's eagerness grows as he alludes to another surprise in store. He signals for Titi to open the door, revealing Adar's presence. Lucina's face lights up with joy at the sight of Hakan's mother. Yet, it becomes apparent that Adar hasn't fully regained her mental faculties, as she struggles to recognize Lucina. The lingering effects of black magic continue to cloud Adar's mind, and Hakan is determined to help her break free from its influence. Lucina, eager to offer assistance, extends an invitation for Adar to reside with her in the palace. She suggests that they seek Gillet's help in dispelling the lingering black magic, reasoning that the one who cast it may also possess the knowledge to undo its effects. Although initially hesitant, Hakan ultimately agrees with Lucina's proposal. In Berg, Lucina's stepmother, Baroness Berg, paces anxiously, awaiting her son's return, when a woman with striking features, blonde hair, and silver eyes, accompanied by her retinue of knights, approaches her. Baroness Berg is both startled and angered by this unexpected arrival. The woman greets Lucina's stepmother with an air of casual familiarity, only to have her shocked questions regarding her abandonment of her own daughter hurled back at her. It is then revealed that this enigmatic woman is Lucina's birth mother, and she coldly informs Baroness Berg that her husband and son have already met their demise. Baroness Berg is devastated and refuses to accept this grim news. However, her denial is abruptly cut short as she begins to cough up blood, collapsing to the ground. Lucina's birth mother, wielding dark powers, is responsible for her sudden and fatal affliction. Lucina's birth mother, undaunted, asserts that with Lucina's child safely on the way, she is poised to become the genuine queen of Tayar, rendering the Berg family no longer of use to her. She coldly declares that, once Lucina's child is born, Tayar will unquestionably belong to her. A month following Lucina's assumption of the temporary queen role, tranquility reigns within the palace. However, a notable disturbance arises as King Hakan requests Gillet's assistance in dispelling black magic from Adar. Gillet informs the king that Adar's consciousness is gradually returning, yet full liberation from the dark enchantment remains incomplete. Upon this revelation, Hakan instructs the guards to return Gillet to confinement. When Gillet encounters Lucina, he attempts to avoid eye contact, burdened by guilt for his actions. Subsequently, Hakan extends an invitation to Lucina to accompany him on a visit to Adar. As they stroll together, Lucina discerns a troubled look on Hakan's face, prompting her to inquire whether he harbors any reluctance to see Adar. Hakan confides in her, expressing regret that he couldn't personally attend to Adar and delegated the responsibility to Garrett, leading to the imposition of the black magic on Adar. In response, Lucina offers words of comfort, assuring Hakan that Adar will not hold any resentment towards him. Upon entering Adar's room, Hakan and Lucina are taken aback as Adar unexpectedly recognizes Hakkan, evoking a deep emotional response from him. Although Hakan expresses regret for not arriving sooner, Adar, in turn, laments the loss of control over her own mind, causing harm to Hakan. She sincerely apologizes for the harsh words and actions directed at him. Witnessing this touching reconciliation unfold before her, Lucina experiences a profound sense of relief. Following that, Adar summons Lucina, indicating a desire to share something with her. Puzzled, Lucina awaits in anticipation. As they take a seat together, Adar begins expressing gratitude to Lucina for the compassionate care she provided, even during Adar's distressed state. Additionally, Adar conveys her heartfelt wish for Hakan and Lucina to enjoy a happily ever after. Reflecting on her past, Adar shares the story of how she ascended to the throne of Tayar. At that time, she faced the challenges of being kidnapped and compelled into marriage with the king of Tayar. Her struggles were compounded by her lack of affection for her husband, as her true devotion lay with her children. Eventually, Garrett assumed the role of queen, driven by personal desire, which ultimately led to greed and self-destruction. Adar confides in Lucina, highlighting the stark contrast in Lucina's motives for becoming queen, driven by genuine love for Hakan. Adar places her hope in Lucina and Hakan, trusting them to lead Tayar to even greater heights. Evidently, Puka observes them from a distance in his bird form, patiently awaiting Lucina to bring him the peanut. While soaring through the air, Puka notices a pigeon flying nearby, bearing a message on its foot. Intrigued, Puka decides to trail the pigeon. Upon reaching its destination, the pigeon taps the window with its foot, signaling that the message is intended for Marissa, the dragon slayer and Lucina's birth mother. The contents of the message detail the current situation in Tayar. Watching from a distance, Puka ponders the identity of the woman who bears an uncanny resemblance to Lucina. Upon hearing the woman mention Lucina's name, Puka ponders whether she is acquainted with Lucina. To his astonishment, Puka almost becomes visible to the woman. He swiftly conceals himself and hastily returns to Tayar. A few days later in Tayar, Hakan surprises Lucina with an abundance of baby toys and tools, despite having only one child at the moment. Happily, Hakan reveals his desire to have another child with Lucina, eliciting a joyful smile from her as she eagerly expresses her shared wish. While grasping Lucina's hand, Hakan expresses his gratitude for her healing ability, ensuring a safe journey through childbirth. He reminisces about the past, recalling when Lucina utilized her healing powers to mend him back in Brian. Inquisitive, Lucina questions why, if healing abilities were crucial in Tayar, Hakan didn't bring her there instead of leaving her in Brian. Hakan explains that, at the time, he believed Lucina had a family awaiting her in Brian, and bringing her to Tayar might have resulted in repaying kindness with hostility. However, he expresses regret, as Lucina faced mistreatment from her family, and had he known earlier, he would have protected her. Lucina playfully taunts Hakan, jesting that it's because of him she couldn't escape at that time. However, she quickly reassures him, acknowledging that fate ultimately brought them back together to this point. Lucina expresses her happiness about being with Hakan, and as Hakan shares his feelings, they seal the moment with a shared kiss. Following Hakan's departure, Puka arrives and knocks on the door. Lucina welcomes Puka inside and hands him a pouch of nuts. She expresses her concern for not having seen him in a while. Puka informs Lucina that he was pursued by a group of birds and shares that he visited Brian. There, he spotted a woman resembling Lucina in Berg House. A sense of foreboding washes over Lucina upon hearing this news. Puka advises her to confide in Hakan about it, as he shares a similar uneasy feeling. Uncertain, Lucina inquires about specific details regarding the woman, and Puka describes her as having blonde hair, reminiscent of Lucina when he first met her. Perplexed, Lucina questions the connection, prompting Puka to elaborate. He suggests the possibility that the woman might be a shifter, a creature with the ability to assume the appearance of another person. Despite this, they remain uncertain about the shifter's motives. Suddenly, Titi interrupts to inform Lucina that Adar wishes to meet her. Sensing the need for privacy, Puka swiftly requests permission to depart, reminding Lucina to keep their conversation confidential before taking flight. After welcoming Adar into the room, Adar articulates her purpose for visiting Lucina late at night. While in a conscious state, Adar discloses to Lucina that she had been conducting research on how to ensure the safe childbirth of a guardian dragon's child. Unfortunately, Adar couldn't complete her work as Garrett had cast black magic on her, fearing that the research would jeopardize her position as queen. Upon hearing Adar's explanation, Lucina, resolute, declares her intent to carry on with Adar's research. Initially concerned, Adar is reassured by Lucina's strong determination, as Lucina expresses her desire for other women to safely give birth to the dragon's child. The following day, during Hakkan's visit, Lucina presents him with Adar's research book and discloses her intention to carry on Adar's work. Concerned for Lucina's well-being, especially considering her current pregnancy, Hakkan worries about the physical toll of research. However, Lucina proposes involving Gile to assist her. Initially taken aback, Hakkan eventually agrees, understanding Lucina's strong determination to pursue the research. Having obtained approval from Hakan, Lucina calls for Gile to come to her palace. Perplexed, Gile is taken aback that Lucina herself summoned him. Lucina clarifies, expressing her need for his assistance in continuing Adar's research and assuring him of her trust. Relieved by Lucina's words, Gile agrees to lend his help. With a designated workspace already arranged, Gile can promptly embark on the task. Grateful for the opportunity, he is determined to work diligently to bring back Lucina's smile. Immersed in his workspace, Gile is engrossed in continuing Adar's research. Unexpectedly, Hakkan and Lucina visit to assess Gile's progress. Hakkan inquires about the status, and Gile reports that things are progressing well thus far. However, as Hakkan and Lucina prepare to leave, Gile halts them and poses a question to Hakkan, who looks wary and asks for more details. Gile then discloses his desire to conduct research on Lucina's healing ability, expressing the potential benefits for Tayar if it could be transferred to others. To achieve this, he explains the necessity of obtaining a blood sample from Lucina. Hakkan initially appears displeased, but Lucina promptly agrees, expressing her willingness to assist. While Hakkan, still harboring reservations, is concerned for Lucina's well-being, Lucina, with a resolute gaze, asserts her belief in Gile's honesty. Eventually, Hakkan grants approval for Gile's request. Sometime later, Lucina is in her room, having just completed a lesson where Adar taught her the rules in Tayar. Adar observes Lucina's growing belly and notes that a guardian dragon's child tends to develop faster in the womb compared to a human child. Concerned about Lucina's well-being, Adar expresses worry, but Lucina reassures her that she is feeling fine. Subsequently, Adar requests permission to take her leave, contemplating whether her healing ability contributes to her overall well-being during pregnancy. Lucina is interrupted by a knock on the door. Hakkan, wearing a bright smile, enters, revealing that he has completed his tasks, even though Tehran is seeking him out for additional work. Lucina anticipates news about a response from Cameron, but Hakkan, brimming with excitement, shares a different piece of good news. He enthusiastically describes plans for a new queen's palace for Lucina, adorned with gold. Despite Lucina expressing contentment with the current palace, Hakan insists on providing her with the very best. aspiring for Lucina to be hailed as the greatest queen in Tayar's history. While Hakan continues detailing his plans for the new queen's palace, Lucina abruptly interrupts with a question about the response letter from Cameron. Hakan's demeanor becomes somewhat subdued as he conveys that they have not yet received a response from Cameron. This news causes Lucina to feel concerned, wondering if Cameron has chosen not to assist them. Meanwhile, in Jillay's workspace, he is deeply engrossed in his research on Lucina's healing ability. Utilizing Lucina's blood sample and mixing it with the provided liquid, Jillay is taken aback when a surprising reaction occurs, leaving him shocked. Jillay finds it hard to believe, based on his knowledge. The reaction indicates that Lucina possesses the blood moon. Doubt creeps in, making him question the accuracy of the result. Just as he contemplates the possibility of error, a guard interrupts his deep thoughts, inquiring about the progress of the research. Jillay hesitates to disclose his recent discovery, but ultimately opts to keep it concealed. Instead, he informs the guard that he requires more time to finalize the research. In her chamber, Lucina appears deeply engrossed in reading Adar's research notes. Hakan, present to accompany her, expresses concern for Lucina working so diligently. He endeavors to care for her by providing food, but as Lucina catches a whiff of the meal, she feels nauseous and is on the verge of vomiting. Worried, Hakan promptly summons a priest to examine Lucina. It becomes evident that Lucina is experiencing morning sickness as a result of her pregnancy, a detail Adar had previously shared. The priest explains that every woman may have different symptoms, and for Lucina, certain foods may be triggering the sensation of nausea. Hakan, concerned for Lucina's well-being, wonders which foods she can consume without experiencing discomfort. As Hakan walks alongside Turan, his contemplative demeanor catches Turan's attention, prompting concern for his well-being. Hakan opens up about Lucina's condition, leading to Turan eagerly suggesting that he knows of a cure. He details a rare fruit found in the south that could alleviate Lucina's symptoms, although it's difficult to find. Unfazed, Hakan asserts that nothing is impossible. Without hesitation, he commands Turan to prepare his horse as they gear up for the journey. Sometime later, Hakan pays a visit to Lucina, presenting her with a sack of fruits that are rumored to alleviate her nausea. Intrigued, Lucina questions how Hakan acquired them, but he casually insists that it was an easy task. However, Turan, skeptical of Hakan's claim, discloses the true story. Hakan, almost forcefully, obtained the fruits. When they went to the market to locate the fruit, the seller revealed that someone had bought the entire stock. In response, Hakan instructed his guard to apprehend the buyer. Upon locating the person, Hakan demanded all the fruits, offering a sum of gold in exchange. Upon hearing the tale, Lucina feels a wave of relief. Grateful that Hakan didn't resort to force. Yet, faced with the abundance of fruits, Lucina acknowledges that she can't consume them all. Nonetheless, she expresses her heartfelt gratitude to Hakan for his concern and thoughtfulness. Wanting to share the fruits, Lucina invites everyone to partake in them. A couple of weeks later, in the Temple of Brian Kingdom, Cameron receives news. A servant informs the Holy Emperor of Brian about a batch of letters that took some time to check. The Holy Emperor examines the letters and discovers one from Lucina. The handsome figure with long blonde hair, recognized as the Holy Emperor, displays a surprised expression upon seeing the letter from Lucina. The following day, Turan eagerly tells Hakan that the awaited response from the Holy Emperor has been delivered. As Lucina peruses the letter, her countenance becomes grave, eliciting a smile from Hakan as he observes her expression. Within the correspondence, the Holy Emperor conveys his intention to visit Tayar in the near future. This revelation astonishes both Lucina and Hakan, sparking excitement as they contemplate the possibility of the Holy Emperor personally bestowing the sacred relic upon Tayar. Yet, Hakan appears apprehensive, contemplating the undisclosed motive behind the Holy Emperor's visit, as it remains unmentioned in the letter. Despite this uncertainty, Hakan remains hopeful that it signifies a positive development. Several days elapsed, and Tehran received the command to accompany the Holy Emperor on the journey to Tayar. After riding for a considerable duration, Tehran proposes a brief respite. The Knight Templar courteously notifies the Holy Emperor of their intention to pause momentarily before proceeding to Tayar. Observing the Holy Emperor, Tehran reflects on his remarkably youthful and handsome appearance, seemingly defying his presumed age of over 80 years. Tehran contemplates whether Hakan might harbor any displeasure upon meeting the unexpectedly vibrant Holy Emperor. Meanwhile, in Tayar, Lucina immerses herself in the preparations for the banquet to welcome the Holy Emperor. Witnessing Lucina's unwavering determination, Hakan commends her, likening her to a true Tayar queen. However, a tinge of disappointment lingers within Hakan, as the adorned setting was initially meant for their wedding. Lucina, in response, insists on repurposing the decor to welcome the Holy Emperor. They had previously debated the matter, with Lucina arguing that the sudden nature of the visit left them with limited time for elaborate preparations, necessitating the use of existing resources, prompting Hakan to reluctantly acquiesce, allowing Lucina to proceed with her chosen course of action. Nevertheless, Lucina assures him that the dress prepared for their wedding won't be used for this event. Abruptly, Hakan inquires about the gold coin Lucina had requested earlier. Lucina clarifies that she distributed it among the diligent servants as a token of appreciation. Upon hearing this, Hakan expresses his pride in Lucina, affirming his belief that she will evolve into a wise and benevolent queen. In a hurried manner, Titi relays the news that Tehran and the Holy Emperor have arrived in Tayar. Hakan appears slightly uneasy, stating his intention to personally welcome them and instructing Lucina to continue preparing for the banquet. En route to the gate, Hakan reflects on the peculiar circumstances surrounding the Holy Emperor's sudden visit to Tayar after 2 decades of non-intervention. He contemplates the improbability of an 80-year-old emperor making such a journey to Tayar. As the Holy Emperor disembarks from the carriage, he expresses gratitude for Hakan's warm reception during this unexpected visit. Hakan, laying eyes on the Holy Emperor for the first time, registers surprise at the Emperor's apparent lack of aging, prompting speculation about the potential use of holy power to maintain youth. Greeting the Holy Emperor, Hakan extends his hopes for an enjoyable stay in Tayar, to which the Holy Emperor responds with a smile, affirming that he has eagerly anticipated this moment. On the night of the banquet, Lucina experiences a sense of nervousness, given that this marks her inaugural attempt at orchestrating such an event. Titi, observant of Lucina's uneasy demeanor, provides words of encouragement, reassuring her that everything appears to be flawless. Lifted by Titi's encouragement, Lucina regains her confidence. The procession commences at the entrance, with the Knight Templar leading the way, followed by the Holy Emperor escorted by Hakan. The sight of the Holy Emperor surprises everyone, drawing remarks even from Titi, who notes the Emperor's youthful and handsome appearance in stark contrast to his expected age, as Hakan offers a reassuring smile to Lucina, signaling the moment to greet the Holy Emperor. She approaches with respect and extends her greetings. With a radiant smile, the Holy Emperor seizes Lucina's hand, expressing his immense joy at meeting her. Swiftly, he bestows a kiss upon Lucina's hand, a gesture that both annoys Hakan and leaves Lucina in surprise. Maintaining his hold on Lucina's hand, the Holy Emperor reveals that he came to Tayar after reading her letter. Lucina is taken aback upon realizing that the Holy Emperor's visit is directly tied to her correspondence. In response to this unexpected development, Hakan intervenes, pulling Lucina's shoulder to his side and separating her hand from the Holy Emperor. He smoothly mentions the readiness of the palace dancers to present their performance. Attempting to manage a smile, Hakan adds that discussions about the holy relics can follow after the dinner. However, the Holy Emperor dismisses the prospect of discussing holy relics at the moment, emphasizing his primary intention to converse with Lucina. This revelation leaves Hakan visibly displeased, and Lucina struggles to believe that the Holy Emperor's visit is centered around her rather than the holy relics. Following the dinner, Lucina dedicates her time to the Holy Emperor, as per his earlier request. Meanwhile, Hakan seethes with anger while waiting for Lucina outside. Anxious to discern the true intentions of the Holy Emperor, Hakan approaches Tayar, inquiring about any insights into the matter. With hesitation, Tayar reveals that he overheard discussions among the Knight Templar, suggesting that the Holy Emperor decided to visit Tayar promptly upon reading Lucina's letter, without seeking permission. This revelation only intensifies Hakan's anger. In an attempt to offer reassurance, Tayar suggests that the Holy Emperor may be drawn to Lucina's healing ability. Despite this, Hakan grapples with concerns about the significant age gap between Lucina and the Holy Emperor, wondering if he should be wary of the Emperor's potential interest in Lucina. Trying to quell his own worries, Hakan decides not to dwell too much on it and asserts that they should await the conclusion of the conversation between Lucina and the Holy Emperor. Meanwhile, the Holy Emperor prompts Lucina to share details about her childhood and the initial discovery of her healing ability. Anxiously, Lucina discloses that she is the illegitimate child of Baron Berg, recounting the animosity she faced from Baroness Berg, who harbored intense hatred towards her. Lucina explains that during instances of mistreatment, she noticed her wounds healing as she touched them. Despite being aware of her ability, Lucina admits to seldom utilizing it. The Holy Emperor's countenance reflects sadness as he attentively absorbs Lucina's narrative. Suddenly, he inquires if Lucina harbors any resentment toward her parents. Lucina dismissively shakes her head, asserting that she never had the luxury to entertain such thoughts. Her primary focus was solely on survival. She adds that, in her perspective, if her birth parents were truly good individuals, they would never have abandoned her in the first place. Upon hearing this, the Holy Emperor's expression darkens, and he extends an apology to Lucina, expressing regret that he did not arrive sooner. Perplexed, Lucina wonders about the reasoning behind the Holy Emperor's apology. However, Lucina reassures that she is content, now that Hakan is by her side. Joyfully, she shares that both she and Hakan are deeply in love with each other. The mood takes a serious turn when the Holy Emperor, with a stern demeanor, encourages Lucina to speak candidly and questions whether she is genuinely satisfied living in Tayar. Outside the room, Hakan's unease intensifies as he paces anxiously. Observing his restlessness, Tayar attempts to pacify him, mentioning rumors that the Holy Emperor already harbors affections for someone. Tayar describes the woman as resembling the moon, adorned with silver hair and eyes. This revelation only serves to aggravate Hakan, realizing that the woman the Holy Emperor loves bears an uncanny resemblance to his wife. Observing Hakan's intense reaction, Tayar grows concerned that Hakan might resort to forceful entry. Promptly, Tayar interposes himself, preventing Hakan from advancing further, asserting that Hakan shouldn't succumb to jealousy regarding the Holy Emperor. Acknowledging the validity of Tayar's words, Hakan, wearing an irritated expression, contends that it's merely been an extended period since Lucina engaged in conversation with the Holy Emperor. Hakan, disclaiming jealousy, insists that his concern is solely rooted in the fact that the Holy Emperor has yet to partake in his dinner. Subsequently, Hakan raps on the door, inquiring whether Lucina and the Holy Emperor are still within. Tayar breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that Hakan refrained from forcing his way in. Responding to Hakan's call, Lucina seeks permission to open the door, leaving the Holy Emperor with a somber expression. Once Hakan enters, he queries Lucina about the content of their lengthy conversation, expressing concern over the elapsed time. Lucina, anxious that Hakan may have overheard the Holy Emperor's previous inquiry, frets that Hakan might become angered. Hakan then suggests to the Holy Emperor that if their conversation has concluded, they can proceed to enjoy the banquet. Maintaining a smile, the Holy Emperor discerns the underlying concerns in Hakan's words and decides to conclude the discussion. However, he requests a brief respite before joining the banquet, prompting Hakan and Lucina seek permission to depart. While making their way back to the banquet, Lucina detects a peculiar expression on Hakan's face and inquires if there's an issue with the festivities. Hakan reassures her that the banquet is perfectly fine, but the issue lies within himself. He candidly admits to feeling foolish, confessing his lingering jealousy towards the Holy Emperor. Hakan reveals that despite recognizing Lucina's feelings for him, he can't shake the discomfort of witnessing her alongside the Holy Emperor, as they appear destined for each other. In response to Hakan's heartfelt confession, Lucina envelops him in a warm embrace, offering words of comfort and urging him not to be too hard on himself. She empathizes with Hakan's emotions, acknowledging that she too would feel the same if he were with another woman. Nevertheless, Lucina, with a loving smile, reassures Hakan that she will always stand by his side. Suddenly, Lucina recalls the earlier inquiry from the Holy Emperor about her feelings in Tayar. In response, Lucina expressed genuine happiness in Tayar, crediting Hakan for saving her. However, the Holy Emperor conveyed regret and disclosed his desire for Lucina to accompany him to the Great Temple. In that moment, Lucina sought clarification, questioning whether the Holy Emperor meant for her to leave Tayar. Before she could continue, Hakan knocked on the door, abruptly interrupting Lucina and leaving her sentence unfinished. Now, she reflects on not having provided a proper response to the Holy Emperor. Feeling the need to give the Holy Emperor an answer, Lucina requests permission from Hakan to return to him. She assures Hakan that she will come back promptly, prompting a smile from Hakan, who grants Lucina permission to leave. Upon returning to the Holy Emperor's chamber, Lucina is warmly welcomed, as he foresaw her return for a proper response. Lucina firmly declares that she harbors no intention of leaving Tayar, especially now that she is pregnant and destined to become the Queen of Tayar. The Holy Emperor then discloses the underlying reason for his invitation, revealing that if Lucina remains in Tayar, both she and her child will be in jeopardy. This revelation shocks Lucina, prompting her to inquire about the nature of the threat. The Holy Emperor explains that there is someone with ill intentions toward Lucina's child, posing a significant danger that would be challenging to mitigate in Tayar. Consequently, he earnestly implores Lucina to accompany him to the Great Temple, expressing confidence in his ability to ensure their safety there. Though visibly concerned, Lucina asserts that the decision is not hers alone to make. She requests time to discuss the matter with Hakan before reaching a resolution. The following day, the Holy Emperor convenes with Hakan and Lucina to delve into the events of the prior evening. Hakan probes the Holy Emperor regarding his decision to escort Lucina to the Grand Temple. In response, the Holy Emperor alludes to the shifter, inquiring if Hakan possesses any insights. Evidently, Lucina is also privy to the nature of the shifter, a creature capable of seamlessly altering its form. Hakan notes that these shifters have frequently posed threats to Tayar. The Holy Emperor elucidates that the shifters are currently scheming to conquer Tayar, disclosing that the mastermind behind the disruptive dragon slayers is none other than a shifter. Hakan seeks confirmation regarding the prevalence of shifters among the dragon slayers, to which the Holy Emperor affirms, revealing that the leader of the slayers likely has designs on Lucina's offspring. Upon learning this revelation, Lucina's countenance betrays concern as she contemplates whether the individual bearing her exact visage is connected to these events. Despite comprehending the Holy Emperor's elucidation, Hakan remains perplexed and questions why the Holy Emperor opted for the temple as a safeguard against the shifter, and how the Holy Emperor came by such extensive knowledge of the shifter's machinations. The Holy Emperor endeavors to provide a lucid clarification, emphasizing that shifters, being inherently monstrous, are susceptible to the divine power, making the temple a safer haven for Lucina than Tayar. As for the source of the Holy Emperor's knowledge, he asserts that revealing it presently would pose a danger, but assures Hakan that the truth will be disclosed when the timing is appropriate. The Holy Emperor implores Hakan to comprehend, as his concern for Lucina's well-being is sincere. Sensing Hakan's mounting frustration, Lucina inquires if there might be an alternative to seeking refuge at the Great Temple. Regrettably, the Holy Emperor asserts that the only recourse is to eradicate all shifters before the birth of Lucina's child, implying that Hakan must wage war against the slayers to achieve this. At this revelation, Lucina's anxiety deepens. Hakan acknowledges that conflict with the slayers is inevitable, and proposes that with the aid of the holy relics from the Holy Emperor, the war could be significantly facilitated. The Holy Emperor's tone grows emphatic as he expresses concern over the potential peril should Lucina give birth before the war's conclusion, cautioning that battling the shifters is no straightforward task. He underscores the vulnerability of Tayar to shifter invasion in the absence of sufficient troops, placing both Lucina and her child in jeopardy. Hakan is rendered speechless by this dire scenario. Nevertheless, the Holy Emperor suggests that if Hakan remains resolute in initiating the war, he should at least consider sending Lucina to the Great Temple for the duration of the conflict. In the stillness of their chamber at night, Hakan finds sleep elusive as he wrestles with thoughts of Lucina's safety. The prospect of parting ways with her fills him with dread. Lucina stirs from her slumber, observing Hakan's troubled countenance, intuitively grasping the weight of his concerns. She gently probes if his unease stems from the possibility of her seeking refuge at the temple. Despite a twinge of jealousy towards Lucina's rapport with the Holy Emperor, Hakan is moved by her perceptiveness and maturity. He confides in her, seeking her perspective on the matter. Lucina assures Hakan that she will carefully weigh his words before reaching a decision, prompting him to articulate his apprehensions about her departure to the temple. Acknowledging her own reluctance to be separated from Hakan, she astutely recognizes his deeper anxieties. Hesitating slightly, Hakan bares his soul, expressing his fear that Lucina may never return once she sets foot in the Great Temple. He confesses to the gnawing anxiety and frustration that grip him at the mere thought of her departure. In his eyes, Lucina might have found greater happiness marrying someone like the Holy Emperor. Unlike him, branded a barbarian in Brian, Lucina, unable to contain her exasperation, affectionately chides Hakan for his folly, catching him off guard. With unwavering resolve, she declares that she will never leave Tayar as long as she draws breath. Even in death, she vows not to be separated from Hakan, firmly asserting her enduring commitment to him. Moved by her unwavering resolve, Hakan envelops Lucina in a tender embrace, vowing never to let her slip from his grasp for as long as he lives. Their promises sealed with a soft, lingering kiss upon the lips, they find solace in each other's arms, united against whatever trials may come their way. On the appointed day, Lucina faces the Holy Emperor with steely resolve, declaring her decision to remain in Tayar. Asserting her role as the Queen of Tayar, she refuses to abandon her people while Hakan wages war. Though somewhat disappointed, the Holy Emperor endeavors to comprehend Lucina's choice, marveling at her maturity and growth. He assures her that he harbors no intentions of compelling her to the temple against her will. With a reassuring smile, he offers to lend Hakan a holy relic to aid in the battle against the shifters, a proposition that leaves both Lucina and Hakan stunned. Despite his shock, Hakan voices his lingering doubts about placing complete trust in the Holy Emperor. In response, the Holy Emperor earnestly queries how he might earn Hakan's trust. Unexpectedly, Adar rushes into the meeting between Lucina, the Holy Emperor, and Hakan, prompting Lucina to apologize for momentarily leaving her side and reassure her of her imminent return. However, the Holy Emperor extends an unexpected invitation for Adar to join them. As they gather together, the Holy Emperor astutely observes the lingering effects of black magic upon Adar, surprises both Hakan and Lucina. Seizing the opportunity to dispel doubt, the Holy Emperor proposes a demonstration of his sincerity by offering to cleanse Adar of the residual black magic. With effortless grace, he channels his divine power, swiftly removing the dark enchantment from Adar. As Adar regains her composure, her renewed state serves to convince Hakan of the Holy Emperor's genuine commitment to aiding Tayar. Afterwards, Hakan and Lucina pay a visit to Gile in his chambers, delivering the news of Adar's complete recovery, much to Gile's relief, as he found the task quite challenging. Turning to more pressing matters, Hakan inquires about the progress of Lucina's blood research. Gile then delves into the topic of the moon race, an ancient lineage often associated with the origins of the Holy Empire due to their distinctive appearance. Whether or not they possessed divine abilities, it is believed that they were bestowed with special powers by the moon itself. With a hint of uncertainty, Gile suggests that Lucina's healing abilities may potentially be inherited from the bloodline of the moon race, though he admits to harboring doubts about the accuracy of his findings. Before departing, Hakan tasks Gile with keeping him informed should any other avenues for harnessing Lucina's healing power come to light. Hakan shares the uplifting news with Tayar, revealing that the Holy Emperor successfully cured Adar's ailment and even provided them with the holy relics. Tayar is momentarily stunned by the revelation, his mind racing with suspicions about the Holy Emperor's motives. Resolving to investigate further on his own, Tayar is abruptly interrupted by Hakan, who shifts the conversation to more pressing matters. With a sense of urgency, Hakan informs Tayar of their imminent engagement in a large-scale war against the Slayers, instructing him to assemble all the knights promptly tomorrow. Gathered in council, Hakan and the other commanders strategize for the impending war against the Dragon Slayers, revealing the startling truth that the Slayers are none other than shifters, a revelation that sends shockwaves through the room. Amidst the discussion, Hakan announces the Holy Emperor's bestowal of a sacred relic to shield them against the shifters' dark arrows. However, he cautions against underestimating their adversary, reminding the assembly that combating shifters poses a unique challenge. With their ability to assume human form and deceive their enemies, Hakan warns that even with the holy relics at their disposal, defeating them may prove to be a formidable task, especially if they take on the guise of someone dear to them. A commander reveals a potential solution to counter the shifters' transformations: Black Hawk manure powder. These Black Hawks, bred by the Ralph tribe, have historically been regarded as natural adversaries to the shifters. However, obtaining this powder poses a challenge, as it is scarce beyond the borders of Tayar, and the Ralph tribe is currently disinclined to extend aid to other nations. Recognizing the obstacles ahead, Hakan resolves to swiftly seek assistance from the Ralph tribe. During their tea time, Hakan divulges his intentions to enlist the aid of the Ralph tribe to Lucina and the Holy Emperor. Both Lucina and the Holy Emperor express their unfamiliarity with the Ralph tribe. Hakan lauds the Ralph tribe as a highly intelligent and courteous group. The Holy Emperor interjects, informing Hakkan of his communication with the Great Temple and the impending arrival of the Holy Relic in Tayar. He suggests that if negotiations with the Ralph tribe prove fruitful, their return and the arrival of the Holy Relic will coincide. Hakan, touched by the Holy Emperor's efforts, expresses his gratitude, acknowledging the Emperor's dedication to safeguarding Lucina. In a sudden shift of demeanor, Hakan confronts the Holy Emperor, questioning the depth of his concern for Lucina. After a brief pause, the Holy Emperor responds with a smile, attributing his care to Lucina's Bryan heritage. Hakan's understanding is piqued, resonating with his own attachment to his fellow dragons. Lucina, surprised by Hakan's composed reaction, notices his lack of jealousy this time. Abruptly rising from his seat, the Holy Emperor requests permission to depart first. In the privacy of their solitude, Lucina queries Hakan about his absence during the Ralph tribe negotiations. Hakan elucidates that his duty to safeguard the royal palace against potential Slayer incursions demanded his presence. Drawing Lucina nearer, Hakan pledges to shield her from harm and to triumph in the war, eradicating any lingering threats to her safety. With a gentle smile, he articulates his vision of ruling the Tayar kingdom alongside Lucina in a tranquil era of peace. Lucina, deeply moved by Hakan's heartfelt words, expresses her fervent desire for his safety and for the swift conclusion of the war without any harm befalling him. Unbeknownst to Hakan and Lucina, one of Marissa's spies, disguised as a servant of Tayar, eavesdrops on their conversation. Meanwhile, in her manor, Marissa receives the clandestine message from her spy. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, she resolves to take action. Marissa then pays a visit to the King of Bryan, employing her charms to sway him and proposing that they instigate a conflict with Tayar. She persuades him that victory is assured if they enlist the aid of the Dragon Slayers. Intrigued by her proposal, the king agrees, but not without a condition, should they emerge triumphant. He desires Marissa as his concubine. With a sly smile, Marissa cunningly accepts his terms. Within the confines of the Bryan royal palace, the Prince of Bryan voices his dissent regarding the king's decision to instigate war with Tayar. He highlights the kingdom's precarious state, worn thin by repeated conflicts. The king, undeterred, proposes hiring the Dragon Slayers as a solution. The prince, incredulous at the notion of being pushed into war at Marissa's behest, points out their exhaustion from recent dragon hunts, suspecting Marissa's influence over the king's decisions. Enraged by the prince's defiance, the king delivers a stinging slap to his face, issuing a stark ultimatum: comply with the orders or risk forfeiting all authority and position. A month passes in Tayar. Preparations for the impending war are complete, and the forces stand poised for battle. Hakan rallies his troops, igniting their fervor and determination to avenge the lives of their fallen comrades at the hands of the Slayers. As Hakan and his warriors mount their steeds and set out to launch their surprise assault, they receive a signal from the lead unit, indicating their target. Upon reaching the hiding place of the Slayers, Hakan directs a contingent of his knights to infiltrate the enemy stronghold, while he organizes the remainder of his troops, positioning them strategically for the impending engagement. Hakan and his troops proceed cautiously into the enemy territory, a sense of unease permeating the eerie silence that greets them. Suddenly, the knight Hakan dispatched returns in haste, alerting them to the absence of any occupants within. However, as Hakan and his comrades venture deeper into the stronghold, they are ambushed by a barrage of arrows, confirming the presence of the Slayers and leaving Hakan dumbfounded by their foresight. Before they can regroup, the Bryan army launches a sudden assault on Tayar's knights, encircling them and leaving them surrounded by enemies. As Hakan grapples with the perplexing alliance between Bryan and the Slayers, the Bryan army launches their assault. Seeing the chance, the Slayer readies the black arrow to strike at Hakan. In a swift response, Tayar urgently alerts Hakan to the impending danger. With decisive resolve, Hakan commands his troops to assemble in a single location, declaring his intent to utilize the holy relics. Gripping the sacred artifacts tightly, Hakan stands ready, poised to unleash their power, even as the Slayers prepare to release the black arrow upon them. In this dire moment, Hakan's heart fills with desperate hope as he fervently prays for the efficacy of the holy relics. The holy relic performs its divine duty, enveloping Hakan and the Tayar knights in its protective shield, thwarting the deadly black arrow. This unexpected turn of events bolsters the confidence of the Tayar knights, but sends a chill of fear through the ranks of the Brian knights. The Brian prince is incredulous, unable to comprehend that the Holy Emperor would indeed entrust the holy relic to Tayar. As he scans the battlefield, he witnesses the dragon warriors swooping down from above, mercilessly assaulting the Brian knights. Realizing the dire situation, the Brian prince urges a swift retreat to avoid further losses. However, his attention is drawn to the unexpected retreat of the dragon slayers, leaving him suspicious of their intentions and pondering what new schemes they may be plotting. Amidst the protective aura of the holy relic, Tayar exhales a sigh of relief, believing that victory in the war is now within reach. However, Hakkan cautions him against complacency, emphasizing the unpredictability of the Slayer's actions. As Hakkan and Tayar receive intelligence that the Dragon Slayers have masked their whereabouts, Hakkan urges vigilance, warning of the potential for a sudden ambush. A Tayar knight stumbles in, grievously wounded, recounting the sudden onslaught by the Dragon Slayers. Hakkan's frustration mounts at the relentless aggression of their adversaries, but his concern deepens as more injured knights are brought in. With resolve, Hakkan orders them to gather the wounded at the center of the shield for protection. As they ferry the injured to safety, Hakkan approaches one of them, seeking an account of the attack. The wounded knight describes the assailants' swift and vanishing strikes, leaving Hakkan to ponder their elusive tactics. Instructing the others to retreat and prioritize medical attention, Hakkan bends to inspect the wounds of the injured knight, only to find himself targeted by a sudden ambush with the deadly black arrow. Hakkan manages to thwart the attack, fixing a stern gaze upon the injured knight who launched the assault, demanding an explanation for his treachery. To Hakkan's astonishment, the injured knight transforms back into his true form as a shifter, revealing that all the other injured knights are also shifters in disguise. In a coordinated attack, they unleash a barrage of black arrows upon the Tayar knights sheltered within the shield. Tayar swiftly intervenes, plunging his blade into the shifter's back and urging Hakkan to vacate the shield, recognizing the dire odds stacked against them. Reluctantly conceding, Hakkan nods in frustration and issues the command for all Tayar knights to retreat, acknowledging the futility of their current position. In their hideout, the wounded knights are attended to, with a noticeable number requiring urgent treatment for severe injuries. Hakkan directs Tayar to retrieve the healing water provided by the Holy Emperor, a resource typically reserved for dire circumstances. Tayar expresses surprise at the suggestion, but Hakkan emphasizes the urgency of their situation, underscoring the necessity of victory against the shifters and the indispensable role of his knights in achieving it. Reflecting on his own oversight in relying solely on the protective power of the holy relic, Hakkan acknowledges the toll their careless approach has exacted, expressing regret for the suffering endured by his comrades. As Tayar brings the healing water, Hakkan instructs him to administer it to the injured warriors before taking a brief respite himself. During his break, Hakkan reflects on his past mistakes that endangered everyone. Suddenly, Tayar's voice breaks his reverie. With an expression of elation, Taran announces that they've received a message from the Ralph tribe offering their assistance. Hakan, initially incredulous, reads the letter for himself, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he absorbs the news that the Ralph tribe is indeed coming to their aid. Determined to capitalize on this newfound hope, Hakan directs Taran to prioritize the treatment of the injured knights so they can swiftly recover their strength. Taran's confident smile reassures him, prompting Hakan to exhale a sigh of relief, his thoughts turning to the prospect of ending the war and reuniting with Lucina. Several days later, the long-awaited news arrives. The Ralph tribe has arrived. Carl, the chief of the Ralph tribe, greets Hakan with his trademark cheerful smile. As they clasp hands in greeting, Hakan playfully teases Carl about rumors suggesting Carl had turned down mercenary work due to his deep devotion to his wife. Yet he responded to Tayar's call unexpectedly. Carl, slightly sheepish, explains that while he would have declined any other tribe's request, Tayar holds a special place in his heart. He affirms that Tayar is the tribe of his most trusted friend. Hakan inquires about the safety of the requested item, and Carl assures him of its security. Displaying the ample supply of Black Hawk powder, Carl's reassurance brings a sense of relief to Hakan. However, Hakan's curiosity is piqued when he notices additional boxes nearby. With an eager smile, Carl begins to explain the contents, but then leans in to whisper the details to Hakan. The revelation leaves Hakan momentarily stunned. Carl goes on to assert that with these additional provisions, they would be virtually invincible in battle against the shifters. As the Tayar Knights launch a surprise attack, catching the Bryan Knights off guard, the Bryan Prince hurriedly approaches Hakan, urging him to halt the hostilities and emphasizing their desire to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Hakan's anger flares at the audacity of the Bryan Prince to issue commands to the esteemed king of Tayar. Stunned by Hakan's reaction, the Bryan Prince struggles to respond, eventually suggesting an alternative approach, summoning the Slayers as a means to end the conflict and pleading with Tayar to cease their assault on the Bryan army. Hakan is incredulous at the proposal, questioning the prince's motives and reminding him of Bryan's allegiance with the Slayers. The prince explains that Bryan never sought war but is merely following his father's orders, unwilling to see further senseless sacrifices. Taran's whispered query prompts Hakan to contemplate the situation. After a brief pause, he directs Taran to relay the order to their knights, to halt the assault on the Bryan army and temporarily withdraw. Turning to the Bryan Prince, Hakan issues a swift command for him to expedite the expulsion of the Slayers. Expressing his gratitude, the prince assures Hakan that his kindness will not be forgotten. Lowering his voice, the Bryan Prince shares tactical information with Hakan, cautioning him about the Slayers' alternative exit strategy and their potential for attacking from elevated positions once more, advising Hakan to prepare accordingly. At their position, the Slayers prepare for an imminent attack from Tayar, but their anticipation turns to confusion as they find no sign of Tayar's knights. Suddenly, from above, the Black Hawk's powder descends upon them, catching them off guard. Before they can grasp the situation, the Ralph tribe swoops in with ruthless efficiency, launching a merciless assault. Carl, among them, feels invigorated after a prolonged period of inaction. Taran marvels at the effectiveness of the Black Hawk's powder in turning the tide against the shifters. Carl elaborates that it's not just the powder. The feathers of the Ralph tribe also play a crucial role in neutralizing the shifters' abilities. Hakan entrusts some of these feathers to Taran, urging him to utilize them in the battle. With unwavering determination, Hakan prepares to take action, committed to bringing the war to a decisive conclusion by capturing all fleeing Slayers. In the Bryan Kingdom, several days later. In the inner sanctum of the Bryan Kingdom, the king seethes with anger as he peruses the report detailing their recent losses. Marissa stands silently by his side, inwardly reflecting on her own calculations. Despite her reluctance to act while the shifters remained vulnerable, the unexpected alliance between the Holy Emperor and Tayar compelled her to hasten her plans. Stealthily, Marissa envelops the king in an embrace from behind, inquiring about the cause of his ire. The king waves off her concern, attributing his frustration to the perennial machinations of the barbarians. When Marissa probes about their chances of victory, the king's determination flares, asserting their inevitable triumph and urging her to exercise patience. Privately, Marissa harbors indifference toward the outcome for Brian, her focus fixed solely on her ultimate objective, the day when Tayar will be firmly within her grasp. During their respite, Carl and Hakan engage in a discussion about the intricacies of combating the shifters. Despite the efficacy of the Black Hawk's powder in battle, Hakan posits that if defeating the shifters were that straightforward, the Ralph tribe would have eradicated them long ago. Carl elaborates on the transient nature of the shifters' transformations, noting that while the scent of Black Hawk's powder can disrupt temporary changes, there are those among the shifters who can permanently alter their form. This revelation sends a shock through Hakan, prompting Carl to further elucidate that even after undergoing such a permanent transformation, shifters retain the ability to change their appearance at will. Inquiring further, Hakan seeks clarification on whether permanently transformed shifters remain susceptible to the effects of Black Hawk's powder. Carl confirms that they are affected, but intriguingly, the transformation is only reversed at the point of contact, rather than by the scent alone. Contemplating the implications, Hakan reflects on the lingering threat posed by unrestrained shifters, realizing that their eradication may prove more protracted than anticipated. Amidst these considerations, he finds himself longing for Lucina's presence even more keenly. Within Tayar's palace, Titty arrives bearing the books Lucina had requested. Lucina's face lights up with joy as she eagerly anticipates delving into their contents. The volumes delve into topics ranging from the history of the Temple of Brian to the intricacies of the Kama religion, divine authority, and the enigmatic moon race. Lucina has immersed herself in reading as a means of distraction, recognizing that without such pursuits, her thoughts would invariably return to concerns for Hakan. As several months pass since Hakkan departed for war, Lucina immerses herself in the pages of the book, seeking refuge from increasingly dark thoughts. Focused on uncovering details about the moon race, she recalls Gillet's earlier remarks and ponders the possibility of her lineage being tied to them. As she peruses the text, her gaze falls upon an illustration of a woman bearing a striking resemblance to herself. Lucina's mind races with the memory of Puka's sighting at the Brian residence, prompting her to wonder if the woman depicted could be the same individual. The woman depicted in the book is identified as Libervard Rumaru, the princess of the Rumaru kingdom, a significant figure in the holy region where the Kama religion originated. Lucina's mind races with the possibility that this individual could be a distant ancestor of hers. However, her contemplation is abruptly interrupted by a sharp pain in her pregnant belly, a sensation that has become increasingly frequent of late. Alarmed by the intensity of the discomfort, Lucina summons T, who waits just outside. Witnessing Lucina's distress, Titi swiftly departs to seek assistance. The midwife, joined by the priest, carefully examines Lucina, her expression tinged with concern as she announces that the baby's arrival appears imminent. Titi's shock is palpable. The expected due date is still some time away. Yet, amidst the swirling uncertainty, the absence of Hakkan looms large as the greatest challenge. Lucina tries to allay Titi's fears, insisting that she can manage without Hakan by her side. However, Titi firmly believes that Hakan deserves to share in the anticipation and joy of their child's birth. Reluctantly, Lucina concedes to Titi's perspective. The priest then instructs Titi to relay the news to Hakan, who remains entrenched in the battlefield. The news is conveyed by pigeon, yet unbeknownst to them. Two pigeons take flight in divergent directions, each carrying its own message. One pigeon wings its way to Hakkan's tent, while the other makes its way to Marissa's residence. As Hakkan pores over the letter, disbelief etches his features. Meanwhile, Marissa, having also received the message from her spy, can't help but smile with cunning satisfaction as she peruses its contents. At her residence, Marissa is briefed on the war's progress, learning that approximately 10 shifters have managed to endure, and that Tayar's collaboration with the Ralph tribe has complicated matters. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Marissa instructs her subordinate to advise the surviving shifters to prioritize survival and caution. She emphasizes the importance of stealth for those infiltrating Tayar, warning them to evade detection at all costs. Observing Marissa's hair beginning to shift in color, her subordinates alert her to the transformation. Quickly, Marissa employs her shape-shifting ability to revert it to its blonde hue. Vexed by the Brian King's preference for blonde hair over silver, she then informs her subordinate of an intermediary stop she needs to make before reaching the palace, emphasizing the need to begin preparations promptly due to the time it will consume. In the Brian Palace, the King of Brian seethes with rage upon receiving reports of their losses, despite having dragon slayers as allies. Learning that Tayar has formed an alliance, significantly weakening the dragon slayer's power, only adds fuel to his fury. He demands an update on the army situation from his subordinate, who informs him that the prince has commanded the slayers to remain on guard. The king's anger intensifies at this news, and he orders his subordinate to summon the prince immediately. Inside his tent, Hakan remains immersed in the letter from Tayar, emotions swirling within him. Tehran enters and proposes a visit to Tayar, noting the current lull in activity and offering to take charge in Hakan's absence. Hakan finds solace in Tehran's words and agrees, longing to reunite with Lucina. As Hakan rides his horse, he ponders the journey ahead, knowing it will take several days to reach Tayar. He briefly entertains the idea of transforming into his dragon form for speed, but dismisses it. Wary of drawing unwanted attention, suddenly he halts as the Brian army blocks his path. Surprised, Hakan questions why they're armed and positioned near Tayar's camp. The commander's response is chillingly confident. They've been ordered to eradicate all of Tayar. Hakan's mind races to make sense of the situation, noting the commander's change, no longer the prince, as a foreboding sign that Brian is no longer an ally. And thus, the inevitable clash between Hakan and Brian's army ensues. Hakan swiftly commands his knights to relay the dire situation to their camp. Engaged in combat with the Brian forces, Hakan can scarcely believe the unfolding events. Amidst the chaos, his thoughts race to Tayar, his heart heavy with the hope that Lucina will remain safe and await his return. Meanwhile, in the Tayar palace, a servant informs Lucina of a visitor and seeks permission to escort them to her chambers. Curious, Lucina grants permission, and soon the Holy Emperor enters with a warm smile. Surprised by his unexpected visit, Lucina inquires about the reason for his presence. The Holy Emperor politely asks if he may briefly assess Lucina's physical well-being.
After Lucina grants permission, the Holy Emperor gently places his hand on her shoulder, casting a spell that dispels her discomfort. Feeling relieved, Lucina thanks him and expresses her gratitude for all the help he has given Tayar, admitting she doesn't know how to repay him. The Holy Emperor assures her that he seeks no repayment, only wishing for her health and safety. This prompts Lucina to wonder why he seems to care so much for her, or if he is simply being kind. She shares her envy of the people of Brian for having such a compassionate ruler. The Holy Emperor explains that it's not quite like that, as he has been asleep for a long time to recover his holy power. Curious, Lucina asks what happened, but the Holy Emperor only mentions that maintaining his strength is harder as he ages. Lucina almost forgets his age due to his youthful appearance. Reaching into his pocket, the Holy Emperor hands Lucina a small box, a gift for her. Inside, there's a stunning necklace with a pendant featuring a shining blue gem. Lucina is in awe of its beauty and asks why he is giving her such a gift. The Holy Emperor explains that he has imbued the necklace with a portion of his power to protect her in emergencies. Lucina gratefully thanks him and promises to cherish the necklace with all her heart. Suddenly, a servant interrupts, informing Lucina that the midwife wishes to check on her physical condition. As the midwife enters the room, she greets both Lucina and the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor then asks for permission to leave. However, as he and the midwife cross paths, his pendant reveals the midwife's true form, a shifter. He quickly turns, grabs her hand to stop her, his expression turning furious. Out of the blue, the midwife bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Lucina and Titi are taken aback, unsure of what is going on. The Holy Emperor demands that the shifter reveal her true form, then splashes her with holy water. As the water touches the shifter, Lucina and Titi watch in shock as she transforms. The shifter remarks to the Holy Emperor that it has been a long time since their last encounter, but his aggressive greeting is unwarranted. The shifter, known as Marissa, who is also Lucina's mother, transforms into a figure resembling Lucina, with silver hair and eyes, and tells the Holy Emperor how much she has missed him. Seeing this, Lucina recalls a picture she once saw in a history book. This shifter looks exactly like the princess of the Rumaru kingdom. The Holy Emperor becomes even angrier, accusing the woman before him of impersonating Princess Lievra. Suddenly, Marissa kisses the Holy Emperor, but he immediately pushes her away. She taunts him, asking how long he will continue pretending to be noble, claiming he is even worse than her. However, the Holy Emperor cuts her off, telling her to stop. Furious, he unleashes his power and orders Titi to take Lucina to a safe place, as he will handle the shifter himself. Titi obeys the Holy Emperor's order and helps Lucina leave the room. Noticing that Marissa makes no attempt to stop them, the Holy Emperor questions her. Marissa confidently responds that she doesn't need to intervene, as Tayar will soon be under her control. She further reveals that her people have already infiltrated Tayar without anyone noticing. Raising his hand, ready to strike Marissa with his divine power, the Holy Emperor is furious at her for insulting the pure Princess Lievra. He then directs his attack toward Marissa. Meanwhile, in another room, Titi consoles Lucina, who is preoccupied with thoughts about the shifter's ability to change appearances. She wonders if this shifter is the one Puka told her about long ago, and why she has taken the form of Princess Lievra. Lucina speculates if there might be a deeper connection between the shifter and herself. Suddenly, the door swings open, startling both Lucina and Titi. Marissa appears in the guise of Princess Lievra and enters the room, greeting Lucina. Lucina and Titi are stunned, wondering how she could have overcome the Holy Emperor. With confidence, Marissa declares that the Holy Emperor is no match for her and suggests he may never lay a hand on her until he dies. Upon hearing this, Lucina accuses Marissa of employing deceitful and sinister tactics. Marissa comments on Lucina's harsh words as she approaches. She places her hand on Lucina's head and congratulates her with a well done. Immediately, Titi slaps Marissa's hand away in anger and fear, warning her to stay away from Lucina, emphasizing that Lucina is on her way to becoming the Queen of Tayar. Without uttering a word, Marissa uses her power to knock Titi to the ground, leaving Lucina stunned. Masking her intentions with false warmth, Marissa invites Lucina to accompany her. Suddenly, Lucina experiences a sharp pain in her stomach. She tries to endure it while thinking of a way to escape quickly. Meanwhile, in the forest where Hakan and his troops had been battling the Bryan army, they have now achieved victory. Turan urges Hakan to quickly resume his journey back to Tayar, and the others also voice their support. Hakan expresses his gratitude and apologizes for leaving them behind. With that, he mounts his horse and swiftly heads back to Tayar. A few days later, Hakan finally arrives in Tayar and asks a guard for Lucina's whereabouts. Directed to her palace, he notices an unusually large number of servants around, but is unaware that they are all Marissa's people. Hakan wonders if they are there to take care of Lucina. When he reaches Lucina's door, he calls out to her. Lucina, with a cheerful expression, opens the door and greets him. She asks if the war is over, and Hakan, smiling, gently strokes her hair and assures her that it will be over soon. Hakan pulls Lucina closer and tells her that he hurried back because he heard she might give birth soon. Lucina responds with a stuttering voice, which surprises Hakan. He asks why she is stuttering again, and Lucina explains that it's because she hasn't seen him in so long. Looking around, Hakan asks where her maid is, and Lucina replies that the maid went somewhere earlier. This response makes Hakan suspicious, realizing that the woman before him is not the real Lucina. Grabbing his spear, he confronts the impostor, stating that Lucina no longer stutters and always refers to her maid by name, Titi. Glaring at the impostor, Hakan demands to know Lucina's whereabouts. The impostor laughs and transforms back into Marissa, remarking that she thought Hakan was as blind to appearances as anyone. Hearing Marissa's voice, Hakan becomes furious, recognizing it as the same voice as the Dragon Slayers. Without hesitation, Marissa confesses that she is the leader of the Dragon Slayers, Marissa herself. Hakan shouts at her, demanding to know what she has done to Lucina, but Marissa assures him that she has no intention of harming Lucina. She blocks Hakan's spear with her bare hand and explains that she still needs the baby inside Lucina's womb. As she crushes the spear, Marissa reveals there are still unresolved matters, but now that she's been caught, there's nothing more she can do. She turns and disappears, leaving Hakan shocked and furious. Hakan is left bewildered by what has transpired, questioning if everyone in the palace is Marissa's ally and when this deception began. Looking down helplessly, Hakan sits on Lucina's bed, when suddenly he hears someone calling out for Lucina in a worried tone. The Holy Emperor rushes in, visibly pale and deeply concerned, and informs Hakan that the intruders who occupied the palace have disappeared. Hakan is bewildered to see the Holy Emperor there and asks why he is present. In response, the Holy Emperor inquires if Hakan has encountered Marissa, the leader of the Dragon Slayers, and reveals that she is the one who abducted Lucina. With a desperate tone, the Holy Emperor expresses regret that he couldn't protect Lucina. Hakan, caught off guard, erupts in rage and grabs the Holy Emperor's clothes, demanding to know why he couldn't protect Lucina despite his power. The Holy Emperor explains that his power was useless against the monster who disguised itself as the woman he loved. Hakan calms slightly upon hearing this, but remains confused and asks for clarification. The Holy Emperor, with a regretful expression, elaborates that Marissa disguised herself as the woman he loved, deceived him, and he unknowingly fell for her trick and made love with her. He came to Tayar to rectify his past mistakes by protecting his daughter and eliminating Marissa. Despite these explanations, Hakan struggles to grasp the situation and asks the Holy Emperor to clarify what he means by his daughter. The Holy Emperor confirms that Lucina is his and Marissa's daughter. The Holy Emperor further discloses that this is why he was aware of the leader of the Dragon Slayers and their schemes, proceeding to divulge all details about Marissa's plan. Tayar, renowned as the land of gold, has always attracted the covetous eyes of shifters, nomadic beings who could not settle and roamed the lands. Despite their attempts, they faced repeated defeats in wars against Tayar. Among them, Marissa devised a unique strategy. Shifters possess the ability to mimic human form. By consuming a human heart, they can retain that form for a lifetime. More than just appearances, consuming a human heart embeds fragments of the person's soul within the shifter, granting them some of the person's abilities. Marissa aimed to eradicate the inherent weaknesses of shifters. She sought a method for them to retain their human appearance indefinitely, even when exposed to relics, objects with divine power. Marissa could not bear the idea of reverting to a monstrous form. This drove her to consistently disguise herself as a beautiful woman. Marissa's attention later turned to the Moon Race, descendants of the rulers of the Duchy of Rumaru, creators of the Camera Guild. Admired for their appearance, they were revered as the Moon Tribe, although only some possessed divine power. As Hakan listens to these revelations, he wonders if Lucina's healing abilities were inherited from her father, the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor goes on, explaining that Marissa believed the Moon Race name implied they possessed divine power or a power surpassing it. she consumed the heart of the most beautiful and wise member of the moon race. As the Holy Emperor reveals this, sadness clouds his expression. He discloses that the person whose heart Marissa consumed was Princess Lievra Rumaru of Rumaru. Hakan feels empathy as he realizes that Lievra was the person whom the Holy Emperor loved. Lievra was someone the Holy Emperor both served and held deep feelings for in his heart. Originally the son of a tenant farmer, he worked in the stables of Rumaru. One day, the Duke of Rumaru inspected the stables and inquired about the person caring for his horse. The young Holy Emperor revealed that he had detected poisonous weeds mixed in the horse feed. Impressed by this revelation and learning of the young man's literacy, the Duke instructed him to work within the mansion instead. He also encouraged the young Holy Emperor to develop a close relationship with Lievra. After Marissa stole Lievra's heart, the Duchy of Rumaru swiftly declined. Left with no other options, the Holy Emperor sought refuge in the Cimmerian Church, starting as an ordinary priest and eventually rising to the position of the Holy Emperor. Marissa reappeared before him after he achieved success, intending to steal his divine powers. At that moment, the Holy Emperor was overwhelmed with joy, believing Lievra had returned alive. Marissa must have altered her plans then. She seduced the Holy Emperor into fathering a child with divine powers, intending to use that child to establish her rule over Tayar. Hakan inquires when the Holy Emperor realized that she was a shifter. The Holy Emperor explains that it wasn't difficult to notice. In fact, he may have recognized her right away. However, he admits it was difficult to ignore Lievra, who appeared before him, so he pretended not to know. Hakan acknowledges that the Holy Emperor may have been overwhelmed in that moment, but he questions why. Even after knowing she was a shifter, the Holy Emperor still became intimate with her. The Holy Emperor explains that when a shifter consumes a human heart, they also absorb a fragment of that person's soul. He wondered at the time if perhaps Lievra's soul remained within Marissa, which could be passed down through their child. The Holy Emperor states that whether his thoughts were correct or mere coincidence, Lucina bore an uncanny resemblance to Lievra, especially in terms of the pure soul embedded within her. He admits it felt as if he were encountering Lievra once more. Back then, he went into hiding immediately after Lucina was born, taking her with him and purifying the shifter blood passed down to Lucina by imparting his divine power to her. This was the reason why the Holy Emperor remained in seclusion for an extended period. The Holy Emperor reveals that Marissa had even foreseen his actions, possibly planning meticulously while he was dormant. Her plan was to arrange Lucina's marriage to the great king of Tayar. Hearing this, Hakan is shocked, unable to believe that his marriage to Lucina was orchestrated by Marissa. The Holy Emperor reveals that upon awakening, the first matter he investigated was Lucina's location. Upon learning that she resided in the Baron's mansion in Bryan, he kept a vigilant watch over the estate. However, he discovered that the Baron's eldest son was in league with a dark mage. The Holy Emperor attempted to intervene promptly, but encountered resistance when he tried to speak with the Baroness. This obstruction led him to uncover that the dark mage was affiliated with Marissa. The eldest son of the Berg family, who had dealings with the dark mage, gradually began to behave strangely, ultimately leading to the plundering of Tayar's treasury. Recognizing this as all part of Marissa's scheme, Hakan becomes furious. He demands to know from the Holy Emperor why he didn't return to Tayar sooner to inform him about it. The Holy Emperor explains to Hakan that Marissa had been constantly monitoring him, making it difficult for him to act. If it hadn't been for the letter from Tayar, he wouldn't have had a reason to return. However, Hakan remains unsatisfied upon hearing this explanation. He questions whether the Holy Emperor is suggesting that without Lucina's suggestion to send the letter, Tayar would have been completely at the mercy of those shifter conspirators. The Holy Emperor attempts to soothe Hakan, stating that the immediate threat is over. Marissa's objective now is the child of Lucina and Hakan, which would grant her both divine power and the abilities of a dragon. However, Lucina has already been captured by Marissa. Hakan demands an explanation from the Holy Emperor regarding why he thinks it's already over. With resolve in his eyes, Hakan declares his intent to rescue Lucina. He suggests that since the Holy Emperor has been observing since Lucina's disappearance, he likely has some idea of Marissa's whereabouts. Giving the Holy Emperor a stern look, Hakan demands to know where he has been all this time and how he managed to survive the shifters' threats. The Holy Emperor admits that during Marissa's absence, there was someone who aided him, and this individual might know where Marissa is now. Noticing that the shifters are no longer in the palace, the Holy Emperor suggests they step outside. As they proceed, Hakan wonders what transpired in Tayar during his absence, prompting someone as esteemed as the saint of the Cimmerian Church to move stealthily around the palace. Descending the staircase, Hakan recognizes the familiar path. While they walk, the Holy Emperor explains that he has been present all along since the shifters took over Lucina's palace. Hakan then realizes that the path they are following leads to Gilai's laboratory. When they open the door, they find Gilai, Adar, and Titi waiting inside. Hakan is both surprised and relieved. He moves closer to Adar and asks if she noticed anything unusual at Lucina's palace. Adar replies that she is fine, but mentions she sensed something suspicious about the servants at the palace and that the atmosphere has gradually changed since Hakan's departure. Gilai interjects, revealing that Adar discovered something important. The shifters disguised as palace servants wore distinctive ear ornaments to recognize one another. Adar elaborates, explaining that when the shifters infiltrated Lucina's palace and confronted the Holy Emperor, she managed to escape unharmed since they didn't see her as a threat due to her age and frailty. During her escape, Adar encountered Gilai. Titi adds that if Gilai hadn't been there, they might have fallen victim to the shifters by now. Hakan expresses his gratitude to Gilai for saving Adar and Titi. However, Gilai regretfully admits he failed to protect Lucina. During the chaos at the palace, a guard informed another guard outside Gilai's door about a flash of light at Lucina's palace. Overhearing this from his laboratory, Gilai grew concerned for Lucina's safety and decided to investigate. On his way, he encountered Adar and Titi. In their confusion, Gilai asked what had happened, and Adar, equally unsure, suggested they quietly observe the situation first. If things turned dangerous, they agreed to head straight to his laboratory. They then saw Lucina dismissing the gathered soldiers, claiming nothing had happened, which made Adar realize this was not the real Lucina. Adar explains that the palace servants took the real Lucina away, and she regrets not having the power to stop them. Hakan reassures his mother that it wasn't her fault. The Holy Emperor adds that, thanks to Adar, they discovered his presence and carried him, unconscious, back to Gilai's lab. Hearing this, Hakan is touched by how they all tried their best to protect each other. Hakan expresses his regret for not being able to protect Lucina and asks if anyone saw where the shifters went. Gilai mentions he only saw them heading towards the back of Lucina's palace. Turning to the Holy Emperor, Hakan asks if there is any place he suspects they might have gone. After a moment of hesitation, the Holy Emperor reveals that one place comes to mind. When Hakan eagerly asks where, the Holy Emperor discloses that it is the residence of Baron Berg, where Lucina grew up. Meanwhile, in Brian, Lucina awakens in a place filled with traumatic memories from her childhood. She is startled and confused about why she is there. As she attempts to get up, she realizes her hands are bound to the bed. Suddenly, someone enters the room, and to her shock, it is Marissa, her eyes gleaming menacingly. Marissa taunts Lucina, asking how it feels to return to the residence of Baron Berg. Lucina yells at Marissa to stay away, but Marissa ignores her plea, sitting casually on the bed. She mentions knowing how terribly the Baroness treated Lucina and reassures her that there is no need to worry since she has killed the Baroness. Marissa even suggests they create new memories together, but Lucina, looking disgusted, calls her a monster. With a sly grin, Marissa retorts that Lucina must be a monster too, revealing that Lucina is her daughter. Lucina turns pale in shock at the confession. Marissa notes that Andrea must not have told Lucina the truth, that she is the child Marissa gave birth to. Patting Lucina's head, Marissa compliments her father's choice of name, saying Lucina has grown up bright and beautiful, just like her name suggests, like the moon. Lucina pulls away, insisting she is not Marissa's daughter. Lucina demands to know Marissa's plan, asserting that Hakan will not spare her if she harms her. Marissa, brimming with confidence, questions whether Lucina truly believes Hakan loves her that much. She emphasizes that Hakan is merely a plunderer who abducted Lucina to Tayar and pretends to love her for manipulation. With resolute eyes, Lucina refutes her, stating that Hakan is the one who saved her from a hellish life. Suddenly, the pain in Lucina's stomach returns. Marissa places her hand on Lucina's shoulder, questioning whether Lucina thinks Hakan would still love her if she couldn't bear the child of the dragon. Grimacing through the pain, Lucina asks what Marissa means. Marissa attempts to harm Lucina, but suddenly, Lucina's divine power surges within her, startling Marissa. She laughs hysterically, noting that Andrea worked tirelessly to purify the shifter's blood from Lucina, which kept him asleep for so long. Lucina looks bewildered, wondering if Andrea, as mentioned by Marissa, refers to the Holy Emperor. Marissa discloses that initially, she had no plans to strip Lucina of her divine power, but upon realizing the extent of Lucina's power, she changes her mind. Without hesitation, Marissa drains Lucina of her divine essence, causing Lucina to faint. As Lucina regains consciousness, she is stunned by the sudden turn of events. Despite the danger it poses to Lucina's life, Marissa insists that Lucina must deliver the child, as Marissa has been eagerly awaiting to obtain the heart of Lucina's child. With a sly grin, Marissa unveils her plan to harness Lucina's divine power and the blood of the dragon's child, asserting that with these, she could even take Hakan's life. Lucina cries out in anguish, defiantly stating that things won't unfold as Marissa desires, trusting that Hakan will come to her rescue. Despite her resolve, Lucina succumbs to unconsciousness once more after uttering these words. Marissa, confident in her schemes, reflects that everything has always gone according to her plans. Satisfied, she leaves Lucina lying alone on the bed. A few days later, Hakan and the Holy Emperor arrive at Baron Berg's mansion. Noticing the eerie quiet and an unlocked door, the Holy Emperor senses that Marissa is no longer present. Nevertheless, Hakan insists on searching the mansion for Lucina. After scouring several rooms, Hakan discovers Lucina lying helplessly on a bed. He calls out her name in desperation, while the Holy Emperor grimly assesses the situation. Hakan turns to the Holy Emperor, demanding to know what has happened to Lucina. With a heavy heart, the Holy Emperor uncovers Lucina and reveals that Marissa has taken their child. The revelation shocks Hakan to his core, unable to comprehend the fate of their child. The Holy Emperor steps closer to attend to Lucina, and as she opens her eyes, she finds Hakan and the Holy Emperor looking at her with deep concern. Lucina, her hand trembling, reaches out to Hakan, who gently clasps it and reassures her, deeply concerned for her well-being. Suddenly, the Holy Emperor remarks that he can no longer sense divine power within Lucina. With a heavy heart, he explains that Marissa has stolen Lucina's divine power, absorbing more of her abilities than he anticipated. This revelation leaves Hakan speechless, utterly shocked. The Holy Emperor expresses his concern for Lucina, noting the immense suffering she may endure without her divine power, especially while carrying a dragon's child, which exacts a heavy toll on a woman's body. Lucina, looking pale, listens silently. It's a miracle she's alive after everything she's been through. Lucina clutches her necklace and tells them that it seems to have saved her life. She explains that after Marissa's dark magic enveloped her, she felt a warm light emanating from the necklace. Hakan blames himself for everything that happened to Lucina. He recalls the Holy Emperor trying to stop him from leaving Lucina to go to war with the shifters, warning that it would put both Lucina and their child in danger. Overcome with guilt, Hakan repeatedly apologizes to Lucina, blaming himself for her current state due to his own greed. However, Lucina reassures Hakan that it's all right because she always believed he would come to her rescue. As she touches her stomach, a look of shock crosses her face, and she anxiously asks where her child is. The Holy Emperor gently reminds her that Marissa has already taken the child. Still in shock, Lucina insists she doesn't remember that happening. The Holy Emperor suggests that perhaps the severe pain caused her to lose the memory. Lucina, still hoping it's all a lie, desperately asks Hakan if it's not true, unwilling to believe that her child is gone. Hakan and the Holy Emperor, unable to meet her eyes, remain silent. Seeing their reactions, Lucina's hopes shatter, and she begins to cry, overwhelmed by the pain of losing her cherished baby. She collapses into Hakan's embrace, who tries to reassure her, telling her she is still his wife and Tayar's queen, even without the child. Lucina, determined, declares that they must get the child back from Marissa. The Holy Emperor, with a heavy heart, suggests that Marissa has likely already consumed the child's heart to absorb its abilities. He warns that if their child reappears, it will be Marissa, not their real child, as the baby must have been killed. Hearing this, Lucina can no longer hold back her tears and sobs uncontrollably in Hakan's arms. The Holy Emperor watches, deeply saddened by Lucina's pain. A few days later, the Holy Emperor returned to the temple, having been away for too long, while Lucina and Hakan made their way back to Tayar. Tidi tended to Lucina, expressing her immense relief that she had returned safely. Hakan's foremost task is to stabilize Tayar after the recent turmoil. In a meeting with the elders, he delivers the devastating news of his child's death. The elders are visibly shocked and demand details. With a stern expression, Hakan explains that Lucina was kidnapped by dragon slayers and barely survived the ordeal. He emphasizes that no one is to blame for failing to protect the child under such circumstances. The elders are further stunned, claiming they had received daily reports about Lucina's well-being. Struggling to contain his anger, Hakan clarifies that the reports they received were falsified. He asserts that he is not there to explain, but to warn them against insulting Lucina over the loss of the child or undermining her position. Hakan firmly declares that Lucina is the acknowledged Queen of Tayar by his decree. Before leaving the meeting room, Hakan announces that Gilai's sins are forgiven, but Garrett's sins remain, expressing his hope that there will be no misunderstandings. In Lucina's room, the priest examines her condition and solemnly states that Lucina's body has reached its limit, rendering her unable to conceive offspring of dragons. The news shakes Lucina to the core, and she struggles to accept it. In a worried tone, she asks the priest if this means she is no longer fit to be the queen of Tayar. Titi tries to console Lucina, but the priest suggests that she speak with Hakan first. Once the priest departs, Lucina can no longer hold back her tears, blaming herself for the loss of her child. In Tayar's troops camp, orders are being issued for the troops to return to Tayar, even though they haven't completed their mission against all the slayers. Speculation buzzes among the soldiers about what could have occurred in Tayar to prompt such a sudden recall. Turan also ponders whether something serious has happened to Lucina, considering Hakan's decision to recall them. Meanwhile, in Brian, the King of Brian appears furious, demanding to know why Marissa keeps ordering their troops to retreat, reminding her of her promise to join his side if he won the war. Feigning a sorrowful expression, Marissa tells the king that she can no longer bear witness to such brutal warfare, suggesting that there might be another woman more suitable for him. Despite her suggestion, the king insists that no one compares to Marissa. However, she suddenly proposes that they focus their attacks on the king of Tayar, asserting that Tayar will crumble once its great king is eliminated. The king of Brian seems intrigued by her idea, while Marissa silently considers him an easy pawn to manipulate, planning to exploit his trust while the opportunity lasts. The knights of Tayar swiftly gallop back towards their homeland. Across the distance, the remaining soldiers of Brian observe their return and receive orders to focus solely on the king of Tayar. However, amidst them, a shifter disguised as a Brian soldier suggests they also target the Tayar knights. Drawing his bow, he unleashes a deadly arrow aimed at one of the Tayar knights, who collapses to the ground. Shocked, the other Tayar knights witness the attack, realizing it's a lethal black arrow strike. Turan, recognizing the danger without holy relics for protection, grows anxious. The fallen knight urges Turan to leave him and escape. Apologizing, Turan commands the others to flee quickly as the barrage of black arrows continues. Witnessing the Tayar knights in retreat, the Brian army prepares to pursue them, but the shifters disguised among them swiftly eliminate the pursuers. With the nuisances dealt with, the shifters now set their sights on targeting the king of Tayar. Meanwhile, in Tayar, Hakan waits anxiously for his troops to return home. As Turan arrives, Hakan warmly greets him and expresses gratitude for their efforts. Curious, Turan asks if something significant occurred in Tayar. Hakan's expression darkens briefly, but he assures Turan that he will explain everything in due time. He advises Turan and the other knights to rest first before discussing the matter further. Hakan stands alone, contemplating how to explain the situation to Turan, burdened by the suffering caused to innocent people because of him. Suddenly, he spots another knight approaching, carrying a wounded comrade on the same horse. Hakan questions why they arrived separately, prompting the knight to recount how they were ambushed on their journey. Carefully placing the wounded knight on the ground, the knight explains they couldn't abandon their injured comrade, who had been struck by a deadly black arrow. Concerned, Hakan leans closer and asks if they encountered the slayers responsible. The knight apologizes for failing to eliminate them, but Hakan reassures them it's not their fault. As he prepares to speak further, Hakan notices an ear ornament on the knight, a telltale sign of a shifter. The knight's expression shifts, realizing Hakan has discovered their disguise. Hakan readies his weapon, but unbeknownst to him, another shifter attacks from behind, stabbing Hakan's shoulder with a black arrow. Though weakened, Hakan summons his resolve, rising to his feet with sheer determination. Gripping his weapon tightly, he swiftly dispatches the shifters without mercy, driven by a fierce determination to protect Tayar and exact justice for the ambush. Hakan, clutching his wounded shoulder, gasps for breath as he struggles to stand. Turan, alerted by the commotion, is shocked to find Hakan stabbed with a black arrow, urgently asking him what happened. Gasping for air, Hakan manages to call out to Turan, prompting Turan to swiftly instruct others to summon a physician immediately. Turan then assists in carrying Hakan back to his chamber, expressing his deep concern for Hakan's well-being, knowing the severity of the wound inflicted by the deadly black arrow. He feels regretful for not staying by Hakan's side earlier. Turan considers the possibility of using Lucina's healing power, but worries about shocking her with the news, so he suggests focusing on treating Hakan's wound immediately. However, Hakan's expression darkens as he indicates he has something important to discuss with Turan. Concerned, Turan asks Hakan what is troubling him. With a heavy heart, Hakan proceeds to recount all that has transpired with Lucina and their child. Their conversation is interrupted as servants arrive to tend to Hakan's wound. Once his wound is treated, Hakan dismisses the servants from the room. Turan remains, his worry evident, and he presses Hakan for more details about Lucina losing her healing power. Hakan confirms this grim news, leaving Turan visibly distressed about how they will heal Hakan's wound. Hakan reassures Turan that they have Gilai, an excellent researcher, and if necessary, they can also seek assistance from the Holy Emperor. Feeling desperate, Turan resolves to seek help from both of them. He expresses concern for Lucina's well-being, ponders if the child might still be alive, a sentiment Hakan echoes, even though Hakan acknowledges the slim likelihood of it being true. Outside the door, the servant informs Hakan that the priest is already inside and wishes to speak with him. Perplexed, Hakan wonders about the urgency of the matter. After hearing yet another shocking revelation from the priest, Hakan hastily makes his way towards Lucina's chamber. Without waiting for permission, he enters the room with a deeply worried expression, calling out to Lucina. Still sobbing on her bed, Lucina is startled to see Hakan. She turns away, telling him to leave as she feels incapable of facing him. With desperation in her voice, Lucina discloses that she can no longer bear children and fears she can no longer fulfill her role as the Queen of Tayar. With a look of deep concern, Hakan reassures Lucina that nothing in this world is more important to him than her, and he will never give up on her. Embracing Lucina gently, Hakan assures her that she is the only one he acknowledges as his wife. As Lucina calms a bit, she voices her worry that others may not accept her. Pulling her closer once more, Hakan firmly states that others' opinions are irrelevant and that acceptance from anyone else does not matter to him. He expresses that if they cannot have children to continue the lineage, they can simply relinquish the throne. Hearing these words from Hakan, Lucina feels a sense of relief wash over her. Hakan softens his gaze and tells Lucina not to despair. He then tenderly kisses her forehead, conveying how deeply he cares for her. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation is overheard and quickly spreads among the people of Tayar, becoming the subject of widespread rumors. The news that Lucina can no longer bear children and that Hakan is willing to relinquish the throne begins to circulate throughout the kingdom. The rumors even reach the ears of the elders and other dragon tribes, prompting them to convene and discuss the implications. In their discussions, the elders and representatives of other dragon tribes contemplate the possibility of Hakan abdicating the throne. Traditionally held by the guardian dragons, the throne of Tayar now faces uncertainty without a clear heir. One elder points out that there is already a suitable queen for Tayar, referring to Garrett. This revelation shocks the others, given Garrett's current status as a criminal. Nevertheless, one elder proposes a solution with a cunning smile, suggesting that they could use their influence to clear Garrett of the charges against her. He leaves the decision to the assembly, presenting them with a choice: whether to continue under the rule of the guardian dragons or to seek a new ruler for the throne. Recently, there has been an uneasy atmosphere in the palace, with the people of Tayar speculating that it might be due to Lucina's situation. Adding to the unease, rumors have also begun circulating that Garrett might soon be released. Meanwhile, in his chamber, Hakan attends to his wound alone when Turan arrives bearing medicine from Gilai. Turan explains that the medicine is designed to alleviate pain and slow down the spread of the Black Arrow's curse within the body. Hakan swallows the medicine without hesitation and then turns to Turan, noticing his deeply concerned expression. In the midst of their conversation, Turan expresses his unease about the current situation, questioning whether Hakan is aware of the suspicious movements among the other dragon tribes. It appears as though they are on the brink of revolt, ready to act at any moment. However, Hakan remains calm and composed in response. Observing Hakan's serene demeanor, Turan questions how Hakan manages to maintain such composure in the face of these threats. Turan expresses his concern, particularly since Hakan is already injured, worrying that the other dragon tribes might escalate to targeting Hakan's life directly. With a firm and unwavering gaze, Hakan asserts confidently that anyone who dares to threaten his life will face the consequences fearlessly. Turan is momentarily taken aback by Hakan's resolve, but acknowledges that there are indeed many reckless individuals. Despite this, Turan emphasizes the need for preparation against potential aggression from the other dragon tribes, highlighting the risk of deep divisions within Tayar if tensions persist unchecked. Hakan queries whether the other dragon tribes' sudden interest in the throne is due to the Council of Elders' actions, which Turan affirms. Turan goes on to explain that it appears the Council of Elders is considering reinstating Garrett. He suggests that in such a scenario, other dragon tribes might seek legitimacy by producing offspring through Garrett. Turan hesitates as he continues, but Hakan interrupts, pressing him on whether this interest stems from the fact that there's no child between Lucina and him, and due to Lucina's inability to bear children anymore. Hakan ponders the situation, realizing it's rooted in the tradition where a woman must bear a dragon's offspring to be acknowledged as Tayar's queen, a notion he finds absurdly exploited for political gain. Suddenly, Turan offers a suggestion. If finding their lost child takes too long, Hakan should marry Garrett before rival dragon tribes can act. Hearing this proposal, Hakan's expression darkens, and he fixes Turan with an intense glare. He can't believe Turan would suggest marrying Garrett instead of Lucina. In a raised voice, Hakan vehemently declares that if chaos erupts because of Garrett, he would rather take matters into his own hands and end Garrett's life to quell the unrest. However, Turan warns of the dire consequences if Garrett were to vanish. He explains that instead of easing tensions, it would likely escalate into ongoing conflict among the dragon tribes, ultimately leading Tayar into the hands of Brian and the Slayers. Hakan cannot bear to entertain such thoughts and abruptly cuts Turan off, shouting for him to cease speaking and demanding that he never show his face before him again. As Turan prepares to leave, he earnestly pleads with Hakan to carefully consider his words. Hakan is overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, his frustration evident as he contemplates whether marrying Garrett is truly the only solution to safeguard Tayar. He refuses to let others seize control of his kingdom, especially for the sake of Lycan and all those who sacrifice themselves in his place. Determined to protect Tayar at any cost, Hakan wrestles with conflicting emotions. Yet, as he imagines Lucina smiling at him, he is reminded of their shared moments and the depth of their love. Memories of their intimate conversations and the warmth they found in each other flood Hakan's mind, stirring profound feelings within him. He realizes that both Tayar and Lucina hold irreplaceable significance in his life, more precious than his own existence. However, the daunting prospect of safeguarding both Tayar and Lucina with his own hands weighs heavily on him, leaving him frustrated and uncertain of what path to take. A few days later, under the bright, sunny sky, Lucina takes a leisurely stroll outside her palace grounds, accompanied by Titi, whose expression betrays her concern. Lucina remarks that she cannot confine herself indoors forever. With a determined tone, she adds that she must regain her strength soon to alleviate Hakan's worries. As they walk, they overhear people conversing about rumors regarding Garrett's release, which surprises Lucina. Halting in her tracks, Lucina and Titi pause to listen more closely. The whispers suggest that Hakan himself has made the decision. Concerned, Titi urges Lucina to ignore the gossip, dismissing it as mere speculation. However, Lucina approaches the group and confronts them, seeking confirmation about Hakan's alleged decision to release Garrett. Not wanting to get further involved, the people hurriedly excuse themselves, claiming they have urgent matters to attend to. Lucina feels disheartened by the rumors. Titi tries to lift her spirits, assuring her that many false rumors circulate within the palace and urging her not to believe them. Still looking sad, Lucina turns to Titi and asks if the rumors are true, fearing she might become useless and be discarded. Titi, trying to reassure her, insists that it can't be true. She emphasizes that she has been watching closely and can see how much Hakan loves Lucina, urging her not to worry about the rumors and suggesting that if she asks Hakan, he will surely deny it. Lucina, however, hesitates, wondering what if Hakan admits it if she asks him directly. She tells Titi that she doesn't want to bother Hakan as he is already busy. In Hakan's chamber, Gilai arrives to check on the medicine he had prepared for Hakan earlier. Hakan grants him permission, and Gilai inquires about how Hakan feels after taking the medicine. Hakan acknowledges that the medicine seems to be effective. Gilai proceeds to examine Hakan's wound, noting that while it hasn't fully healed yet, it's fortunate that it hasn't worsened either. He assures Hakan that with time and care, he will ensure the wound heals completely. Suddenly, Hakan lets out a deep sigh, prompting Gilai to inquire if something is troubling him. Hakan quickly dismisses it, stating that everything is fine. Gilai senses Hakan's unease, but respects his privacy, preparing to leave. However, Hakan stops him midway and confides that he's facing a dilemma, seeking Gilai's counsel. Surprised by Hakan's request for advice, Gilai asks if Hakan values his input. Hakan expresses frustration and confirms that he believes Gilai's intellect could offer valuable insights. Gilai, still puzzled, asks Hakan to elaborate on the issue. Hakan begins to recount a tale, claiming it's about a king from another kingdom facing succession issues, with many vying for the throne. To secure the throne and safeguard his kingdom, this king might have to marry a woman from an enemy nation. Gilai, intrigued, wonders about the story's true meaning. Hakan goes on to explain that the king already has a beloved woman, meaning he would have to betray her to protect his kingdom. As Gilai listens, he realizes that Hakan is talking about himself and Lucina. Given that he has never heard of Tayar seeking an alliance through marriage with an enemy, Gilai surmises that Hakan is considering marrying Garrett. Hakan then asks Gilai what choice he would make if he were in the king's position. In Gilai's heart, Lucina's happiness is paramount, even if Tayar were to face adversity. Thus, he reaffirms that he would choose to protect the woman he loves. Acknowledging the complexity of safeguarding a kingdom, Gilai points out that history shows many rulers have revitalized crumbling kingdoms, but none have fully healed a heart after betraying their beloved. Listening to Gilai's insights, Hakan finds his perspective shifting. He agrees that healing a wounded heart is no simple task. Standing up, Hakan places a hand on Gilai's shoulder and expresses gratitude. Observing Hakan's demeanor, Gilai remarks that Hakan seems deeply invested, almost as if he's recounting his own story. He speculates that Hakan must be closely connected to this king in his tale. Caught off guard, Hakan tries to brush off Gilai's assumption, insisting it's merely a story about someone he knows. As Gilai prepares to leave, he shares his hope for Hakan and Lucina to reconcile smoothly. After Gilai departs, Hakan covers his face with his hands, feeling embarrassed that Gilai may have seen through him from the start. Nonetheless, he feels a sense of relief and clarity thanks to Gilai's counsel. Hakan resolves to speak with Lucina tonight. Later that night, Hakan knocks on Lucina's door, calling out to her. There's no immediate response, and Hakan wonders if Lucina might have gone out at that hour. Just as he prepares to call her again, the door swings open. Lucina is there, peeking out from behind the door, asking Hakan what he's doing. Hakan notices the sadness in Lucina's eyes and gently inquires if she's been crying. Lucina denies it and invites Hakan inside. Once inside, Hakan takes a deep breath and tells Lucina that he needs to share something important with her. After much consideration, Hakan decides it's time to reveal his thoughts. He lovingly strokes Lucina's hair and asks if she's okay with his proposal. With a determined look on his face, Hakan suggests they leave Tayar behind and embark on a journey together, away from the burdens of power and glory, to a place where they can be completely devoted to each other. Lucina appears uncertain, questioning where their journey might lead. Hakan, gently holding her hands, suggests destinations like Brian, foreign lands, or even the Grand Temple that could offer refuge. He emphasizes their freedom to choose as long as they remain together. Despite his reassurances, Lucina hesitates, voicing concern for Tayar. Hakan, resolute, declares Lucina's well-being paramount over Tayar's. Though surprised by his conviction, Lucina remains indecisive. Hakan attempts to comfort her, asserting Tayar's resilience without his presence, now that her mother is recovered and capable defenders like Turan and Gilai are in place. Urging Lucina to trust him and consider the decision carefully, Hakan suggests she take time to ponder, assuring her he will prepare in the interim. Lucina agrees, promising an answer within a week. Hakan pledges unwavering support, vowing never to let her face hardship alone, even after departing Tayar, ensuring her happiness endures. Unbeknownst to them, someone listens in from beyond the door. The next day, as Lucina awakens, she questions whether yesterday was merely a dream. The idea of leaving Tayar with Hakan seems surreal. Can they truly depart and find freedom together? Just then, Titi enters to rouse Lucina, finding her already awake. Lucina greets Titi with a smile, her improved mood evident on her face. Noticing Lucina's happiness, Titi suggests breakfast in her room, to which Lucina agrees. Titi exits to fetch her meal, leaving Lucina momentarily alone with her thoughts. Lucina's expression turns troubled as she considers Titi's potential reaction to their departure from Tayar. She also worries about Turan and Gilai's ability to manage without Hakan. Recalling Hakan's assurances from the day before, Lucina tries to reassure herself that everything will be all right as he promised. A knock at the door interrupts her thoughts, and she hesitantly asks if it's Titi entering again. To her surprise, it's not Titi, but a figure cloaked in a robe, causing Lucina to startle. Meanwhile, in Tayar's prison, a guard discreetly informs Garrett of recent developments. There is growing support for her reinstatement due to Lucina's inability to bear children. Garrett's eyes light up with excitement as she seeks confirmation of Lucina's condition. The guard affirms the news and reveals that the elders are considering restoring Garrett's honor to preserve the lineage of the guardian dragon. Garrett bursts into laughter, overjoyed that Lucina has been disqualified due to her infertility. She sees it as fate, affirming that she alone is destined to become the Queen of Tayar. A few days later, the day of reckoning arrives. Lucina, dressed to the nines with a radiant smile, warmly greets Hakan. Seeing her, Hakan is captivated by her stunning appearance. Lucina informs him that she's ready to give him her answer regarding their earlier discussion. Hakan, visibly nervous, eagerly awaits her response. As Lucina approaches him, she teasingly remarks on his flushed face, causing Hakan to turn away in embarrassment and admit that she looks even more beautiful today. Lucina expresses her happiness, noting that she dressed up for him. However, unable to contain his anticipation any longer, Hakan asks if she's ready to leave with him. Locking eyes with Hakan, Lucina states that she has pondered deeply about their future together and Tayar's fate. Hakan begins to speak, but Lucina interrupts him, declaring that she has decided not to go with him. This revelation shocks Hakan into silence. Lucina confronts him about forcibly taking her from Brian and his failure to protect their child, questioning how she can trust him again. She informs Hakan that she intends to go to the Grand Temple where she can safeguard herself. Despite Hakan's speechlessness, Lucina firmly instructs him not to attempt to hold on to her. Hakan is stunned by what he hears, expressing regret to Lucina that he couldn't shield her and their child. Desperate and determined, he vows that things will change and he will never leave her side. However, Lucina withdraws her hands abruptly, shouting to halt Hakan, repeating her earlier sentiments, questioning what else he might take from her. Hakan halts, trembling visibly, sinking to his knees as he deeply apologizes to Lucina, acknowledging his past mistakes, his previous immaturity and selfishness before meeting her. He confesses that she has transformed him, now willing to sacrifice everything for their love. Lucina turns away, asserting she doesn't want that, insisting that if Hakan truly loves her, he must let her go. It's her final plea. With those words, she departs, leaving Hakan behind, still reeling from her rejection and struggling to comprehend what has transpired. Lucina races back to her palace, overwhelmed with frustration and tears streaming down her face, feeling she has no other recourse. In her heart, she silently apologizes to Hakan, convinced that this painful separation is inevitable. A few days ago, Turan came to Lucina's chamber with a grave revelation. He had overheard that Hakan and Lucina were planning to leave Tayar. Desperate, Turan implored Lucina to go alone, explaining that Tayar was teetering on the brink of a civil war. The absence of the king, he said, would lead to inevitable chaos. Turan, a proud Tayar native with a family rooted in the kingdom, feared watching helplessly as Tayar disintegrated. He warned that the people would stigmatize Hakan, remembering him as the king who abandoned his kingdom. Bowing deeply, Turan pleaded with Lucina, expressing his hope that Hakan would be remembered as a great king rather than one who deserted his realm. He urged Lucina again to leave alone, stressing that Tayar still needed its king. Lucina realized the truth in Turan's words. Tayar had been forged through the sacrifices of many, with men dying in wars and women perishing in childbirth to ensure the survival of the dragon tribe. Hakan was different. His dedication to his research had led to a drug that ensured the safe birth of dragon tribe children even during wartime. Lucina acknowledged that Hakan's disappearance would plunge Tayar back into its troubled past, erasing his achievements. She expressed her gratitude for the comfortable life Hakan's efforts had afforded her in Tayar, recognizing she couldn't easily agree to leave with him. Yet, she worried that even if she left alone, Hakan would follow. Turan insisted she must make Hakan give up on her, speaking harshly enough to extinguish any hope he might cling to. Lucina was shocked by this suggestion, unable to fathom intentionally wounding Hakan's heart. But Turan maintained it was the only way to save both Hakan and Tayar, leaving Lucina with no other choice. Returning to the present, Lucina enters her room, unable to hold back her tears. She feels a deep sadness, knowing that Hakan might resent her for the rest of his life. Summoning her courage, Lucina resolves to bear this burden for Hakan's sake. As she begins to pack her belongings, she comes across the baby pacifier they had prepared for their child. The sight fills her with sorrow, reminding her of the dream she once had of a complete family, a dream now shattered. Her tears continue to flow as she tries to reassure herself that her decision is the right one. She tells herself that by stepping aside, she is removing an obstacle from Hakan's path, and she hopes that one day he will find it in his heart to forgive her.
A few days after Lucina decided to leave Hakkan and Tayar, he seems lost, as if time has completely stopped for him. His mind is filled with thoughts of the breakup, the way she pushed him away, and the final image of her leaving that lingers in his head. And when Hakkan went to Lucina's palace to beg her not to go, she never opened the door. Even at work, Hakkan can't concentrate until Tayar calls out to him, breaking his deep thoughts. Looking concerned, Tayar informs Hakkan that Lucina will be leaving the next day. Hearing this, Hakkan becomes more depressed, unable to believe how quickly time has passed. Taking the opportunity, Tayar advises Hakkan to reconsider his marriage to Garrett. As Tayar continues to explain, Hakkan's mind remains fixated on Lucina, and he doesn't focus on Tayar's words. He keeps wondering what he did wrong that made Lucina avoid him until her last day. Meanwhile, Tayar continues discussing the marriage plans, and without really listening, Hakkan tells Tayar to handle it, saying he's tired and needs to rest. The next day, on Lucina's departure, Gile and Titi, looking sorrowful, say their goodbyes to her as she prepares to leave Tayar for good. Gile even asks if she might change her mind. Titi cries and hugs Lucina, expressing her desire to go with her. Struggling with the farewell, Lucina reassures Titi that she will write often. Gile also offers his help and suggests following Lucina. Though surprised, Lucina politely declines, insisting that Gile is needed in Tayar to complete his research and assist Hakkan. When Lucina asks for the carriage, Gile informs her that it is ready in front of the palace, takes her luggage, and escorts her to the carriage. With a heavy heart, Lucina steps forward to leave Tayar, knowing that the longer she stays, the stronger her attachment will become. After Lucina's departure, as if the elders had been waiting, they pushed for Garrett's reinstatement. They informs Garrett that Hakkan's close aides were promoting the idea of a marriage between her and Hakkan. The elders reveals that their plan needed to be revised and explains that they will exploit Hakkan's distracted state due to Lucina's absence and stage a coup during the wedding ceremony. They assures Garrett that she will become the queen of the new king reigning over Tayar. Garrett smiles cunningly, stating that she doesn't care what plan they devise, as long as she becomes the queen of Tayar. Afterward, they begin the wedding preparations, with Garrett choosing accessories. When her maid brings the dress, Garrett wonders if it's one Lucina would like, deciding to choose it as well. Tayar, overseeing the preparations, looks shocked, but says nothing, as Garrett made her choice deliberately. Tayar then urges Hakkan to check on the wedding preparations. Confused, Hakkan is taken aback when Tayar mentions the wedding, as he had been spacing out during the initial explanation. Seeing Hakkan, Garrett clings to him and proudly displays the dress she chose. Hakkan's expression darkens as he immediately grabs the dress, demanding to know why she has it. Garrett is taken aback, and Hakkan, raising his voice, asserts that only one person can wear that dress. He angrily questions how Tayar could consider letting someone else wear it. As Tayar expresses his apology, Garrett confidently responds that it doesn't matter who wears the dress, as it's meant for a wedding. She continues, arguing that the important thing is not the wedding or the dress, but that the king can have an heir. Enraged, Hakkan declares her words repulsive and says they make him want to break out in hives. He shouts that nothing matters if he can't be with the one he loves, then tears the dress apart in fury. He orders Tayar to burn the dress and declares that the wedding will not take place. Tayar pleads with Hakkan to reconsider for Tayar's sake, but Hakkan angrily tells him to be silent. Filled with rage, Hakkan states that without Lucina, he has no reason to remain king of Tayar and would rather end everything himself. The next day, inside the carriage, Lucina sits in silence, lost in thought. Noting her downcast demeanor, the Holy Emperor asks if she's thinking about Tayar. Lucina tries to reassure herself, saying she believes Hakkan and the others will manage Tayar well. The Holy Emperor moves closer, expressing his concern and offering his assistance, urging her to let him know if there's anything he can do. Despite his offer, Lucina remains pessimistic, saying that even if she asks for help, the wounds in her heart cannot be healed. The Holy Emperor looks saddened by this, and Lucina then breaks down in frustration, acknowledging that she must overcome her pain on her own. Gently placing his hand on her shoulder, the Holy Emperor comforts her, assuring her that he is always available to offer support. He declares that whenever she is ready, she can open up to him at any time. Suddenly, a knocking sound startles them, causing the carriage to come to a halt. They stop to investigate and discover that Puka, in his bird form, is perched on the roof of the carriage, looking extremely worried. As the Holy Emperor and Lucina exit the carriage, they see Puka fluttering nearby, as if about to speak. Lucina is surprised to see Puka, but he quickly transforms into an elf and, in a panic, exclaims that something terrible has happened. Hakan has jumped into the Valley of Fire. Stunned, Lucina freezes in shock. With growing concern, she demands details from Puka. Puka explains that earlier in Tayar, there was widespread panic as people searched for Hakkan. Taran felt guilty for pushing Hakkan too hard, and wondered where he might have gone. Hakkan had left just before the wedding ceremony, causing the elders and Garrett to express their disappointment and blame Hakkan for being irresponsible. Taran, who was also present, argued that Garrett's actions had provoked Hakkan's anger and urged her to search for him rather than sitting idly. This only intensified the elders' anger. Then Adar entered the room, confusing everyone, and revealed that she had found Hakkan's location. Touching the pendant on her necklace, Adar explained that in the past, it was customary to keep a child's umbilical cord in a necklace, believing that even if a part of a dragon's body is severed, it will find its way back to its original form. Hearing this, Taran asked if the pendant Adar was holding was Hakkan's umbilical cord. Adar confirmed that it was, and said the necklace was guiding her to Hakkan's location. Puka, who had been listening from a distance, was shocked when he heard where Hakkan was. In the Valley of Fire, Hakkan, in his half-dragon form, appears deeply despondent as he submerges himself in the lava. Even the guardian dragon's body cannot endure the extreme heat for long. Soon, the lava will melt his skin and flesh and consume his heart. Faintly, someone calls out his name. Hakkan feels a strange sensation, as if he hears Lucina's voice. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Valley of Fire, Lucina rushes in, shouting Hakkan's name with a worried expression. Without hesitation, she makes her way inside. Taran, who is present, is taken aback by Lucina's sudden appearance and asks the Holy Emperor how she found the place. The Holy Emperor assures him that he will explain later, but urges them to follow Lucina immediately, as they cannot predict what she might do. They rush together, following Lucina as she confidently enters the Valley of Fire. Lucina is solely focused on Hakkan's safety, and despite Puka's concerns for her, she continues to run in search of him. As she searches, Lucina reflects on the events that led up to this moment, regretting the hurt she caused Hakkan in her departure. She had believed her actions were for the best for Hakkan and Tayar, but now she realizes that without Hakkan in her life, she would have no reason to continue. Determined not to lose him, she resolves to save Hakkan at any cost. Seeing Lucina's recklessness, Taran tries to stop her out of concern, but the Holy Emperor advises him that she won't hear them now. The Holy Emperor then uses his divine power to cast a protective spell around Lucina, shielding her from the intense heat. Within this divine shield, Lucina barely feels the fire's heat as she continues her search for Hakkan, calling out to him. When she finally spots him, she is horrified to see Hakkan, unconscious and on the verge of sinking into the lava. Panicked and worried, Lucina rushes toward him. Seeing Hakkan's condition, Taran is stunned and immediately shouts for a rescue. Unfortunately, the fire dragon cannot withstand the intense heat, and seeking help from other dragon tribes is not an option. In this desperate situation, Lucina struggles to think clearly. She then realizes that with the Holy Emperor's protective shield, she can endure the heat of the lava for a while. Without hesitation, she leaps into the lava. Tayar shouts in panic at Lucina's reckless move, but the Holy Emperor remains composed, using his divine power to its fullest extent to protect her. Everyone watches in disbelief as Lucina throws herself into the Valley of Fire. Protected by the shield, Lucina lands safely on the lava. Meanwhile, the Holy Emperor, still expending his power, looks exhausted, but continues to push himself to shield Lucina. Lucina rushes to the unconscious Hakan, calling out his name. As she approaches, she tries to wake him, and, with her remaining strength, pulls him out of the lava and moves him to the nearest safe spot. Trembling, Lucina holds Hakan's hand, urging him to wake up. Suddenly, Hakan moves his hand and opens his eyes, murmuring Lucina's name and questioning if he's hallucinating. Lucina reassures him that it's not a hallucination, as she is truly there with him. Hakan begins to believe it as he feels Lucina's touch, but he still feels lingering pain, causing Lucina to worry. She urges him to hold on a little longer, assuring him that help will arrive soon. Tayar and the others are somewhat relieved that Lucina has rescued Hakan, and they quickly prepare the necessary tools to assist them out of the Valley of Fire. Eventually, both Hakan and Lucina are brought to safety. However, Hakan remains in a dire state from prolonged exposure to the intense heat. Tayar urges Hakan to hang on, as the priest is on the way, but the Holy Emperor interjects, saying it's unnecessary. He approaches Hakan, who is lying on the ground, and uses his divine power to heal his wounds. The Holy Emperor reassures Lucina that everything will be fine now, which greatly relieves her. She then turns to Hakan, inquiring about how he feels. Instantly, Hakan stands up and responds that he is feeling fine. In that moment, Lucina takes the opportunity to apologize to Hakan, expressing her regret for leaving him and Tayar, thinking it was the best decision, but realizing it only caused pain for both of them. She confesses that she never resented him and never wanted to leave him. Hakan, in turn, admits his guilt for not giving Lucina enough reason to stay with him. Lucina then asks if Hakan resents her, and he reassures her that he could never hate her. He asks her to promise never to leave his side again. Lucina declares that she won't leave him, even if he marries Garrett, because she can no longer have children. The Holy Emperor is taken aback by this revelation. Hakan firmly states that he loves Lucina and could never marry another woman. The Holy Emperor remains shocked by Lucina's inability to have children. Hakan's expression darkens as he explains what happened to Lucina's body, and even blames himself for it. With determination, the Holy Emperor vows to heal Lucina's body, willing to sacrifice all his divine power for it. Grateful and relieved, both Hakan and Lucina express their thanks to the Holy Emperor. Seeing his daughter find happiness with Hakan and her willingness to sacrifice herself for the one she loves, the Holy Emperor feels a deep sense of relief, and no regret for saving Lucina, even if it means losing all his divine power. In Hakan's chamber, Lucina and the Holy Emperor are by his side as he continues to recover. Suddenly, Garrett requests permission to enter, bringing with him startling news. There is a possibility that Hakan's and Lucina's child might still be alive. The revelation leaves everyone stunned and shocked. Hakan, in disbelief, asks if it's really possible that his child could still be alive. Garrett then explains his reasoning. He recalls that when Hakan disappeared, it was a deer who located him using his umbilical cord, which she kept in a necklace. The Holy Emperor, seeking confirmation, asks if it's true that the umbilical cord could be used to find Hakan's location. Gile confirms, stating that it's possible for the dragon race. He elaborates that if Adar could locate Hakkan through the umbilical cord, then living dragons connected by blood should be able to sense each other's presence, as a dragon's child is also considered a part of the dragon. Hakkan asks if this means his child is connected to him as well, to which Gile responds that it's highly likely. Gile then reveals that he recently asked Adar to conduct an experiment with Hakkan's umbilical cord. He wanted to observe the cord's reaction by temporarily severing its connection with Hakkan. During this experiment, something unexpected happened. The cord, instead of being disconnected, pointed somewhere else. This led Gile to believe that it might be pointing toward Hakkan's child. Hakkan hesitates but asks if this means the child is truly alive, questioning why Gile is delaying the confirmation. The Holy Emperor interjects, explaining that it's because the child isn't the only one connected to Hakkan by blood. There are also his parents and siblings. Gile agrees, but clarifies that since only Adar and the child are still alive and related to Hakkan by blood, the cord could be pointing to either of them. However, Gile reveals that the direction the umbilical cord is pointing is slightly off from where Adar is in the palace. This revelation shocks Hakkan. Gile then makes a request to the Holy Emperor, explaining that they need his help to confirm if the child is alive. The Holy Emperor readily agrees. Gile elaborates that to confirm the child's existence, they need both the Holy Emperor's blood and Hakkan's blood, as all other necessary materials are already prepared. Hakkan, bewildered, asks why the Holy Emperor's blood is needed. Gile explains that while Lucina's blood and Hakkan's blood would normally suffice, Lucina's divine power is currently incomplete, necessitating the Holy Emperor's blood for the experiment. The Holy Emperor glances at Lucina, noticing her guilt for making him go through this process. He gently pats her back, then turns to Gile and says it's an honor to assist in the experiment, adding that he will gladly provide his blood. Gile expresses his gratitude and proceeds to explain the details of the experiment he plans to conduct. Hakkan, Lucina, and the Holy Emperor listen intently, captivated by Gile's explanation. With determination, Gile states that this experiment will help estimate the potential of the child and determine the likelihood of the child being alive. Hakkan then assures Gile that he and the Holy Emperor will have their blood extracted by the priest and sent to Gile's lab without delay. After Gile leaves the room, Lucina still appears uncertain, wondering if the experiment will succeed. Hakkan reassures her, acknowledging that while the outcome isn't guaranteed, it's worth trying. He adds that if their child is truly alive, they could finally be together without interference from Garrett and the council. Hearing this, Lucina feels a sense of relief and expresses her hope that their child is still out there. The following day, Gile presents Hakkan and Lucina with the results of the experiment. He explains that the experiment sparked a large flame, which also burned his hand. This, he says, suggests that their child may possess the combined powers of both Hakkan and Lucina, making it impossible for the shifter to come into contact with the child. However, Lucina and Hakkan are still deeply curious about their child's whereabouts. Earlier at Marissa's residence, she found herself overwhelmed, her body covered in scratches. The cause of her distress was a cute yet troublesome baby dragon that had been giving her a hard time. Despite her efforts, nothing seemed to work, and some of her subordinates who had gone to kill Hakkan had perished in the battle against him. Frustrated, Marissa thought that if only she could absorb the baby dragon's power, Hakkan would be easy to defeat. However, when she tried again, the baby dragon unleashed a powerful flame that injured her. If she hadn't taken divine power from Lucina, the situation could have been disastrous. Nearing the end of her patience, Marissa grabbed a candle holder, ready to strike the baby, but was stopped when a subordinate entered the room. He asked if the baby was still resisting, and Marissa, irritated, replied that she was close to throwing the baby into an ice storage, as she couldn't even touch it due to the flames. Her subordinate then proposed an extreme idea to freeze the baby for real. He explained that far to the north, there was a snowy mountain called Kashdaq, a place so cold that even the heart of the guardian dragon would freeze. He suggested that the energy from that place would render the dragon powerless. Marissa, intrigued by the idea, decided it was worth a try. She planned to travel to Kashdaq in their original form to make the journey faster. Convinced that this time, her plan would not fail, and she would finally conquer Lucina's husband and the entire Tayar kingdom. Far to the north, Marissa, carrying the baby, trudged through the snow with her trusted subordinate close behind. She checked on the baby, noticing with satisfaction that the cold of Kashdaq was weakening the little dragon, its heartbeat growing fainter by the moment. Just as Marissa felt a surge of triumph, a deafening roar echoed from above, startling both her and her subordinate. As the sound drew nearer, their shock intensified. Hakan, in his dragon form, descended from the sky, landing between Marissa and the baby. His roar so powerful that it sent Marissa flying backward, only to be caught by her subordinate. Stunned, Marissa realized she couldn't escape. Hakan, now fully transformed back into his human form, stood before her, relieved that he had arrived in time. With a cold, piercing gaze, he declared that from this moment on, her plans would fail. A few days earlier in Tayar, before Hakan departed for Kashdaq, Hakkan, Lucina, the Holy Emperor, Turan, and Gile convened for a crucial meeting. During the discussion, Gile revealed that the baby was being held in Kashdaq. Upon hearing this, Turan immediately urged that they set out at once, concerned about what the shifter might do to the baby. Lucina shared his sentiment, but the Holy Emperor quickly intervened, explaining that it was impossible for everyone to go. He elaborated that the cold in Kashdaq was beyond what ordinary humans could withstand. Only the guardian dragon and the great king could survive there, while anyone else would be consumed by the freezing temperatures. Despite this, Lucina expressed her strong desire to accompany Hakan to Kashdaq. Hakan gently reassured her, asking her to trust him and to rest, promising that he would protect their child and return safely. Turan then inquired if Hakan planned to leave for Kashdaq immediately. Hakan responded that while he wished to depart at once, there were a few matters he needed to address first. On a bright, sunny day, the elders gathered for a meeting, feeling uneasy as their plans had been jeopardized by Lucina's return. Despite this setback, they decided to continue with their scheme, believing that Lucina was unable to have children. Suddenly, Hakan entered the room with Garrett at his side. He announced that he had gathered them all to deliver a very important message. The elders were taken aback, uncertain about what Hakan intended to say. Meanwhile, Garrett, seeing herself included in the meeting, assumed Hakan might have had a change of heart. A sly smile played on her lips as she considered that, while the elders' plans might be somewhat disrupted, as long as she became queen, she didn't care what means she had to employ. Hakan began to speak, explaining that he had recently lost his heir to a slayer. He admitted that the only reason he tolerated Garrett's return was to prevent Tayar from descending into complete chaos, even considering the possibility of Garrett's offspring being part of the future of Tayar if it came to that. As he continued, Turan and the guards suddenly entered the room. Hakan's expression grew intense as he declared that such measures were no longer necessary. The guards swiftly restrained Garrett, leaving her stunned and unable to move. Confused, Garrett demanded to know what was happening, but Hakan ignored her. He then revealed that, with the help of Gile and the fulfillment of the prophecy, he had discovered that his and Lucina's child was still alive. This revelation left the elders in shock. Hakan firmly declared that from this moment forward, anyone who dared to speak lightly about the succession to the throne would be severely punished. He then announced that Garrett would be executed immediately for conspiring with traitors and for daring to insult Tayar's rightful queen, his consort, Lucina. He summoned the priest, who entered the room carrying a tray with a vial of poison. Realizing her life was in imminent danger, Garrett frantically tried to defend herself, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. She claimed she had never even thought of committing treason, that her only desire had been to live as queen and remain by Hakkan's side. Desperately, she pointed to the elders, accusing them of treachery. But Hakkan remained unmoved. He coldly questioned whether Garrett truly failed to grasp the seriousness of coveting Lucina's place, reminding her that Lucina was, and always would be, his companion. Garrett raised her voice, arguing that Lucina had forfeited her right to be queen by abandoning both Hakkan and the kingdom. Hakkan countered sharply, asserting that Lucina had only left because people like Garrett had driven her away, a statement that made Tayar feel a pang of guilt. Wasting no more time, Hakkan instructed the priest to carry out Garrett's execution. The priest obeyed, forcefully administering the deadly poison. Garrett collapsed to the ground, and with her final breath, she cursed Lucina, lamenting that she hadn't eliminated her sooner. Moments later, she coughed up blood and died. Hakkan then ordered the guards to clean up the scene. The elders, witnessing Garrett's execution before their eyes, were gripped with terror. Hakkan then proclaimed that anyone who attempted to defend the traitor Garrett, or challenge his and Lucina's rightful positions, would face the same fate. However, he offered a reprieve, stating that those who pledged their loyalty to him at that moment would be spared. Without hesitation, one of the elders dropped to his knees, swearing lifelong allegiance to Hakkan and Lucina. The rest quickly followed suit, bowing and kneeling before Hakkan. Tayar joined them, affirming their loyalty to the great king of Tayar. Hakkan then turned to Tayar, acknowledging his dedication to Tayar, but urging him to consider the feelings of those he served. Tayar apologized sincerely. With that, Hakkan's preparations were complete. All that remained was to find his and Lucina's child and return safely. Returning to the present, atop the icy peaks of Kashdaq, Hakkan faces off against Marissa. Determined to end their conflict, he prepares to deliver the final blow. The battle intensifies as they engage in a fierce clash, each unleashing their full power in a struggle for dominance. Hakkan and Marissa engage in a fierce battle, but no matter how many times she is injured, Marissa uses her divine power to heal herself, making it increasingly difficult for Hakkan to gain the upper hand. Determined to end the fight, Hakkan draws the dagger gifted to him by the Holy Emperor. Marissa sneers, dismissing it as a mere toy, but Hakkan remains resolute, confident that this weapon will bring an end to their conflict. As Marissa taunts him, preparing her divine power for a counterattack, Hakkan strikes. To her shock, the dagger effortlessly shatters the shield she created. Panic sets in as Marissa recognizes the blade as Andre's dagger, understanding that any wound it inflicts will drain her divine power. Desperate, Marissa eyes the baby and makes a quick move to seize it, but Hakkan is faster, shielding the child with his own body. Marissa thinks she's succeeded when she wounds him, but Hakkan stands firm, gripping her hand where it pierced his abdomen. With cold resolve, he declares that Marissa has underestimated him. Without a moment's hesitation, Hakkan uses the dagger to slash Marissa's throat, bringing a definitive end to their ill-fated relationship. As the battle concludes and Marissa's lifeless body lies on the ground, the baby begins to cry, its strength fading with each passing moment. Hakkan, relieved that he wasn't too late, gently lifts the child, ready to return to Tayar. He reaches for the holy jewel embedded in the dagger, knowing it can transport them back. But to his dismay, he sees a crack in the jewel. The jewel, essential for space movement, was supposed to be his way home after safely absorbing Marissa's divine power. The Holy Emperor had warned him that if the jewel were damaged during battle, it might lose its power entirely. Noticing that the jewel isn't fully broken, Hakan decides to use what remains of its power to send the baby back to Tayar. He activates the holy jewel, and in a flash, the baby is safely transported away, leaving Hakan alone in Kashdaq. He plans to transform into his dragon form to fly back, but as he tries to stand, the severity of his wounds overcomes him. His strength fails, and he collapses into the snow, losing consciousness on the frigid mountain of Kashdaq. In Tayar, the Holy Emperor, Lucina, Adar, Gilai, and Turan anxiously await Hakan and the baby's return. Finally, the baby and the dagger arrive through the portal. Lucina rushes forward to take the baby into her arms, but the Holy Emperor stops her, cautioning that they must first confirm whether the baby is truly theirs or a shifter in disguise. He grasps the pendant on his necklace, which reveals an image of the baby, confirming that the child is indeed Hakan and Lucina's. Relieved, Lucina cradles the baby, overwhelmed with joy as the child smiles back at her. However, Turan voices concern, questioning why Hakan hasn't returned if the baby made it back safely. Noticing the crack on the holy jewel, the Holy Emperor suggests that the damage might be the reason only the child was transported, indicating that the battle must have been fierce. Lucina fears that Hakan might be severely injured, but the Holy Emperor advises patience, explaining the possible scenarios that could have occurred. Unable to wait any longer, Lucina makes a decisive move. She declares that she will go to Kashdaq to find Hakan herself, despite the Holy Emperor's worries. Determined, she takes the dagger from the Holy Emperor, stating that with her powers restored, she will bring Hakan back. Lucina prepares to reclaim her divine power from the Holy Emperor's dagger, confident that with this power, she'll be able to survive in Kashdaq. However, the Holy Emperor gently reminds her that while it's good, her divine power has returned, it's not an endless source. It depletes with use. This reminder brings to mind the times Lucina felt dizzy or even fainted after using her healing abilities. Acknowledging this, she resolves to conserve her strength and use her power solely to heal Hakan. The Holy Emperor then assures her that he will do his best to send her directly to Kashdaq, but emphasizes that the journey back to Tayar will be up to her. Gilay, concerned, suggests that the Holy Emperor should accompany Lucina. But the Holy Emperor explains that he has been overextending his divine power recently, and it's wiser to send only Lucina this time. Lucina feels a pang of guilt, but the Holy Emperor reassures her, explaining that his divine power will naturally recover after some rest. As they prepare for her departure, Adar hands Lucina a necklace containing Hakan's umbilical cord, which will help her locate him. Adar also expresses concern for Lucina, reminding her to take care of herself, as she is also precious to her. Lucina arrives in Kashdaq, enveloped in the protection of her divine power. With determination etched on her face, she begins her search for Hakan. As she trudges through the deep snow, she stumbles, causing the necklace to slip from her grasp and fall into the snow. Suddenly, the necklace emits a warm glow, and when Lucina touches it, the warmth assures her that Hakan is nearby. Renewed with hope, she presses on and finally discovers Hakan lying on the ground, almost entirely buried in snow. Rushing to his side, Lucina frantically clears the snow off his body. Seeing the state he's in, she immediately channels her healing power to mend his wounds. Though the injuries heal completely, Hakan remains unconscious. Desperate, Lucina checks his heartbeat, realizing he might be unresponsive because of the prolonged exposure to the cold. Determined to raise his body temperature, she removes her coat and wraps it around Hakan, holding him close. As she cradles him, Lucina whispers urgently, calling his name, pouring out her heart, and pleading with him to wake up. Meanwhile, Hakan finds himself on the brink between life and death, teetering in a space where time seems to stand still. As he wonders if this is the end, he senses a warm, soft light drawing near. The warmth is familiar, reminiscent of the countless times Lucina had saved him before. Recognizing it, Hakan becomes certain that Lucina has come to rescue him once again. With newfound determination, he resolves to return to her. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, memories of the fierce battle in Kashdaq flooding back. As his vision clears, he sees Lucina by his side and realizes that she has saved him once more. Overwhelmed with relief and joy, Lucina expresses her happiness at his return. Feeling the same, Hakan wastes no time, pulling Lucina close and kissing her, sealing their reunion with the warmth of their love.
Once fully healed, Hakan tells Lucina he'll fly her to Tayar, his concern evident as this is her first time riding on a dragon. On the other hand, Lucina can barely contain her excitement at the thought of soaring through the skies on Hakan's back. Suddenly, Hakan asks if Lucina saw Marissa around when she arrived. Lucina thinks back and tells him she didn't see Marissa, only Hakan was there. This strikes Hakan as odd, as he distinctly recalls Marissa collapsing, seemingly on the brink of death. He turns to inspect the area and notices that Marissa's companion has also vanished. Hakan wonders if that man disposed of her body, knowing that even with a shifter's endurance, Marissa couldn't have survived Kashdaq's deadly cold after being decapitated. Noticing Lucina's concern, Hakan gently comforts her, urging her not to worry anymore. With a soft touch, he places his hand on her face, reassuring her that they need to hurry back to Tayar. He then shifts into his dragon form and offers her a ride on his back. Once Lucina is ready, Hakan takes to the skies, soaring high above the snowy landscape of Kashdaq. In Tayar, Titi and Adar are caring for the baby while Lucina is away. The little girl is healthy and full of joy, brightening the palace with her presence. Adar can't help but feel nostalgic as she recalls when Hakan was just a baby. The lively atmosphere reminds her of those days. When she mentions Hakan's name, the baby even responds, as if she knows it's her father's name. Noticing a hint of worry on Titi's face, Adar quickly reassures her that Hakan and Lucina will be back soon. Relieved, Titi's cheerful nature returns, and she even suggests planning a welcome-back celebration for their return. Just then, the baby, thrilled by the idea, lets out a tiny burst of fire. Though it startles Titi, everyone bursts into laughter, amused by the baby's unexpected excitement. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Brian, the king greets Marissa with enthusiasm. Draped in a scarf around her neck, Marissa appears well as she returns his greeting. After collapsing in Kashdaq, her subordinate had managed to reattach her head, and using her own power, she was able to heal herself, though it seems she had a plan for something even more dangerous. Noticing the scarf, the king expresses concern and offers to call a doctor, but Marissa assures him that she's perfectly fine. He then leads her to his quarters, suggesting they spend some quality time together. Seated on the bed, Marissa casts a seductive look at the king, asking if he'd do her a favor. Without a moment's hesitation, he agrees to grant her any request. Moving closer, he remarks that the scarf around her neck is bothersome, and before Marissa can protest, he pulls it away. His expression shifts instantly as he catches sight of the large scar across her neck, and he recoils in horror, screaming. Throwing the scarf back at her, he accuses her of being a monster, claiming the Marissa he knows would never bear such a mark. Marissa rises, turning her back to him before meeting his gaze with a deadly glare. She coldly reminds him that she's always been a monster. Sensing his life is at stake, the king scrambles to escape, but Marissa quickly grabs him, forcing him to the ground. Stepping closer to the terrified king, she reaches into his chest, consuming his heart. Now able to take on his form, she intends to seize control of Brian's army, ready to wield it as she desires. Now disguised as the king of Brian, Marissa is prepared to put her sinister plan into motion. During a council meeting with the officials, she, as the king, proposes an immediate attack on Tayar, emphasizing the opportunity presented by their king's absence. She instructs them to mobilize the army without delay. As confusion stirs among the officials, the Prince of Brian speaks up, voicing his concern that such an assault would lead only to their doom. Marissa, recognizing him as the one who previously revoked the king's authority in a past war, swiftly shuts him down, reminding him that his defiance cost him the command of the royal knights and stripped him of his right to weigh in on national matters. Turning to the other commanders, Marissa orders them to prepare for the expedition to Tayar immediately. With an intense and urgent tone, she urges them to seize this rare chance, mocking them by questioning if Brian's mighty army fears a band of mere barbarians. Reluctantly, the knight commander bows to the king's command. Marissa smirks inwardly, confident that her plan is falling perfectly into place, and that this time, Tayar's end is imminent. In the palace courtyard of Tayar, Turan leads a meeting with Adar, Titi, Gilai, and the Holy Emperor. He brings up the recent suspicious movements of Brian's army. With a strategic plan already in place, Turan assures the group that they're prepared for any risks, even if war does break out. Despite Hakan and Lucina's absence, he emphasizes their duty to protect Tayar at all costs. Energized by Turan's confidence, everyone sets off to prepare according to the plan, feeling optimistic about their chances against the shifters and Brian's forces. However, the Holy Emperor raises a concern. If Brian's army is truly on the move, it's likely the shifters are behind it. He quietly hopes that this isn't a sign of even darker threats ahead. Meanwhile, Brian's army, led by their newly appointed commander, marches steadily toward Tayar, intent on initiating war. After final preparations, Tayar's forces stand ready to defend their homeland. Turan steps forward, hoping to prevent unnecessary bloodshed, and calls out to Brian's army, urging them to halt their advance. The commander of Brian's forces, however, is unmoved. Filled with fury, he declares their sole mission, to conquer Tayar and offer it as a prize to the king of Brion. With neither side willing to back down, the battle begins. As Turan observes the battlefield, he realizes that Brian's forces aren't as numerous as he anticipated, leading him to wonder if the previous battle had taken a heavier toll on them than expected. Meanwhile, Tayar's knights fight valiantly to protect their land, but suddenly, out of nowhere, shifters launch a surprise attack on them. One of Tayar's knights rushes to inform Turan of the unexpected situation. Sensing something is amiss, Turan's expression darkens as he watches the chaos unfold. The sight of the struggling knights only amuses Brian's forces, who mock them from across the battlefield. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Turan urgently calls out to Tayar's knights, ordering them to stay calm. It becomes clear that the shifters had been hiding in plain sight all along, a move Turan hadn't anticipated. The other dragon tribes arrive to join the battle, bringing with them the Black Hawk powder. As they disperse the powder, the shifters begin to react. Turan is taken by surprise when both the Black Dragon Tribe and the White Dragon Tribe appear to lend their aid. It seems they arrived just in time, having heard of the potential shifter threat, and brought the Black Hawk powder from Gilai. They reveal that they learned about the shifters' ability to transform into humans and deceive their enemies from Hakan. Confident that the Black Hawk powder will render the shifters' disguises useless, they declare that nothing can threaten them as long as they have it. United, the tribes prepare to fight the shifters together. The Black and White Dragon tribes proudly proclaim their loyalty to Tayar and the great King Hakan, overwhelming Brian's forces as they struggle to cope with the sudden shift in the battle. Inside Tayar's palace, Gilai and Adar, along with the rest of Tayar's people, are ready with the Black Hawk powder. Adar feels a sense of relief, knowing that they are no longer helpless against the shifters as they were before. Gilai asks for permission to leave and deliver the powder to the Holy Emperor and Titi, leaving Adar alone in the room. As Adar scans the room, her eyes land on a book on the table. It's her research journal, the one she had worked on with Gilai. Suddenly, a sound from behind startles her. Thinking Gilai has returned, she turns, only to be shocked to see someone else. Standing before her is Hakan, her beloved son, who she thought had died in the war many years ago. Hakan steps closer, attempting to convince Adar that it's truly him, her son. Trembling, Adar struggles to keep her mind grounded, telling herself that it can't be Hakan. He's been gone for too long. But Hakan insists, speaking gently and even reaching out to touch her hand. He tells her that he was protecting Hakan all those years ago, and that he has returned. Tears welling up, Hakan takes her hand, pressing it to his cheek as he softly urges her to welcome him back. Still in shock and trembling, Adar remains silent, her mind reeling with confusion. Still reeling in disbelief, Adar's heart races as she recalls Hakan's promise to protect Hakan at all costs. Now, with Hakan suddenly standing before her, Adar feels torn. She pulls her hand back, her emotions swirling as she grapples with the possibility that someone could appear in her son's form. She tells herself she couldn't bear to harm her beloved son, who once risked his life. Lowering her guard, she hesitantly listens as Hakan urges her to embrace him, claiming he has returned. With a flicker of hesitation, Adar reaches out, but just as she's about to be drawn into the shifter's ruse, Gilai enters the room. Startled, Hakan's expression shifts as Gilai swiftly pulls Adar to his side. He firmly reminds her not to fall for the shifter's deception. Gradually, though still dazed, Adar begins to regain her focus, her mind turning back to Hakan and the reality before her. Sensing his plan has failed, the shifter drops the friendly act, turning hostile as he prepares to strike Adar. Snapping back to her senses, Adar quickly grabs the pouch of black hawk powder and, without hesitation, hurls it directly at Laken's face. Instantly, Hakan transforms back into the shifter, who snarls in fury. Seizing the opportunity, Gilai moves swiftly, launching a precise attack that brings the shifter down without delay. Seeing that the palace is no longer safe, Gilai advises Adar to relocate to a more secure place, and together, they make their way out. As they search for a safer place, Adar apologizes to Gilai for nearly falling into the shifter's trap. Gilai reassures her, telling her it wasn't her fault, and even commends her for acting swiftly with the black hawk powder to expose the shifter's true identity. He expresses gratitude for her quick thinking, which ultimately turned the situation around. Meanwhile, the Holy Emperor channels all his strength to shield the palace with his holy power. Titi, concerned for his well-being, urges him to rest, reassuring him that she has the black hawk powder to handle any shifters. Despite being visibly strained from overusing his powers, the Holy Emperor remains unwavering, focused on safeguarding Tayar's palace, especially with Hakan and Lucina's child inside. After finishing the protective barrier, the Holy Emperor worries it might not be strong enough, mindful of the importance of protecting Hakan and Lucina's child. Suddenly, a disturbance outside catches both him and Titi off guard. The Holy Emperor tells Titi to stay put while he investigates. Titi quickly stops him and hands him a pouch of black hawk powder, urging him to take it along just in case. Outside the palace, two maids hold Lucina back, suspicious that she might be a shifter in disguise. Hearing the commotion, the Holy Emperor arrives with a worried look. Lucina, with a sorrowful expression, calls out to him, explaining that Hakan has gone to war and that she's been searching for her child. The Holy Emperor's face hardens, and he shouts in anger, demanding to know how many times Marissa intends to impersonate Lucina. Caught off guard, Lucina transforms back into Marissa, shoving the maids aside. The Holy Emperor attempts to summon his divine power, but exhaustion has weakened him, and Marissa laughs, sensing the upper hand. With a swift motion, Marissa shatters the weakened shield surrounding him, taunting him about his age and waning strength. As the Holy Emperor falls to the ground, he glances toward the room where Lucina's child is hidden, fear flashing across his face. Following his gaze, Marissa realizes there is something valuable inside. With a wicked gleam in her eyes, she raises her hand, announcing that she'll take what remains of his depleted holy power. She plunges her hand toward his chest, preparing to tear out his heart, even wondering aloud how it might taste. But just as she strikes, a brilliant light bursts forth from the Holy Emperor's heart, stopping Marissa in her tracks. Suddenly, before the Holy Emperor, a vision of Princess Lierva, his beloved, appears, overtaking Marissa and halting her assault. With a stunned expression, the Holy Emperor asks the woman before him if she truly is Lierva. Princess Lierva gently replies that it has indeed been a long time since they last saw each other. Noticing his wound, she suggests they tend to it first. Summoning the last of his divine power, the Holy Emperor heals himself. Still bewildered, he asks how she is here and what exactly has happened. Lierva explains that a fragment of her soul remained within Marissa, lying dormant for many years. When Marissa came into contact with him earlier, the energy exchange triggered a reaction that awakened her. She adds that, just as it was with her, Marissa's soul has not been destroyed, but is temporarily suppressed. Holding the Holy Emperor's hand firmly, Lierva urges him to act quickly, to destroy Marissa's body before she regains control. This prompts him to ask, his voice pained, if doing so will mean Lierva will vanish from this world forever. Lierva nods without hesitation, reassuring him that this would finally bring her the peaceful rest she's yearned for. She reminds him that her life ended long ago, and now her soul can join her body in the afterlife. The Holy Emperor's eyes well with sadness, and a tear slips down his cheek. Gently, Lierva reaches up to wipe it away, noting with a soft smile that even after all these years, his heart remains as tender as ever. But then, she gently encourages him, saying that his heart must now grow strong for Lucina and all that lies ahead. The Holy Emperor flinches at her words, and Lierva gently reminds him of all Lucina has achieved, urging him to help her go even further by ending Marissa's life. Struggling to keep his composure, tears stream down his face as he raises the holy knife, his hands trembling with the sorrow of having to say farewell this way. But Lierva takes his hand in hers, guiding it closer to her, and reassures him softly that there's no one else she would rather entrust with her final moments. As the holy knife hovers at her neck, the Holy Emperor's heart feels torn, his resolve wavering. Lierva reminds him that Marissa's return is imminent and that he must act quickly. Seeing no other choice, the Holy Emperor gently tells Lierva to go on ahead and find peace, promising he'll complete his remaining duties and follow her soon. Whispering a final blessing for her rest, he ends it swiftly with the holy knife. With Marissa now defeated, the Holy Emperor ensures she can never return by setting her body aflame, watching solemnly as the fire consumes the last traces of her presence. The Holy Emperor, wounded and bloodstained, makes his way back to the palace and pushes open the chamber door where Titi is watching over Lucina's child. Stumbling forward as his injuries worsen, he enters the room, only to be met with Titi's horrified expression and the baby's startled cries. Titi quickly instructs the attendants to fetch medical supplies, soothing the distressed child as best she can. Gasping for breath, the Holy Emperor assures her that he's all right and urges her to focus on caring for the baby, but before he can finish, he collapses to the floor. As Titi panics over the Holy Emperor's condition, a group of Brian soldiers enters the chamber. Weak and disoriented, the Holy Emperor fears Tayar has been breached. Trembling, Titi demands to know who they are, but one soldier quickly instructs the others to tend to the Holy Emperor's severe wounds. Just then, Hakan and Lucina appear at the doorway, their faces paling at the sight of the Holy Emperor's injuries. Relief washes over Titi and the Holy Emperor as they see them. Lucina rushes to his side, immediately channeling her healing powers, and the Holy Emperor's condition improves noticeably. The Brian soldiers watch in shock, astonished that someone in Tayar possesses such divine abilities. Confused, the Holy Emperor asks Hakan how he came to be accompanied by Brian's soldiers, echoing Titi's unspoken question. Suddenly, one of the soldiers steps forward, offering to explain. He removes his helmet, bows respectfully, and addresses the Holy Emperor, introducing himself as the first Prince of Brian. A few days ago, as Hakan and Lucina flew back to Tayar, they noticed chaos unfolding below. Sensing something amiss, Hakan urged Lucina to investigate. Landing on higher ground, they surveyed the situation and spotted Brian's soldiers. Furious at their audacity to invade in his absence, Hakan fumed. But Lucina, noticing something strange, pointed out that Tayar knights were attacking one another. She wondered if the shifters had meddled in the conflict and suggested uncovering the truth before acting hastily, including informing Brian. Shifting back to his human form, Hakan mentioned the black hawk powder from the Ralph tribe, suggesting they locate it first. Later that night, Hakan and Lucina managed to gather some leftover black hawk powder, wondering if it would suffice given the number of shifters. Hakan, confident as ever, reassured Lucina not to worry, promising to protect her. Besides, he noted, Tayar's fierce resistance had significantly reduced the shifters on the front lines. With renewed determination, he proposed they focus on tracking the shifters within the imperial palace instead. As they entered the palace, a shifter disguised as a Tayar servant accidentally crossed paths with Hakan and Lucina. Startled, she stammered an excuse, claiming she was lost while seeking shelter. Hakan, unfazed, aimed his weapon at her without hesitation. Panicking, she tried to plead her case, but Hakan saw through her lie. He calmly instructed Lucina to close her eyes, and she obeyed, squeezing them shut as Hakan executed the shifter. With a steely gaze, he declared he wouldn't be deceived again. Curious, Lucina asked how he had known. Hakan explained that the shelter lay in the opposite direction, and her distinctive earring gave her away. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby, putting Hakan on high alert. A group of Brian soldiers approached, claiming they weren't enemies and had come to meet the king of Tayar. Hakan hesitated, unsure of their intentions, until one soldier removed his helmet. It was the Prince of Brian. The prince greeted Hakan, expressing regret that their paths crossed again on the battlefield. Hakan recognized him, which the prince acknowledged with gratitude. However, Hakan's expression hardened as he questioned why the prince's tone had shifted, recalling how he had belittled him during their last encounter. The Prince of Brian gladly explained that after Hakan had agreed to his earlier request, he realized the rumors about the great king of Tayar were untrue. Hearing this, both Hakan and Lucina couldn't hide their relief. Hakan expressed his gratitude for the prince's change of heart and asked why he had come to see him now. With a resolute expression, the prince declared his intention to end the war. He revealed that his father refused to acknowledge that Tayar had no grounds to be attacked, or that their kingdom's precarious state was due to constant wars. The prince added that the only person the king truly listened to was a woman named Marissa. The Prince of Brian pleaded with Hakan to ensure his father would not repeat such reckless actions, expressing his desire to avoid needless sacrifices. Hakan was briefly stunned by the request, but then firmly replied with a confident, "Yes," surprising the prince with relief. Lucina shared his sentiment, glad to see Hakan's willingness to cooperate. Hakan then affirmed his stance, expressing his disdain for needless loss of life. He explained that the dragon slayers were actually shifters, monsters capable of mimicking others, and that they had sown chaos in the war by impersonating people. The Brian soldiers were skeptical of such creatures, but Hakan stressed that the most dangerous shifter was Marissa, who had manipulated the Brian king. The Prince of Brian was visibly shaken upon hearing this, asking in disbelief if Marissa was truly a monster. Hakan urged him to expose Marissa's true identity and reveal the full truth to the Brian king to help him regain clarity. The prince, looking troubled and dejected, nodded in understanding. With a heavy heart, he instructed his soldiers to move out. As the Prince of Brian rode back to his camp, he reflected on Hakan's words and came to a stark realization. Brian had never intended to win the war from the start. Troubled, he pondered why his father continued to chase a war destined for failure. Upon arriving at the Brian camp, the prince wasted no time and immediately inquired about the king's whereabouts. He was told that the king had been in the barracks and had ordered that no one be allowed to enter. Undeterred, the prince ignored the warning and pressed on. He reached the barracks and called out to his father from outside, requesting a private conversation. The king, from inside, growled in anger, telling him to leave. The prince, suspicious that Marissa might have tricked his father, was determined to enter. When he finally opened the door, he was stunned to find the king being addressed as Lady Marissa by one of his subordinates. In that moment, the king's appearance shifted into Lucina's, who claimed it was time to start searching for her child. Marissa's subordinate also shifted into a Brian soldier and stepped outside to investigate the noise. However, by the time he looked around, the prince had already slipped away, hiding in shock and disgust at what he had just witnessed. Back in the present, after explaining everything to the Holy Emperor and the others in the room, the Prince of Brian recalls Hakkan's words, that if Marissa transforms into Lucina, her first move will be to seek out the child. That's why he and the Brian soldiers come to the secondary palace. However, it seems that Marissa arrives there faster than they anticipated, and the prince apologizes for the delay. To his surprise, the Holy Emperor reveals that he has already dealt with Marissa himself. The prince, astonished, asks if the Holy Emperor managed to handle the monster alone. With a solemn expression, the Holy Emperor explains that he made sure to see everything through to the end. Lucina, tears welling in her eyes, expresses her worry and concern for him, while Hakkan, filled with regret, admits that it should have been his responsibility as the king of Tayar. Even so, Hakkan can't help but feel a sense of relief, knowing that his brother has finally been avenged. Titi, holding Lucina and Hakkan's child, also expresses her relief that Tayar is finally safe. She tells Lucina and Hakkan that now that they've returned, there's something she needs to do. She hands the baby to Lucina, saying that this is the first time the princess, the great king, and Lucina are all gathered together. Holding the baby, Lucina stands beside Hakkan, who gently strokes the baby's hair. He smiles, saying that it's the first time the three of them are united, and adds that today is a moment of unparalleled happiness for their family. He also declares that it's a blessed day for Tayar, as a female dragon child has been born after decades. Embracing both Lucina and their child, Hakkan vows to ensure the baby grows up in a safe and peaceful world. Observing the situation in Tayar, the Prince of Brian reminds Hakkan that while the shifter has been defeated, the battle is far from over. He also mentions that, without the King of Brian's permission, the Brian army cannot retreat. Looking troubled, the prince turns to Hakkan with a question. He asks what happened to his father if the shifter is impersonating him. Hakkan explains that shifters typically consume human hearts to take over bodies, and with a heavy heart, he tells the prince that Marissa has already killed the King of Brian. The prince is shaken to his core by this revelation. His voice trembling, he still holds on to hope, praying that it isn't true. But Hakkan, gently and firmly, insists on telling him the truth, that to avoid encountering the real king, Marissa likely killed him. He expresses his condolences, explaining that he only wanted to be honest with the Prince of Brian, who cannot hide his grief. Hakkan then tells the Prince of Brian that the fate of Brian now rests in his hands, which jolts him back to reality. Hakkan encourages him, urging that they must end the war together. Grateful for Hakkan's words that have helped clear his mind, the Prince of Brian, now fully regaining his composure, declares that he will do everything in his power to fulfill his duties and avoid repeating his father's mistakes. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Brian soldiers appear overwhelmed by the chaos. Suddenly, the Prince of Brian, followed by Hakkan, steps into the fray, halting the conflict. Seeing their prince alongside the great king of Tayar, the Brian soldiers stop in their tracks, taken aback. In the midst of the army, Hakkan and the Prince of Brian stand side by side, drawing all eyes to them. Hakan turns to the Prince of Brian and gives him a signal. Understanding the cue, the Prince of Brian and Hakan simultaneously shout to their soldiers, commanding them to stop the battle. Turan, though visibly confused, orders his knights to cease fighting. The Prince of Brian continues, announcing to the Brian soldiers that their king has passed away, revealing that Marissa, the shifter, was responsible for his assassination. He also informs them that the Dragon Slayers are shifters as well, and they are not allies. Their goal is to destroy both Brian and Tayar. Hakan adds that they have all been manipulated by the shifters, and that there is no longer any reason to continue fighting against Brian. Holding a pouch of black hawk powder, Hakan scatters it around them, exposing the shifters hidden among the soldiers. Suddenly, one of the shifters makes a swift attack aimed at the Prince of Brian. However, in a split second, Hakan moves quickly to shield the prince, preventing him from being hurt. The scene is witnessed by all the Brian soldiers, who are stunned to see the leader of the barbarians protect their prince. Seizing the moment, the Prince of Brian declares that with the death of the late king, he will now ascend to the throne. Raising his sword high, the Prince of Brian calls out to his soldiers, urging them to unite with Tayar and drive out the shifters who assassinated the king. The Brian soldiers and Tayar's knights raise their swords in unison, shouting their agreement. In the Valley of Fire, Brian soldiers carry large bags filled with the bodies of the dead shifters. They gather the remains in one central location, awaiting further orders. Turan also informs Hakan that the Tayar knights have finished collecting the remaining shifter bodies. The Prince of Brian asks Hakan if there is a specific reason the dead shifters are to be thrown into the lava. Hakan explains that the shifters possess regenerative abilities beyond belief. Even after decapitation, they are able to revive and return to invade Tayar once more. As Turan informs Hakan that everything is prepared, Hakan gives the command to throw every last one of the shifters into the Valley of Fire, leaving none behind. He declares that, with this final act, the shifters who have tormented Tayar will be eradicated once and for all. Though the people of Tayar have endured endless suffering at their hands, they have finally achieved victory. Hakan feels a sense of relief, but also a quiet readiness, knowing that his next challenge is to ensure that the shadow of war never threatens Tayar again. A few days later, in the palace garden, Hakan, Lucina, and their baby enjoy a quiet snack together with the Prince of Brian, who expresses his deep gratitude to Hakan for allowing the Brian soldiers to stay in Tayar for a while longer. Hakan explains that if they had returned to Brian without recovering, the journey would have only led to more casualties. As Hakan speaks, the baby, who is resting in his arms, grabs a handful of his hair and tugs it sharply, causing Lucina to jump in surprise. Seeing that, Lucina takes the baby into her arms, while Hakan, trying to maintain his composure, reassures the Prince of Brian that he and his soldiers can rest comfortably in Tayar until they are ready to return to Brian with the Holy Emperor. Suddenly, Hakan brings up the topic that once the Prince of Brian returns, he will assume the throne. The prince hesitates for a moment, replying that as long as the nobles don't oppose it, that will be the case. With a knowing smile, Hakan reassures him, saying that if the prince ascends to the throne successfully, he will visit Brian himself, as it's time for Tayar and Brian to finally establish a treaty. The prince looks somewhat puzzled, and Hakan explains that they've spent too long harboring hatred and resentment. It's time for that to end. Hakan tells him that he wants to sign a peace treaty to signal to the entire continent that Brian and Tayar are no longer enemies. He adds that his hope is for Tayar to remain safe and peaceful, so their child can grow up in such a world. Lucina's face lights up at Hakan's words, and the prince, now with a brighter expression, enthusiastically agrees, saying he will gladly accept the proposal. The Prince of Brian then expresses his wish upon returning to Brian. He hopes to officially recognize Tayar as a kingdom. Though he acknowledges it may take some time, he adds that he wants to take the lead in changing the way people perceive Tayar. Hakan is momentarily speechless, then smiles warmly, deeply appreciating the Prince of Brian's intentions. Later that night, Lucina visits the Holy Emperor, who is still recovering in his chamber. The Holy Emperor reassures her that he feels much better now, thanks to her efforts. Before Lucina can respond, he tells her there's something important he must say before he leaves. He begins to speak about the shifters, explaining that they gain the abilities and appearance of their victims by consuming their hearts, but what they truly consume is not just the physical heart. He goes on to explain that by consuming the heart, the shifter traps the soul of the person within themselves. He then reveals that during his battle with Marisa, he encountered the soul of Lirva, who was imprisoned within her. He shares with Lucina that he and Lirva were once in love, but she lost her life at the hands of Marisa. Despite this, he couldn't refuse Marisa, who had taken on Lirva's form. In the end, a daughter was born from their union, and he confides in Lucina that she is that daughter. The Holy Emperor apologizes for only revealing this to Lucina now, expressing regret that he couldn't tell her sooner. He acknowledges that while Lucina inherited Marisa's blood, her soul mirrors Lirva's, pure, innocent, and noble. He again expresses his sorrow for not finding her earlier and not being able to protect her more. With a gentle touch to Lucina's face, he apologizes for the hardships she endured. However, Lucina reassures him with a smile, saying that she is fine because he has already done so much for her. She reflects on all the times the Holy Emperor helped her, so many that she couldn't even count them. Lucina assures him that there is no need for him to feel sorry. The Holy Emperor then brings up the promise to fully heal Lucina's body, allowing her to have children. He confides that after the last battle, he felt his body growing frail, despite his divine power masking it. He tells her that he wishes to pass on his power to someone else. The Holy Emperor expresses his desire for Lucina to inherit his divine power. Lucina is taken aback, questioning whether she truly deserves such a gift. The Holy Emperor reassures her that he wants to give her this power to protect her family, so she will no longer feel lonely or struggle. He pleads with her to accept it. After a moment of hesitation, Lucina agrees to his request. With determined eyes, Lucina declares that she also wants to protect those dear to her using her own strength. The Holy Emperor, moved and grateful, smiles at her acceptance. He then begins the process of transferring his divine power to Lucina. She stands ready, prepared to accept the power he offers. As the process concludes, the Holy Emperor's hands begin to wrinkle, and Lucina is stunned to witness the moment his appearance shifts back to his original age, standing before her now as he truly is. After the war ends, Lucina happily tends to the wounded soldiers, using her healing power. The Brian soldiers are amazed by her divine abilities, astonished that someone rivals the Holy Emperor's power. However, deep inside, Lucina feels a pang of guilt, knowing the Holy Emperor never revealed that he had passed his divine power to her. When the Holy Emperor transferred his divine power to Lucina, she was shocked to see his aged appearance. He explained it was his true form and assured her he was fine, but Lucina, unaware of this, felt guilty. She expressed regret over what had happened to him, but the Holy Emperor reassured her that it was simply nature taking its course, not her fault. He revealed that he had maintained his youth solely to defeat Marisa. With a hint of relief, he stated that now that everything was over, there was no longer a need for him to retain his youthful form. Though saddened, Lucina told him she understood. The Holy Emperor then asked a favor. When one of her children is born with the destiny of the High Priest, she must send that child to Brian's great temple. Wiping her tears, Lucina agreed without hesitation and promised to wait until that time. They sealed their promise with a pinky swear, and the Holy Emperor vowed to wait until her child grows strong and arrives at the temple. Back in the present, understanding that the Holy Emperor, her father, entrusted her with his divine power, Lucina feels inspired to follow his example. She encourages those in need to reach out to her whenever they require her help. Lucina visits Gilai, prompting him to ask why she's there. Without hesitation, she tells him to remove his clothes, leaving Gilai startled as he instinctively covers himself. Lucina quickly clarifies, explaining that she wants to heal his heart condition. However, Gilai hesitates, insisting she doesn't need to, as he believes the pain serves as a reminder of his sins. Lucina, frustrated, calls his reasoning nonsense. She explains that both she and Hakan recognize his deep remorse, and suffering is not necessary for atonement. Gilai is left speechless by her words. Lucina takes Gilai's hands and urges him to let her heal him. She adds that both Adar and Hakan have already forgiven him, and says that if he truly seeks redemption, he should live with a healthy body and use his life to help others. Moved by her words, Gilai agrees to be healed. As Lucina channels her divine power to treat his heart condition, Gilai feels the heaviness in his chest gradually lifting. Once the treatment is complete, Lucina asks how he feels. Gilai responds that the pain is entirely gone, confirming the healing was successful. Bowing deeply, he expresses his heartfelt gratitude. With a relieved smile, Lucina encourages him to embrace this chance and start anew. Later that night, in their chamber, Hakan and Lucina lie on their bed, with their baby sleeping nearby. Lucina shares that she treated Gilai's heart condition. Stroking her hair gently, Hakan tells her how proud he is of her. They talk about the Holy Emperor's departure to Brian the next day, and the prince's surprise at the Holy Emperor's decision to relinquish all his divine power. Lucina then recalls her promise to the Holy Emperor and shares it with Hakan, the request to send their child, if destined to become a high priest, to the great temple to succeed as the next Holy Emperor. Although Tayar doesn't follow the Khmer religion, Hakan acknowledges the honor of the role. He assures Lucina that their child's choice will come first, but sees no reason to refuse the possibility. His words bring a warm smile to Lucina's face. Hakan informs Lucina that the Ralph tribe has agreed to assist in tracking down any remaining shifters possibly hiding in Tayar. Seeing Lucina's curious expression, he explains that the Ralph tribe, known for their wolf-like appearance, rarely interact with outsiders. Reassuring her, Hakan adds that they aren't bad people. Trusting his words completely, Lucina smiles and agrees, saying that if Hakan vouches for them, they must be trustworthy. Leaning closer, Hakan playfully suggests they should finish some work before tomorrow. Lucina, puzzled, questions working so late. Without delay, Hakan captures her lips in a kiss, pulling her gently by the waist. As their kiss pauses, Lucina suddenly covers his mouth with her hand, turning away and warning that the baby might wake up. Hakan, left speechless, sighs internally with silent frustration. The next day, the Brian army escorts the Holy Emperor as they depart. A few days later, the Ralph tribe pays an official visit to Tayar. At the gates, Karl, the tribe's chief, greets Hakan and Lucina warmly. Leaning in, he whispers to Lucina about a special request, leaving her puzzled. Hakan, unimpressed, cuts him off, stating he already knows what it is. Lucina, still confused, questions how Karl could have a request when they've never met before. With a respectful tone, Karl explains to Lucina that his wife is gravely ill, and the treatments they've tried have yet to improve her condition. He asks for her assistance, explaining that his wife remains in the carriage, needing rest and stability for the time being. Just then, a figure steps forward and calls for Karl. It's Evelyn, his wife. Supported by a servant, she approaches and greets both Hakan and Lucina in person. Lucina is startled upon realizing that Evelyn, Karl's wife, is human and not part of Ralph's tribe. Evelyn lowers her head respectfully to greet Lucina, but suddenly begins coughing violently, alarming her. Without hesitation, Lucina quickly invites Evelyn inside. Turning to Hakan and Karl, she announces her intention to escort Evelyn to the palace. Carl bows in gratitude as Lucina leads Evelyn indoors. With the women gone, Carl places a hand on Hakan's shoulder, ready to engage in the conversation Hakan had been eager to discuss with him earlier. Inside the palace, Lucina settles Evelyn into a chair and serves her tea. As they sit, Lucina gently inquires about Evelyn's condition. Evelyn explains that her energy has been dwindling since becoming pregnant, noting that the people of Ralph's tribe possess extraordinary traits, unlike ordinary humans. Touched by Evelyn's struggles, Lucina reflects on her own experience, realizing she endured the challenges of pregnancy with the help of her divine power, a privilege Evelyn doesn't have. Moved by compassion, Lucina offers to share a small portion of her divine power to strengthen Evelyn. With Evelyn's consent, Lucina places a hand on her shoulder and begins the infusion, her power radiating gently into Evelyn. Once the process is complete, Evelyn feels revitalized, as though she's awakened from the most restful sleep. She marvels at Lucina's divine power, showering her with praise. Lucina, however, feels a touch of embarrassment at the admiration. With renewed energy, Evelyn playfully jokes that she's now strong enough to take Carl down in a fight, prompting a heartfelt laugh from Lucina. The mood shifts slightly as Evelyn brings up their similarities. She expresses her joy in seeing how well Lucina has adapted as the bride of someone from the dragon tribe, despite their differences. Evelyn then shares her happiness at expecting Carl's child, and curiously asks Lucina how she felt when she first learned she was pregnant. Lucina admits that at first, she was terrified of Hakan, but over time, as she came to understand his genuine feelings, her fear gave way to love, and now she can't imagine life without him. Evelyn smiles warmly at Lucina's tender story and hesitantly expresses her hope to become friends with her. Touched by the heartfelt request, Lucina feels a comforting warmth spread through her. With a radiant smile, she wholeheartedly agrees, sealing a newfound friendship. The next day, Lucina appears to be struggling with a task. She is attempting to create a holy relic, but despite her efforts, her divine power refuses to stay within the cup, leaking out repeatedly and leaving her frustrated. Hakan, standing by her side, gently urges her not to push herself too hard, reassuring her that they'll be fine without a holy relic since the shifters are nearly extinct. However, Lucina insists they must be prepared for any eventuality, emphasizing that a holy relic would be invaluable in completely eradicating the shifters. As they talk, their baby suddenly coos, as if trying to get their attention. Lucina turns toward the baby and playfully asks if she wants the cup. The baby's gaze locks onto it, her eyes sparkling with interest. Curious, Lucina holds the cup out, and the baby mimics Lucina's earlier frustrated expressions, making Hakan and Lucina chuckle at how much she is copying her mother. But then, to their astonishment, a glow of divine power flows from the baby into the cup. When Lucina picks it up again, she notices something different. The divine power is now contained within the cup. Overcome with amazement, Lucina lifts her baby into her arms, showering her with praise and calling her a genius. Inspired by her daughter's unexpected contribution, Lucina declares with renewed determination that she won't lose to her baby's brilliance and will work even harder to complete the holy relic. Later that night, when Hakan returns to their chamber, he finds Lucina and the baby already fast asleep on the bed. The sound of his footsteps stirs Lucina awake, and she immediately asks if he's unharmed from his trip to the shifter's habitat. Hakan reassures her with a gentle kiss on her forehead, assuring her that he's fine, all thanks to her. He explains that although a few shifters remained, the holy relic she created worked flawlessly, and he expresses his gratitude. Lucina, however, credits their baby, saying it was all possible because of her. As Hakan gazes at their daughter, a thoughtful look crosses his face, prompting Lucina to ask what's on his mind. After a moment's pause, Hakan surprises her by suggesting it's time to give their baby a name. Taken aback but excited, Lucina agrees, and the two begin to think of names. With a faint blush, Hakan reveals that he already has one in mind, Mata. He explains that in the language of Tayar, Mata means hope. Lucina beams at the choice, finding it not only beautiful, but deeply meaningful, as their daughter truly has become a ray of hope for them. As baby Mata lets out a tiny yawn, they gently lay her down to sleep, tucking her in. Hakan encourages Lucina to rest as well. Wrapping Lucina and Mata snugly in a blanket, Hakan watches over them with a warm smile, feeling at peace as they drift off into a serene slumber. The following day, under the bright sunny sky, Gilai observes the ongoing renovation of the palace wall. A sense of relief washes over him, knowing it will soon be completed. Casting a glance toward the camp, his face clouds with worry as his thoughts drift to the injured patients. He recalls the harrowing moment of the shifter attack and shudders at the thought of what might have happened had they breached the palace walls. Resolving to check on the camp, he steps inside and finds Lucina diligently tending to the wounded of Tayar, her divine power working tirelessly to heal them. Once she finishes, Gilai approaches her, suggesting with a kind tone that she take the day off. Lucina turns to him with a bright, cheerful expression and instructs the maid and priest to step out for a while. Suddenly, Lucina feels a wave of dizziness and staggers, nearly losing her balance. Gilai swiftly catches her, his face etched with concern. He asks if she has overexerted herself using her divine power and gently reminds her of the potential consequences. Lucina, however, responds with a playful tease, claiming his worrying is making her feel even dizzier. Then, with a soft smile, she suggests they take a walk together to help her recover. As they stroll outside, Gilai inquires about how Lucina has been feeling lately. Lucina explains that her days have been busy caring for baby Mata, assisting with Adar's research, and healing the wounded. Reassured by her response, Gilai feels relieved that she's managing well. Turning the conversation, Lucina asks about his recent activities. Gilai shares that he's been focused on the school's construction, detailing some of the challenges they've faced. While the preparations are nearly complete, they still need a larger space and a capable school leader. His goal, he explains, is to create a school that welcomes all children, regardless of their background. Lucina suggests repurposing the old abandoned temple, which could serve as a school with some renovations. Gilai considers her idea, his thoughts now turning to the pressing matter of finding a suitable leader for the school. Without missing a beat, Lucina confidently declares that they already have the perfect candidate. To his surprise, she reveals that she's talking about him. Gilai is taken aback by her unexpected suggestion. Lucina gently reminds Gilai that he was the one who taught her and Titi how to read and write. With heartfelt sincerity, she shares her hope that the people of Tayar will no longer feel the shame of illiteracy, as she once did. She expresses her belief that Gilai is the perfect person to guide the children as their teacher. Bringing up the promise he made about seeking atonement, Lucina encourages him to dedicate his life to teaching while fulfilling that vow. Gilai stands silent for a moment, struck by her words, before breaking into a warm smile and assuring her that he understands. Over time, Lucina's story becomes a source of inspiration that spreads throughout the Tayar kingdom. Tales of her compassion and dedication circulate, how she healed the wounded with her divine power, championed equal educational opportunities for all, regardless of gender or social status, and contributed to the late Queen Adar's research to ensure the future queen could safely bring the guardian dragon into the world. The people of Tayar are filled with admiration, singing the praises of their wise and benevolent queen. Later that night, Lucina gazes out the windowsill, her thoughts drifting to Hakan and what he might be doing. The soft creak of the door breaks her reverie, and she turns to see Hakan stepping inside, calling her name. Overjoyed by his arrival, Lucina rushes to him, wrapping her arms around him in a warm embrace. She greets him eagerly, asking about his day. After sharing a bit about his work and playfully confessing that he missed her, Hakan mentions how often he hears the people of Tayar praising her efforts, providing free education and ensuring safe childbirth for women. As he gently strokes her hair, Hakan tells her how proud he is of her, bringing a radiant smile to Lucina's face. With a softened gaze, Hakan remarks that he still has one more duty to fulfill. Wrapping his arms around Lucina's waist, he leans in closer, leaving her momentarily puzzled as she asks what kind of duty he means. Smiling, Hakan explains that now that his responsibilities as king are complete, it's time to focus on his role as her husband. As his fingers gently brush through her hair, he elaborates on his intentions, to ensure she feels cherished and deeply loved. As he moves even closer, Lucina hesitantly voices her concern about Mata, but Hakan, anticipating her worry, reassures her with a soft chuckle, revealing that Titi is already looking after the child. Wasting no further time, Hakan closes the distance between them, pressing a passionate kiss to her lips, leaving Lucina breathless in his embrace. When their lips part, Hakan softly suggests that they should hold their wedding ceremony soon, expressing his desire to make it a grand and unforgettable event. With enthusiasm, he begins describing his plans for the Queen's palace. Lucina, however, voices her concern that it might be too extravagant. Hakan gently reassures her, insisting that she deserves nothing less than the finest. To emphasize his devotion, Hakan lifts her hand and places a tender kiss on the back of it, a Bryan tradition symbolizing deep respect and love for the woman they cherish. The gesture warms Lucina's heart, bringing a radiant smile to her face. Hakan looks into her eyes and tells her she means the world to him and that he wants her to always remember that. With care, Hakan scoops Lucina into his arms and gently lays her on the bed. He promises her that he will stop if she ever asks him to, ensuring her comfort and trust. That night, they share an intimate connection, finally fulfilling the love and longing they have held for each other. A few days later, on the morning of the wedding ceremony, Lucina is fully prepared. Dressed in her bridal gown, she looks radiant as Titi, holding baby Mata, compliments her beauty. Lucina smiles warmly, grateful for everything, especially the exquisite dress Adar crafted for her. Titi, moved by the sight, reminisces about the time Adar helped Lucina alter the black dress from years ago. When news arrives that the Holy Emperor has entered, Lucina promptly rises to greet him. As their eyes meet, the Holy Emperor expresses how much he has missed her. His words falter, though, as he takes in her breathtaking appearance in the wedding dress. "Father," Lucina calls softly, and his emotions overflow. Tears streak down his face, and Lucina grows concerned, but he quickly reassures her. "As I grow older, I find it harder to keep my tears at bay," he admits, before complimenting her beauty. Lucina thanks him shyly, receiving a tender smile in return. Taking her hand gently in his, the Holy Emperor offers his heartfelt blessing. Just then, Hakan strides in, addressing the Holy Emperor as Father, leaving Titi and the maids in stunned silence. Standing tall in his wedding attire, Hakan's commanding presence fills the room. He gazes at Lucina and declares that she is more dazzling than the moon goddess herself. Not wanting to let the moment pass, Lucina playfully compliments Hakan's appearance, calling him incredibly handsome. In response, Hakan turns to reveal his attire, or lack thereof. He wears only a few accessories, leaving his upper body exposed. Lucina beams and teasingly remarks that no fabric should ever cover such perfection. Carrying Mata, Titi approaches them, announcing that the ceremony is about to begin. The couple says a heartfelt goodbye to Mata, promising to return to her soon, before heading off to begin their new chapter together. The wedding hall glimmers with soft light as the melody of ceremonial music echoes through the space. Dancers move with grace, their movements weaving a story of celebration. Hakan and Lucina make their way down the aisle, side by side, a picture of splendor and magnificence. Their presence commands attention, leaving everyone captivated. Among the guests, Adar's tears fall silently, a mix of joy and pride welling up inside her as she takes in the moment. At the end of the aisle, they stand before the Holy Emperor, poised yet filled with emotion as they await his blessing. The gravity of the moment settles over Lucina, a surreal sensation washing over her. By her side, Hakan stands rigid, his composure faltering under the weight of happiness and nerves. The memory of a simpler time, a wedding in Bryan long ago, comes to her mind, bringing a sense of warmth and familiarity. The thought softens Hakan's resolve, a flush of red creeping across his face as he tries to contain his joy. Their connection radiates through the hall, a promise unspoken but deeply felt. The Holy Emperor gestures for them to face one another, and their eyes meet, brimming with unspoken love and devotion. As vows are exchanged, the hall seems to hold its breath, the air thick with anticipation. The moment reaches its crescendo as Hakan steps closer, drawing Lucina into a tender embrace. Their lips meet in a soft, gentle kiss, sealing their union before the witnesses gathered. It is a moment both intimate and eternal, a celebration of love destined to endure. After the wedding ceremony, Turan leads Carl and Evelyn to meet Lucina. Inside, Lucina greets them warmly, her arms gently cradling Mata. Evelyn, carrying her own baby, beams with joy as she congratulates Lucina on her marriage. Noticing the little one in Evelyn's arms, Lucina's curiosity is piqued, and she inquires about the baby. Evelyn smiles and shares that this was the child she carried when they first met, and when Lucina healed her. Lucina's face lights up as she offers her heartfelt congratulations, and Evelyn expresses gratitude for the help she received back then. She introduces her baby as Howl, a name spoken with pride and tenderness. Mata, spotting Howl, wriggles out of Lucina's arms and eagerly crawls toward the baby with excitement. Evelyn gently lowers Howl to the floor, letting the two babies meet. Watching them interact, Evelyn expresses her hope that they grow up to be close friends. From a distance, outside the window, Puka watches in his bird form. Though he remains hidden, his heart swells with joy, seeing Lucina surrounded by love and happiness after all this time apart. During their break, Tite brings the peanuts Lucina had asked for and reminds her about the time to prepare for the upcoming party. She also suggests Lucina try the perfume from Brian's representative. After Tite leaves, Lucina, alone, appearing to wait for someone. Suddenly, Puka appears, transforming into his elf form. He playfully asks if Lucina has been waiting for him. Delighted by his presence, Lucina eagerly asks when he arrived. With a cheerful smile, Puka explains that he came early, but noticed Lucina had guests, so he didn't want to interrupt. Curious, Lucina also inquires about his whereabouts. Puka reveals that he had returned to the forest for something. While savoring his peanut, Puka's demeanor shifts, and he suddenly looks serious. He tells Lucina there's something important he needs to share, leaving her visibly concerned. Puka reveals that he must return to the forest and that they may not see each other for the next 100 years. This revelation leaves Lucina stunned. Puka goes on to explain that, as a forest elf, his duty is to protect the forest, and he needs to remain there for a significant time to regain the chance to explore the outside world. Reflecting on their first meeting, Puka shares that he rarely ventured beyond the forest, but chose to follow Lucina because he sensed excitement and intrigue in her company. That decision had kept him away from the forest until now, but the time has come for him to stay within its boundaries for the next century. With a gentle smile, Puka expresses how grateful he is to have met Lucina, reminiscing about how much fun they've shared. Lucina, her voice tinged with sadness, asks if they can meet again after 100 years. With a confident and reassuring expression, Puka promises her that they can reunite if she visits the forest where he resides. Despite his reassurance, Lucina struggles to hide her sorrow and asks when he plans to leave. Spreading his wings, Puka takes flight and softly announces that the time has come, catching Lucina off guard and leaving her unprepared for the sudden farewell. To comfort her as she cries, Puka gently pats her head, his touch calming yet bittersweet. Then, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out 3 nuts, handing them to Lucina. He instructs her to eat them after he's gone, adding with a warm smile that she will someday give birth to beautiful children. Clutching the nuts tightly, Lucina promises to follow his words and asks Puka to visit her in the forest if she ever yearns for him. Puka assures her that he will, his smile unwavering as he bids her goodbye. Lucina watches silently from the window as Puka disappears into the horizon, the setting sun casting its golden glow on the scene of their parting. Later that night, after the party concludes, Hakan and Lucina carry baby Mata into their chamber. Hakan remarks on how quickly Mata has fallen asleep, noting that she must be exhausted after such a long day. Glancing nervously around the room, Hakan clears his throat loudly, catching Lucina's attention. She looks at him, puzzled, and asks if he's coming down with a cold. Before Hakan can respond, the door creaks open and Titi steps inside, asking if they had called for her. Hakan's face brightens immediately, praising Titi's loyalty and joking that she must have heard even the faintest sound from Mata. Lucina, still confused, glances between them. With a quick and cheerful stride, Titi approaches, her smile radiant as she announces that she'll take care of Mata for the night. Reluctantly, but trusting, Lucina hands the baby over to Titi. As Titi takes Mata in her arms, she subtly signals Hakan and Lucina to spend some time alone together. Hakan thanks Titi warmly, though it's clear from his expression that this arrangement had been planned in advance. Once they're alone in the room, Hakan glances at Lucina nervously and hesitantly asks what they should do now. Noticing his unease, Lucina smirks playfully and teases him, asking what he had told Titi. With a flush spreading across his cheeks, Hakan admits that he felt they hadn't had much quality time together lately, so he asked Titi to watch over Mata for the evening. Lucina smiles warmly at his explanation, then tilts her head and asks what he has planned for them. To unwind, they slip into the soothing embrace of the holy water, letting it melt away their fatigue. The tranquil moment takes a tender turn when Hakan gently pulls Lucina closer, confessing how happy he is to see her content. He reassures her softly that he won't pressure or disturb her. But Lucina, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint, leans in with a seductive smile and whispers that she wants him to. Hakan's face turns a deeper shade of red as her words sink in. Gathering his courage, he pulls her even closer, wrapping her in a tender embrace. As the night deepens, they celebrate their love in a warm, intimate moment, cherishing the connection they share under the soft glow of the moonlight. 5 years later, near a serene lake in the forest, Hakan and Lucina take a well-deserved break, enjoying a peaceful picnic surrounded by nature. As Lucina glances around, noticing Mata isn't nearby, she scans the area with concern. Hakan, however, reassures her with a smile, reminding her that Turan and a group of knights are keeping a close watch on Mata. Drawing closer to Lucina, Hakan remarks how nice it is that Mata can entertain herself, leaving Lucina slightly puzzled by his words. Seizing the moment, Hakan leans in, pulling Lucina gently closer. With a playful smile, he mentions how little time they've had to share even a kiss lately. As their lips inch closer, their moment is interrupted by Mata's excited voice calling out to them. She comes running toward them, her eyes bright with pride, holding a baby snake in her hands. Lucina freezes in shock, while Hakan remains calm and even a little impressed. Mata enthusiastically announces that she caught it all by herself. Trying to stay composed, Lucina instructs Mata to release the snake immediately, explaining the dangers of its venom. Mata hesitates, reluctant to let go, but Hakan steps in with a calm tone, stating that they could always find an antidote if needed. Noticing Lucina's growing frustration, Hakan shifts his approach, gently teasing Mata that if she doesn't listen, it might spark the second war in Tayar. Mata finally agrees to release the snake. Pleased with her obedience, Lucina rewards Mata with the promise of eating as much cake as she wants. Just as the atmosphere lightens, Lucina suddenly feels a wave of nausea. Concern flashes across Hakan's face, while Lucina herself wonders what is happening to her. Sensing her mother's discomfort, Mata asks worriedly if Lucina is ill. Hakan quickly suggests they return to the palace and summon a priest to check on her. Back at the Tayar palace, in Lucina's chamber, the priest examines her condition while she rests on the bed. Hakan, carrying Mata in his arms, anxiously asks about Lucina's health. Mata, curious but quiet, watches closely. The priest, initially silent and wide-eyed in disbelief, slowly gathers her composure. She then congratulates Lucina, leaving her bewildered. Confused, Lucina asks what the priest means. The priest hesitantly explains that Lucina is carrying a dragon's baby, shocking both Lucina and Hakan. But the revelation doesn't end there. The priest further explains that Lucina isn't carrying just one dragon baby. There are 3. This news leaves Lucina and Hakan utterly stunned, while Mata looks between them, still trying to make sense of the situation. Lucina reflects on the moment when Puka gave her 3 walnuts and begins to wonder if it might be connected to her current situation. After the priest leaves the room, Hakan's face is a mix of joy and concern. While he expresses his happiness at the news, he also voices his worry about Lucina carrying 3 babies. Taking her hand gently, he asks if she's feeling any pain. Lucina reassures him, explaining that apart from the earlier nausea, she feels perfectly fine. A warm smile spreads across her face as she shares her excitement, saying how happy she is to carry 3 of Hakan's babies. However, Mata, feeling a little left out, pipes up with curiosity. Stroking Mata's hair gently, Hakan reveals the big news. She's going to have 3 younger siblings. Mata's eyes light up with excitement, and she hugs Lucina tightly, proudly declaring that she'll teach her siblings how to catch snakes. Hakan's expression softens as he recalls the times Lucina faced danger and he couldn't protect her. With determination in his voice, he promises her that he'll never let her face anything alone again. Pulling Lucina gently to rest against him, Hakan vows to protect her and their growing family. Not wanting to be left out, Mata steps forward with a big grin and eagerly adds her own promise, holding out her tiny hand and declaring that she'll help protect Lucina too. A few days later, the Holy Emperor visits Lucina after receiving a letter from her. Concerned about her condition, he expresses his worry, noting how challenging it must be for her to carry 3 babies compared to when she was pregnant with Mata. Lucina, however, reassures him with a gentle smile, explaining that she feels fine aside from some morning sickness. The Holy Emperor then brings up the letter Lucina sent him 5 years ago, where she mentioned the forest elf who gave her 3 walnuts. He explains that the walnuts symbolize faith, hope, and love, and with these 3 virtues, there is nothing in the world that cannot be overcome. Deeply moved, Lucina expresses her heartfelt gratitude for his words. Their conversation is interrupted by the creaking door as Hakan enters, followed closely by Turan, who is out of breath from hurrying. With a cheerful expression, Hakan carries several bags filled with fresh fruits, announcing they're all for Lucina. His excitement makes Lucina smile, but a memory from her first pregnancy surfaces, and she hesitates, asking if Hakan took the fruits from someone else. The Holy Emperor chuckles, clearly amused by Lucina's concern, while Hakan reassures her that the fruits are entirely theirs. The room lightens with warmth and laughter as they all share the moment together. Later that night, as Hakan, Lucina, and Mata rest peacefully in their chamber, Hakan appears to be struggling to breathe. Upon closer inspection, Lucina notices that Mata's foot is pressed against his neck. She then gently moves Mata's foot away, ensuring Hakan can sleep comfortably. As she watches Hakan sleep, a wave of nostalgia washes over her. Her mind drifts to the moment back in Bryon, when Hakan asked her to be his bride, a moment that changed her life forever. Overwhelmed with gratitude for the life they've built together, Lucina leans in and presses a soft kiss to Hakkan's cheek. In her heart, she makes a silent promise. No matter where Hakan goes, she will follow him like the moonlight, always there to illuminate his path and stand by his side. Months later in the Tayar palace, Lucina gently cradles her crying baby, humming softly in an attempt to soothe him. Hearing the sound, Titi rushes into the room, ready to assist. However, Lucina smiles and assures her that everything is under control, as the baby has already drifted back to sleep. Carefully, she places him in his crib. As she watches over the little princes, Titi can't help but marvel at how unique each of them is. The eldest, Zlatan, bears a striking resemblance to Hakan. The second prince, Alvaro, takes after Lucina, while the youngest, Loaruk, with his blonde hair, resembles the Holy Emperor. Titi's excitement bubbles over as she admires how adorable and distinct the three brothers are. With the babies peacefully asleep, Titi suggests that Lucina take a moment to freshen up. Sitting in a chair, Lucina nods in agreement, though the weariness in her expression is hard to miss. Noticing this, Titi's face softens with concern. Her eyes well up with tears as she empathizes with Lucina, acknowledging how demanding her responsibilities have been. Juggling motherhood, tending to her children, and meeting with representatives, all without a moment to truly rest. Opening the closet with determination, Titi begins selecting the perfect wardrobe for Lucina. Her enthusiasm is contagious as she declares her mission to transform Lucina's appearance so flawlessly that no one would guess how tired she truly is. Lucina chuckles at Titi's spirited energy, unable to hold back her laughter. Despite the exhaustion of recent days, a deep sense of contentment and joy wells up within Lucina. In the grand hall of the palace, Hakan, Lucina, and Mata sit upon their thrones, prepared to receive their guests. Mata, however, fidgets in her seat, clearly bored from the wait. Noticing this, Lucina offers her a reassuring smile and gently encourages her to be patient. The doors finally open, and the new King of Bryan enters the hall. He bows respectfully and congratulates Lucina on the birth of the three princes. Hakan and Lucina rise from their seats to greet him, offering kind words about the newfound stability in the Bryan kingdom. The King of Bryan expresses his heartfelt gratitude for Tayar's unwavering support, assuring them that Bryan will never forget their kindness. Turning his attention to Mata, the King of Bryan greets her warmly. Mata stands and bows gracefully in return, her poise reflecting her respect. Smiling, the king mentions that he has someone he'd like Mata to meet, his son, who stands beside him and can't seem to take his eyes off her. The young prince steps forward and bows deeply to Hakan and Lucina, showing his respect. In response, the king and queen of Tayar greet him warmly. Lucina then gently prompts Mata to greet the prince as well. With a bright smile, Mata extends her hand, introducing herself. The prince, visibly enchanted by her smile, takes her hand and shakes it gently, clearly smitten. After a brief exchange, the King of Bryan politely requests permission to take his leave. The next guests are about to enter. It's Carl's family, and Howl seems especially eager to see Mata. However, as the Prince of Bryan locks eyes with Howl, an unspoken tension crackles between them. While their parents exchange warm greetings, the atmosphere between the two boys turns hostile. A simple meeting of their gazes sparks a quarrel, their rivalry evident in every glare. The scene quickly escalates, leaving the parents flustered as they scramble to calm the situation. Despite their best efforts, the children's squabble shows no signs of stopping, turning the once civil reception into a moment of unexpected chaos. Later that night, after a long and eventful day, Lucina and Hakan prepare to rest in their chamber. As they settle in, Hakan thanks Lucina for her hard work throughout the day. Smiling, Lucina shares an amusing story about her earlier walk with Mata, Howl, and the Prince of Bryan. Intrigued, Hakan sits beside her and asks for the details. Lucina explains how Howl and the prince had squabbled over who would get to play with Mata. In the end, Mata, with her characteristic charm, extended her hands to both of them and walked with them together, diffusing the tension. Hakan bursts into laughter at the story, commenting that it seems the boys are already captivated by Mata. Shifting his tone, he asks about their 3 baby princes. Lucina reassures him, saying she's entrusted them to Titi's care for the night. She then gently strokes Hakan's face, her voice soft as she tells him that tonight, she wants to focus solely on him. Hakan averts his gaze, taking her hand in his as a flicker of worry crosses his face. He admits that while he shares the desire, he doesn't want to cause her any pain or exhaustion. Lucina, however, meets his hesitation with a bold statement, assuring him that she's fine. She even teases that having another baby girl wouldn't be such a bad idea. At her words, Hakan's restraint breaks, and with a playful smile, he accuses Lucina of seducing him. Overcome by their feelings, the two give in to their passion, cherishing their time together as they lose themselves in each other's embrace. A long time ago, Tayar was branded as a barbaric nation by its neighbors. Its people lived under constant threat, and its king, Hakkan, faced life-and-death struggles daily. During one of those perilous moments, Hakkan crossed paths with Lucina, the woman who would later become his queen. Through her, Hakkan's life was saved, marking the beginning of their intertwined destinies. As time passed, Hakkan and Lucina's paths converged once more. They fell in love, had their first child, and eventually married, uniting as husband and wife. Together, they overcame tremendous challenges, even defeating the shifters responsible for plunging the world into chaos. Building on the legacy of the late Queen Adar, Hakkan and Lucina continued her research, striving to create medicine that would protect women carrying dragon children from harm. Their reign ushered in an era of progress, including the founding of a school where anyone could learn, free from discrimination. Tayar cast aside its dark traditions of the past, rising from its tarnished reputation to become a thriving, respected kingdom, a beacon of hope and strength for all. On a bright, sunny day in Tayar, the clash of swords echoes through the air as Prince Zlatan and Prince Alvaro engage in sword practice under Turan's guidance. The intensity of their training fills the courtyard, but it's soon interrupted by Gilai, who appears with a grin, asking when the lesson will end, since it's time for their economic studies. Unbothered, Turan, fired up by the sight of Prince Alvaro gaining the upper hand against his older brother, waves off Gilai's concern. Amused by Turan's enthusiasm, Gilai bursts into laughter. Just then, Prince Luaruk approaches from behind, a book in hand, quietly joining the group. Nearby, Hakkan, strolling through the grounds, pauses to observe his sons. With a proud smile, he approaches and voices his encouragement. Curious about Hakan's presence, Turan asks for his reason, and Hakkan explains that he's eager to see how much his sons have improved with their swords. Together, he and Turan watch the sparring princes, noting their strengths and progress. Meanwhile, Lorux, still clutching his book, announces that he'll use the time to read while waiting for his brothers. However, Hakkan calls out to him with a warm, inviting smile, suggesting that Lorux join him for some playtime instead. Elsewhere in the palace, Lucina enjoys a cozy tea time with Mata and the youngest sibling, Lieva. At just 4 years old, Lieva is the youngest princess and the spitting image of Lucina. Mata can't help but gush over how adorable her little sister is, showering her with praise. As they sip their tea, Lucina casually mentions that Mata will be seeing her old friends tomorrow after quite some time. Curious, Mata asks whom Lucina is referring to. With a knowing smile, Lucina reveals that it's Howl and the Prince of Brion. Hearing their names, Mata's mind flashes back to memories of their squabbles, making her expression falter slightly. Noticing this, Lucina can't resist teasing her, asking with a sly grin, What if those boys are still head over heels for you? The next day, in the Grand Hall of Tayar, Howl and the Prince of Brian bow respectfully before Hakan and Lucina, who sit regally on their thrones. As part of their formal visit, the Prince of Brian presents a holy sword, a gift from the Holy Emperor to the kingdom of Tayar. Grateful, Hakan accepts the gesture with dignity. Meanwhile, Lucina glances toward Titi and quietly asks about Mata's whereabouts. Titi reassures her that Mata will be there shortly. Moments later, the arrival of Mata is announced, drawing everyone's attention. Both Howl and the Prince of Brian immediately turn their heads toward the entrance, anticipation evident on their faces. Mata steps into the hall with grace and poise, wearing a stunning dress that enhances her elegance. She greets her two friends warmly, her radiant presence leaving Howl and the prince momentarily speechless. Their faces flush red as they quickly recover, each taking one of Mata's hands and offering her their personal invitations. However, the friendly rivalry reignites as they bicker over who gets to accompany her first. Mata, standing between them, can't help but let out a small sigh, finding it hard to believe that even after all this time, they're still the same. Later that day, Lucina gathers all her children together in front of the holy sword. As they sit in anticipation, Lucina picks up the sword and explains its significance. She tells them that their grandfather had entrusted the sword to the Prince of Brian, and it holds a unique power. The one who can pull the sword from its case will become the next Holy Emperor. Lucina then invites Mata, as the eldest child, to try first. Mata steps forward, but despite her efforts, the sword refuses to budge. Watching this, Zlatan and Alvaro, filled with excitement, eagerly take their turns. Yet no matter how hard they try, the sword remains firmly in its case. Next, it's Loarix's turn. Nervously, he grips the sword with both hands and pulls with all his might, but the sword stays put. Seeing her children disheartened, Lucina offers a comforting smile, reassuring them that they'll have another chance to try tomorrow. Just as the family begins to relax, a small hand picks up the sword from the table, drawing everyone's astonished gaze. To their shock, it's Lieva, the youngest sibling, who effortlessly pulls the holy sword from its case with ease. A few days later, beneath the serene glow of the moon, Lucina and Hakan sit together on the soft grass, enjoying a quiet moment under the stars. They talk about their days, sharing heartfelt thoughts about Lierva's incredible feat of pulling out the holy sword, a sign that she is destined to become the next Holy Emperor. Lucina mentions that when the time comes for Lierva to meet the current Holy Emperor, Lorux has already decided to accompany her. His resolve to practice swordsmanship even harder fills Lucina with pride. Hearing this, Hakan smiles warmly, expressing how proud he is of Lorix's desire to protect his little sister. Lucina, on the other hand, feels immense joy at seeing how beautifully their children are growing. Together, they believe with unwavering faith that their children will create an even brighter future for Tayar. Hakan turns to Lucina, his voice tender as he thanks her for everything she's done. But deep in her heart, Lucina feels that she's the one who should be grateful, for it was Hakan who once saved her from her darkest nightmares. Leaning closer to him, Lucina softly reminds Hakan of the promise she made long ago, that even in death, she would never be separated from him. Gently brushing his fingers through her hair, Hakan gazes into Lucina's eyes with a love as deep as the night sky. They reaffirm their eternal bond, vowing that nothing, not even death, will keep them apart. Sealing their promise with a tender kiss, they let the quiet moonlight bear witness to their everlasting love. Thank you so much for watching this entire series. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the emotions, and the adventures of Hakan, Lucina, and their family, as much as I enjoyed sharing it with you. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to bring you more stories in the future. See you in the next video.